Yes, family. Come on. Happy Friday, happy Friday, happy Friday. Today is the 25th day, the second month, 2022, man. Yeah, and I'm not even gonna repeat myself, but it's a shift. Time a shift, it's a shift. But big up one and all, man. You know what I mean? Hopefully everyone's been able to make it through to the end of the week safely. You know what I'm saying to you, healthily and securely. You know what I mean? And as I always say, let's give thanks and praise. You get me? Because nobody knows the minute, the hour, or the second. You know what I mean? And boy, my tell you, so my life just moves quick, right? Car since we've last had a conversation, we can see what's going on out there in the world. Yeah, we can see what's going on in Russia and where this and where that, man. So yeah, man, we just can't take things for granted, you know? Can't take things for granted, man. So with that being said, you know what I mean? Again, let's try and keep this thing to a minimum in terms of casualties of life, you know what I mean? And life in general, because listen, oh no, man, is it really worth it? You know, but that's a whole different story still. But yeah, you know, like I'm saying, hopefully it can be ended swiftly, you know, and yeah, we keep on. But at the same time, you know what I mean? When people are fighting for their rights. Oh, my brethren. Jeez. Come on. Yo, long to see you, my brethren. Come on, man. Big up yourself. Yeah, original PW in the building. Get me? Come on. Hiya, Stephanie. Bless up yourself. Bless up yourself. J4, come on. You done know, man. Happy Friday, family, man. Happy Friday. You know what I mean? We've made it to the end of the week. Me not tell you jungle, but as long as you're good, man. As long as you're good, man. Yeah, and your family are well. That's what it's about, man. But definitely always nice to see you, man. So yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'm not even gonna get into that whole Russia argument right now, man, because that's a multi-layered beast. But just know that Putin always wanted, well, in my mind at least, he always wanted to bring back, you get me, all the, as much as possible at least, you know, all the other states that were once under the USSR, right? And boy, I don't know, man. But yeah, history is a serious thing, man. You know what I mean? History is a serious thing. It's a serious thing still, but it's a shame. And look at that, man. I mean, we're just still, you know, still in a apparent code, you know, C19, this, that, and the other. But yet, you know, people can find the time and the resources and the this and that to go to war, man. So it does make you wonder. It does make you wonder. But boy, like I said, and then it's the ripple effects, you know, because I think people still underestimate Russia still, you know what I'm saying? And they may not be the force they once were, for sure. But there's still someone out here. Remember, Russia's part of the BRIC nations, man, and we can't, you know, I mean, we can't forget about the BRIC nations: Brazil, Russia, India, China. Yeah. Me, I tell you why. So yeah, but that's not even my vibration right now. Still. So yeah, it's Friday. So first and foremost, you don't know, have a something to, you know, go and celebrate the team. You see how America's running like cowards. If it was the other country, they would have sent troops. Well, because America know what it is, man. Like, you know, like I said, they may not have the economic power that they once had, but they know, you know what I mean? They're about, just like America, they're about their guns, man. You know, and Putin, and you see, boy, I tell you, I'm telling you. But he's been warning them already. He's been warning them, and then the problem is now, you see, because they go and interfere in other people's business, it's gonna be hard for them to really go and chat to my boys still. But we'll see what I want. Putin said if anyone gets involved, they will feel the full force. There you go, man. There you go, man. There you go, man. And the thing is, I mean, you know, all the other countries, their politics ain't exactly stable right now. Although, you know, most prime ministers know that a good war always kind of, you know what I mean, always puts them back on a good equilibrium, man. But Not this time, I don't think, man. Not this time, man. There's just too much going on. There's too much going on, man. There's too much. But at the same time, we've got to also remember that sometimes it's not the things that are blatantly in front of us that's the danger. You get me? Oh boy. I'm telling you, if you try to keep up with these people, they'll send you mad, man. They'll send you mad. But yeah, Putin, man, he wants that USSR back. You know what I'm saying to you? So we'll see how it goes. But apart from that, still, you know what I mean? Like the title said, Black and British. I don't know if anyone saw the BBC one. I don't even know what would you call it. Not necessarily a documentary, but whatever they're calling it. Not even sure if the people then saw it. Yeah, it was on BBC 2 on Wednesday and Thursday. Yeah, so we're gonna do a little talk about that later. For those that may not have seen it, it might be a good opportunity for you to go and have a little peep on it. Probably better to see it on what's it called now? BBC iPlayer. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. And then let's come back and talk about it, man. Yeah, let's come back and talk about it. Because in the meantime, I'm gonna run something still, which could or could not. It could be argued be related. You know what I'm saying to you? You know. But before we go any further, still, what happened to me? Weird. I miss myself. But yeah, man, big up the family building, man, and Jungle Jesus. Trust me. I feel safe even put on your aftershaves for me tonight. Still, but you smell nice, man. I don't know lie. So yeah, man. Before I even miss myself, get me sort this out in the proper fashion. Cause you done know which part you're there. There are 9 ETA 99 settings. And yeah, man. Woo! Let's get it in, man. Let's get it in.
Grand Rising class. All right. Today we're going to learn about 9 ether. Y'all ready?
Yes.
Let's go.
I'm calling segments on this one.
9 ether flow. 9 ether flow. 9 ether flow.
My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch you get back. I don't think you overstand, so Jake, won't you bring it back? That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch you get back. Now that you overstand, let me tell you who I am. Let's get it. Heaven, that's me. Hell, that's me. The originator, me. I am the avatar of 9. Check the follicles that I produce all the time. This my scientist flow. Don't think it's solely a rhyme. I'm the first physical being. This ain't no diss track. I came from Adam, then I was formed into an atom. That's a fact. I'm bringing awareness to my peoples. You are burning star. I'm serious, B. Watch me ignite your whole being so you can see the truth unfold. This is no unsolved mystery. We are the creators, the all in the all. I said we are the creators, the all in the all.
My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin. I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know we're about to get it in.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
I need to get away, away. take me to a place that's tropical. So ride can shine down on me. Only he can give me what I need. I need that ultraviolet, vitamin D, that serotonin, calm my nerve. You know I'm on it. By the way, Rob, produce me some more melatonin. I'm the fifth element, I'm lead low in this. I can make Zor go by boom in this. I'm metaphysical and alchemist in this. I ain't cursing on the track, my daughter gonna dance to this. I'm earth, water, air, and fire. I'm a walking planet, I'm here to give you what you desire. I got the right knowledge, the right mind, I can't go wrong with this. I got the right knowledge, the right mind, I can't go wrong with this.
My crown, kinky, my skin, melanin. I say it again. My skin is melanin.
90 for flow, and you know we're about to get it in. 90 for flow, and you know we're about to get it in.
My crown,
kinky,
my skin,
melanin.
I say it again. My skin is melanin.
Jeez.
90 to flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 90 to flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
Yes, family. You done know. So yeah, so we'll start up the thing. Yeah, man. 90 for 99. You know we're about to get it in. So, like I was sort of alluding to before, there was a documentary on BBC Two. Yeah, it was on Wednesday and Thursday. There were talking points from both still, but I'm probably gonna. Oh, thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate. We're gonna definitely probably talk about the one yesterday still. Seemingly that's probably been the most controversial, and we can even speak about the reasons as to why that is. But like I said, I know some people may not have watched it. Cool. But in the meantime, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play one of my own old streams, right? And this was a couple years ago, yeah. And the reason why is because it was sort of based around this same sort of subject, right? The name of the stream then was actually "My Daughter's Black, I'm White." Right, 1 second, family. 1 second. Give me 30 seconds. Oh yes, family. Sorry about that. So yeah, big up Cushy in the building. Come on, man. Bless up yourself, Queen, man. So yeah, so as I was saying, so before we do the review, I thought I'll play this video still because it is sort of based around this sort of topic. You know what I mean? And yeah, there's I made some views and opinions quite apparent, and yeah, I pretty much got shot down about these views and opinions. However, it seems that time has moved on, and you get me, certain other persons have changed theirs, but we can go into that. But let me just line it up still, and like I said in it, whilst everyone's doing their Friday ting, go on listen to a replay, and yeah, man, we can come back and talk about it. Yeah, so let me see now. I'm telling you, see, when I look back at my show, like every one of them is copyrighted, man, because they've all got music. It's mad. Oh boy. You you know. But I saw it, and Big Itch told me as well, you know. But you know them hard-headed ones, yeah. All right, so let me see what's popping off here. I need to share the thing. Share my world, don't you? And I'm telling you, the music of today is so rubbish as well, man. Seriously, man. All right, then. So I don't think I can show both. Let me see. What does that show? Yeah, I don't think we can. But from here, you can kind of see who's on the sort of panel. But I won't be able to. I don't know whether to keep it on panel or keep it on chat. Let me keep it on chat for the start off anyway. And we'll take it from there still. Yeah, man. Big up Steph, man. Come on, man. I like that video too. But yeah, man. So all right then. We'll run this and then I'll be back, man. I'll drop the link out as well, just in case anyone wants to come in between. But yeah, man. You heard me say, you know, innit? Yo, trust me, man. No one does heartbreak like Hail Mary, man. For real. So expect a banging album soon, innit? Because apparently she can't pay her rent. But anyway, that's a whole different story, man. How you are the queen of R&B but yeah, controversy.
You know what I'm saying? Then she's definitely not a threat. But obviously, if you've been in ISIS for like that many years or whatever, yeah, there's no chance you're gonna be.
It's ISIS.
If you've been in ISIS for that long, yeah, there's no chance that you're gonna be like lovey-dovey to the UK. Do you get me? So she has to play those cards if she wants to come back.
I think this is leading up to it, but
bro, this is what I'm saying.
This is what I'm saying. Begum, I believe.
If I pick up myself to run to fucking Syria, first of all, you have to understand what that entails. That's not like going to Thomas Cook and telling them, I want a 5-star all-inclusive to Spain. It don't work like that, bro. It's fuckery. She went out there and she didn't get there and then duck out. She stayed, was fucking around with Izzy's, having, I'm assuming, non-alcoholic cocktails and beheadings.
And she lost 2 babies as well.
It's all fuckery. The whole
2 babies? How did she lose 2 babies?
And what? That's just it. She lost 2 babies, so that means
what? Did you just disappear? Or
Izzy's babies?
Did she disappear? Or miscarriage?
Are they not in care? Because she gave birth to one the other day, didn't she?
Yeah, she had 3, but 2 died.
Oh,
Right.
I see. Okay.
So that's why she said that prompted her to ask for stay here.
As a lady, does that like kind of, do you guys feel more empathy for her?
No, Buddha.
I come out and I come back.
Okay,
hello, this chat.
Hold on 1 minute. Thank you, Buddha. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks.
So what you saying?
Can we go back to topic, please? Because this is too much.
I think to my knowledge, Sister Naisa was getting ready to switch it to the main course. I mean, that was just like, another course.
Sorry to take up you guys' time. Apologies. But yeah, switch it to the main course.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Oh, that's actually extremely interesting, sis.
Yeah, very interesting. But
Go on.
Okay.
I'm saying that was very interesting.
Yeah, it was very interesting.
I just wanted to hear a lady's perspective from it because I've heard a whole heap of man talk about it. But cool.
Okay.
Engaging pillow talk.
No, Sister Naisa.
Yes, sis.
What is the main topic? The main course? The oxtail. What we got? What we got for the dinner menu?
Well, along obviously with your stew, vegetarian, vegan, chicken. Because we can't do the one. And today we're coming in with the oxtail and butter beans. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So that's the main course. That's 2 main courses on offer there, family. So obviously choose which you will.
Goodness.
You know what I mean? I can assure you that the oxtail's been well seasoned, so you can suck it right down to the bone. Right down. We wash it with vinegar and lemon. Yeah, so we'll wash with it proper. Yeah, none of this Christian Malik malak. You understand? So So yeah, man, come sit in for the main meal, man. It's like a nice, trust me. And it's just falling off the bone, yeah? So all you with premature dentures, yeah, all right. Hey! But yeah, man. Let me just hit the comments and hail a couple people before we get in. And then I'll tell you, my son, he always comes at the wrong time, you know. Bloody hell. All right, 1 second. So, okay. So it seems red pills in the building, it's just nice. What kind of conversations going on here? Something about all right, still talking about the young lady. All right. Okay, so there was some conversation being had in there. Good. Who is ISIS? That's a good question still. That is a good question. Because that's the thing. See, politics, it's a serious thing, man. Because generally you got one side backing both sides. It's crazy. And whoever wins, you still win. That generally seems the way it goes. Don't set bad president for the motion, let her in. All right, I think these boy, I wish are you correct, Victoria. But give thanks though. I appreciate that. All right. So family now. Okay. So as the title says, yeah, I'm white, my daughter's black. Yeah. And the reason why I've kind of brought this topic is there's a few different reasons really, but in the week, certainly there was a live on Red Pill Trill, and somehow I don't even know how it began really, to be honest, because I was in and out on the plantation, whatever. So, but somehow the topic of, I don't know, obviously the topic of mixed race came up, yeah. And I heard, you know, there was people going off in the chats and so forth, and I heard like one of the ladies say, and if she's listening, you know what I mean, you're welcome to come, because this ain't no beefing thing or nothing like that, you get me? I just thought it was a very interesting statement, and it's something that I've heard many times, so it's not even like it's individual just to one person and so forth. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I thought it's a topic that I would like to really discuss, and that is, you know, I'm white, you understand, but my daughter's black. Yeah. Now, obviously, you know, we have situations where you have a white woman who has a child with a black man, and the child is mixed race, i.e., biracial, and he's of both the Caucasian and the Negroid race, to use their sort of common terms or whatever. You understand? Calm, no problem. And hopefully we can sort of talk about this with, you know, this ain't no racism or no isms, you know. It's like we should be able to talk about these things quite comfortably without feeling no way. Yeah, so that's the first thing I want to say. There ain't no, understand? No pasta with a dish, yeah. Just coleslaw, yeah, and salad. But I just found it very interesting when, like I said, a white, and obviously the thing here is that someone has a mixed race child, but that child herself sees herself as being black. Fine, I ain't got no problem with that. My problem is where I'm hearing, yeah, people say, a mixed race child is just black. You understand? And I heard certain people claiming that a mixed race child could be, you know, it's all these kind of mad things. So really,
coming to my Nina channel, it's like excelling. Oh, I was on mute. Sorry, Nine.
Oh, no problem.
I'm saying it's like a
give
breath
thanks,
of
though, man. Give thanks. Give thanks to the heights, man. The heights, man. But so the first thing I really want to start off with is, like, can a white woman? What do we think about that statement? Yeah, i.e., a white woman having a black child, because it's something commonly said. You understand me? Now,
it's not possible.
From the outset,
it's not possible for a white woman to give birth to a black person. Wow. That's it. The debate is done. Next question.
Straight coffee through the radio. You know, Ultra, never simply already.
No. A white woman can give birth to a mixed race child, but A white woman cannot give birth to somebody who is black. You can give birth to somebody who is somewhat, partially, half, quarter, 3/3, a little bit, or a lot black, but not black. The person is of mixed race, heritage, or whatever the fuck the PC term is. Next question. What else we got on the menu?
I agree with Ultra. That's melanated.
What about the flip?
What flip? Why you Raz? Why you start now? What flip?
That's a fair question. So, if your black woman has a mixed race child, can that child be considered black, or is it?
No, it's the same thing. You can't discriminate. It's the same across the board. If two Chinese people,
I was just explaining what she meant by the flip.
No, it's all the same. Like, it's across the board. It isn't specific to white people. If two Chinese people sex and they have a baby, that baby is motherfucking Chinese. If a fucking like, who's really distinct? If two Arabs have sex, they're gonna give birth to an Arab baby. Now, if a black brother and a black sister, they do the sexy stuff, they're gonna give birth to a black child. Now, if a Chinese man and a black woman have sex, I don't recommend that because Asians aren't,
Anyway,
don't be racist.
Yeah. But the child isn't black because the mom gave birth. No, the baby's Chinese or Blackanese.
The baby's
Blackanese. The baby's Blackanese. You can't discredit or discount or reduce the like one half of the entire code in that person's DNA. It's bollocks. It's bollocks.
Baby's chillax. Chinese and black, chillax.
So, can you see if you can get Jedi the link, please, sis?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, Ultra. I think we definitely know where you stand on that. But let me just add some. Okay, so boom. So because then, if that being said, then why is it that a lot of, and I'm just going to use the term us loosely, do, like I was hearing in that chat and whatever, do say because I've heard that sort of one drop rule. I've heard that black is the progressive gene, and as such the child is black, and we know that we have people in the community talking these sort of things. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So really, I want to really just sort of look into that as well, then, because that's what I'm. Yeah, go on, sis.
So, sis, I'm just reading the chat, and I knew this was going to happen. So there's some discussion about how far back we go. So, because it's saying that people who are in London who may have European DNA, according to Ultra, they're mixed. And the same as in the United States, you have, a lot of people who have, a white admixture due to, periods when we were colonized and so forth. So I think in the example that was presented, brother, everything is everything. I think they were talking about first generation, like mom and dad are of mixed race. That was the example provided, but you do bring up a good point. So I just wanted to open that up if you care to discuss that as well.
Yeah. Big up the family. Big up 94.
Big up.
Big up skeleton. What's that?
Who's that?
Illuminati.
Red pill skeleton stuff. Wow,
That's
red
pill. This is your dark side. This is your dark side, brother.
Oh yeah. Oh shit.
Join the Triple Illuminati.
Wait, who's the fucking icon is the skeleton?
Join the Illuminati.
Oh, Illuminati, man.
So hear what I'm
Oh
saying.
my
Hear what
god.
I'm saying real quick here. All right. First of all, we gotta recognize political identity is different from genetic and racial identity, which is a construct. Simple way we can test this, yeah. First question we ask, can a white woman have a black child? We say no. Can a black woman have a white child? We say no. So then I have to ask the third question. Where did black people come from? Where did white people come from? Where did Chinese people come from? I heard Funky say Arabs. Yeah, I don't know why he's saying Arabs because he's been chatting to melanated too long. He's Arab. Yeah, and where did they come from? Yeah, they are mixed race people. Yeah, where did Chinese people come from? They are mixed people. Yeah. So where do
All
the
right.
white,
Well,
Wait,
where the white,
whoa, hold on.
if,
Chinese
if a
people are
black
mixed.
woman, if a
What?
black woman cannot give birth to a white child, where did the white people come from?
That is a good question, brother. But you said Chinese are mixed. Chinese are mixed. What?
They're mixed with other people.
Who?
Other people that exist. What do you mean? Go check their DNA. What do you mean who? They ain't got an individual. They ain't got a unique DNA strand. They got unique. They ain't got
No.
unique blood types. They're mixed. Yeah, we know the first people in Asia were melanated, right? We know this, right? You do know this, right?
right. So hold on a minute, gents, because I'm hearing what you're
No.
saying, but I think you're taking this further than we are at the moment. Because obviously,
All I'm
what you're
saying
talking
is
about is
race is a
certainly
construct.
explore.
Yeah? Well,
Huh?
let me just clarify what I'm saying and let me mute. Race is a construct. And the reason we
Yes.
have a construct, yeah, is because there has to be an origin of half the races out there. The Pakistanis that came from the Davidians, the Scythians, the Phoenicians, all these people that give input, they're all dark skinned people. Essentially, the truth is, there is no white. There is no white.
Nah, Jedi. Nah.
I would
Well, you know what?
disagree.
There may be
So
no
you
right,
tell me,
but there
you
was.
tell
Yeah.
me, you
There's
tell me, when we were
definitely.
all black,
What's the word? What's the word? Right. What's the word? So help me, people, family.
what was
Superior. What? What's that word?
I disagree sort of slightly with what brother Rep was saying. I do agree that race and it's the whole theory of race is just an invention and it's really a social construct. But there is fundamental differences amongst the groups that are boiled down to genetics. We just don't all come from one place. Now, if you're going to go with the most recent theory on the subject that is backed by genetic and DNA studies, you'll find that Africans are 100%. Well, majority of Africans, especially those in the mainlands and on the west coast of the continent, are predominantly 100% Homo sapiens sapien. Now, everyone else has a mixture of something else, and with the whole out of Africa theory, which is still a theory, and I would not put forward this as a fact, but if you were to consider this theory, it talks about different humanoid groups being in Africa and moving out and mixing.
I'm
Right.
not playing with this monkey or kind of human, subhuman, not human. I ain't playing.
Well,
Yeah.
no,
Listen,
no, I'm not saying that. I'm
there
not
was
saying
us,
that. Hold on,
there
let me
was
finish,
us,
bro. I'll let you finish,
and
bro,
then we
please.
had an option to breed with something, and whatever
Yeah.
we bred with, the rest of the world sprang forth. Therefore, yeah, they are all under our umbrella until we can identify what that Neanderthal, that RH bloodline came from. We can't determine who.
I know, but I mean, bro, I'm not saying I'm not disagreeing with you entirely. All I'm saying
Yeah.
is that the genetics of Africans and the DNA structure of Africans themselves are 100% human, Homo sapiens sapien, and everyone else has a mixture of a very minority mixture. I'm not saying it's a huge mixture that they're entirely that. I'm saying everyone else. Let's stick with Europeans. So Europeans are on average 85% Homo sapiens sapien, and there's a mixture of a 5 to 15%. Right,
Right.
that 5 to 15% is different to the rest of the DNA structure.
Hey,
Now, we can still say that that still plays a main part in the fundamental
so
differences
let me
of
ask you.
how they look like.
Let me ask you a question. In that case, you say white people are mixed race. Then?
You could say that, yes. Not mixed. I wouldn't say mixed race because yes, I do agree with you
Why?
that this whole
Hold on. Let's
yeah,
take
go
it
on.
step by step. We're the
Yeah,
original people. You believe, yeah?
yeah,
Okay. We have 100% Homo sapiens sapien DNA from your belief system, yeah? That I don't share. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Cool. Now you're saying that other races have the Homo sapiens sapien bloodline with just maybe a 15% of DNA from an outside source, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say that a black woman had a child that was 85% her bloodline, blah blah blah, and the other 15% was from somewhere out. What would you call that child?
The reorganization of that gene is not going to be strong enough because the individual itself is not of that group. So, for example, if you have like a dominant gene, which is a Homo sapiens sapien, this is why a lot of people have a majority of Homo sapiens sapien genes and DNA structures in their bodies. If you take that and you mix it with something that is weaker, like Neanderthal or Savadian or whatever, right? That Savadian and that Neanderthal is actually not strong enough to actually make a coherent difference.
All I was asking you.
That's why people in the new world, hold on, bro. That's why people in the new world, some of them, even though they're mixed physically, you can see that they're mixed. They will not have the Neanderthal genetics or the Neanderthal trait.
This is all. First of all, I want to highlight how much of a theory this whole Neanderthal thing is. Secondly, yeah,
Well,
go on. We've literally mapped 2%, yeah, of all genetics, yeah.
Whoa. Where'd you get the 2% figure?
What do you mean? Where'd I get, bruv? We've mapped 2%, yeah, 2% of our DNA, and the rest is put down to be junk DNA, yeah, because they don't know what it is. They can't decode it. They've not broken it down. Go and look for yourself.
The point, what we've not been able to. No, I'm just saying what we haven't been able to map is actually the formation of these DNA strands, not the actual identified though. For example, right? If go on. I can't really hear you. I can't really hear you. You keep on going in and out.
Rather than argue with me, just mute and go and look. How much of our DNA have we actually been able to trace and label, and how much is still left?
I'm not disagreeing with you, bro, but I'm saying the way you're presenting the figures is not actually what it's about. What you are talking about is actually identifying the DNA strands that connect these DNA blocks together, right? And I'm saying, that they have identified these blocks, but they haven't identified the strands that are attached to them. So they could say,
This is the thing. I'm dealing with humans, yeah.
Yeah.
You've taken it to monkeys and stuff.
No, I haven't taken it. I haven't mentioned monkeys at all, bro. I haven't mentioned monkeys at all in this conversation. Well, not even once.
Right, gentlemen.
Homo sapiens is a Neanderthal apish.
Go on, sis.
Is a Neanderthal a human?
Is a Neanderthal human?
Guys,
Please do,
just trying to speak.
What's she saying, 9? I was just asking him if I can interject. Please.
Yeah, go on, sis.
I can't hear you properly, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, Sam, I can't really hear you.
I'm hearing you, and I hear both of you. What you're saying is valid, but I didn't really want to get to that bit just yet. You understand me? Because you're going into the whole, and we just want to keep it as not even basic, but
all right.
Yeah, we all know what we're out here working with. Jedi. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so ask him basically, yeah. He just said, yeah, that we have 80% of all the same DNA with a 50% different that he put down to Neanderthal. I'm saying if you had a black woman that had a baby.
Stop, man. This is what I'm trying to say, innit? Like, right now, I know you said that race is a social construct. There's nothing like it, this, that, and the other. Yeah, fair enough. However, yeah, let us not be silly and let us acknowledge, understand me, that we have black people. We have white people.
Hold on. No, I'm not agreeing with that though.
Well, then say you don't agree with that, then, innit?
Because that's why I asked. Yeah, okay. Where did white people? If you're gonna say, if you're gonna hold on, you're asking a question.
How do you differentiate between someone melanated like ourselves and a Caucasian person?
All right, listen. So you're gonna be shocked, yeah, when you go and you try and get what do you call it, a donor from somebody black, and you find out that somebody with less melanin is actually more of a fit to you. Like Raz even showed you that this doesn't come. What you see doesn't mean what you are. That's facts, yeah. So we can't be portrayed by that because they are white people. Yeah? They're black people with Caucasoid bone structure. There's white people. There's black people with Caucasoid bone structure. There's white people with Negroid bone structure.
Funny, and a woman meets a man. They're not thinking about that, Jedi. You understand? So I'm hearing what you're saying.
Let me just say, if you are answering a very deep question about whether a black woman can give birth to a white child or whether a white woman can give birth to a black child. So I'm simply saying we got to start at what is black and what is white for us to be able to answer that question. That's it. Otherwise, we're just talking about appearance. Oh, someone that looks black, rare, rare, kind of rare, rare, and then we're going to go into albinos, we're going to go into throwback melanation, and it's going to get
But
messy.
Jedi,
Because
Jedi,
we've seen white women give birth to dark skinned children with white partners because their bloodline and their DNA, yeah, is black. Yeah, we've got white men in England right now whose DNA, bone structure, and heritage, yeah, is Negroid. Yeah, but through three generations, yeah, they have lost the visual aspects that you would identify with being black. Yeah, but they have, yeah, black ancestry that stems back further than some of us.
but,
Jedi.
but, but Jedi, you're proving. Hold on, one sis, 1 minute, sis.
What makes someone black and what makes someone white is complicated.
Sis, 1 minute, yeah. Jedi, yeah, you've just proven the point, right? You've literally just proven the point. Listen to what you said, yeah. You said that 3 generations before there was a black person in a family and everyone else was white, but it happens to be a white person and white person having a dark-skinned baby.
That's not what I said.
Okay, so what did you say?
I said three generations back, their family was black.
Their family was black, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, bro.
Yeah, go on.
So I'm saying, if we're talking about visually, yeah.
Yeah.
Visually, they are people out here now, yeah, with more black ancestry than others, and they look, yeah, white. They look white. But when you go back and look at what their blood lineage is, yeah, it's only because of the way that the cookies crumbled why they never came out with maybe bigger lips or darker skin.
I would say
this is because we're dealing with mutations, yeah? We're dealing with mutations of the original. So the original is black. Anything after that is a mutation. That's
I would, yeah. I would.
There's no. To say like all I'm answering is this: if everybody was black, yeah, who gave birth to the first white person? Since we can't give birth to other races,
but I've just
yeah. It makes no sense because we're the original people of the. So it makes to say we cannot give birth to other races.
Listen. I'm hearing what you're saying, yeah. Okay, I do, but I just don't think that it's relevant in this particular argument. You understand me? Because, yeah, for example, my brother, you understand me? He's got a white wife or whatever, and I know that when he approached her, he weren't thinking about all that stuff that you just related, brother. Do you understand me? So that's why I'm trying to just keep it to. I don't want to say carnal. You understand me? But we just want to keep it to how we know that people are vibing with each other today. You understand me? And when one looks at the other, more time people aren't going back into the whole issue.
Yeah, but this is where we're getting wrong because it's incorrect.
It may be where we're wrong.
And you know what? Yeah, as educational platforms, yeah, this is where we're going wrong. We're incorrect, yeah, because we know for a fact the black woman gave birth, yeah, to other races, yeah. So don't tell me.
Well, I think you're simplifying them, bro. I think you're oversimplifying. I think you're oversimplifying this process, bro. It's not just that. It's not just that. Yeah, that the black woman gave birth. She had to have something else that wasn't her for her to create as well. Because a genetic. Hold on. Because a genetical.
Hold on. This is why
let me finish, bro. Bro, let me finish. Just let me finish and explain, and then you can come in.
That the woman
is capable.
Hold on. You don't want to believe that everything we have out here, yeah, is due to us. You want
I hear what you're saying, yeah.
You want to believe it's easier for you to believe in some Homo sapien Neanderthal.
No, it's not. I'm not even going there. I'm not even going there, bro. If you'd let me finish, like, come on, bro. I've let you go on.
Give me 2 seconds.
Go on.
I'm gonna be quiet, yeah, but give me 2 seconds, bro. Yeah. Right about now, all man wants to push, yeah, is the white man's science.
Yo, Jedi, let me ask you a question, yeah?
Man just started white man's science.
I would like to reply to what Jedi said before, if that's okay.
Right. Yo, you two, I'm trying to ask a question. I'm trying to maintain a bit of theme over here.
Yeah. I told you it's the dark side. I can't take this stupidness. If the black woman was the first creation and the first person on earth, yeah. Hold on 1 second. Let me just establish this one point. And then if a black woman don't want me to say it, then it's crazy. Let me establish this one point, yeah, and let's see if we all stand on this, yeah, yeah. Was the black woman?
Talk, man. See when I come back. Yeah, so talk, man.
All right, cool. So here
I don't feel like remember.
Sorry.
Yeah, and I want to ask you a question before you go and say what you're going to say. Can I do that, please?
You want to ask me a question before I say what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay, go on. Yeah.
Thank you. Because I just so that I have a fuller understanding of what you're saying. Yeah. As melanated people, are we suppressed because of our color?
Are we what?
Are we suppressed because of our color?
Yes, we're suppressed because of our position in society.
Are we suppressed because of our color?
We're suppressed because of our position in society and our history. Yeah, we might have been pink. We might have been pink. Hold on, let me answer the question then. We might have been pink, yeah, and still be going through the same oppression.
Yeah, but we're not pink.
Hold on, one second. Oh my God, we might have been green and been going through the same suppression. I don't believe this is about our color. It's more about who we are and our history. And exactly, I'm trying to prove that point. Yeah, by letting you know, yeah, that by everybody tells you, even science cannot evade it. Even though they try to mix it up with some subhuman mystery, yeah, some subhuman mystery that we've not confirmed. This is theory. Yeah, when I'm telling you about Neanderthal and that, China is giving you theory.
Can I actually finish what I was saying?
It's the same. Let me see. One thing that ain't theory is, yeah, that the black woman was first on earth and she gave birth to all beings. Yeah. So anybody that came after that came from a black woman. Yeah. A Chinese man, a Chinese woman, a Russian, a white man, Becky's youth, all came from a black woman.
Sorry, hello. Sorry. Sister Salsa, are you there? Sis Melanated 9. Sis Spice.
Yeah, we here.
Oh, okay, I was just checking. Sorry, because I ain't got long to. I just wanted to see when we was actually going to stay on topic and do what we was going to do, because I don't really have a dog in this fight.
So
all I wanted to say,
the sisters wanted to comment kind of on this stuff too. You know, I'm not as versed in the whole science thing.
And this is where I didn't want it to go down this whole pseudo thing. You understand? We just want to keep it basic.
No, I was quite interested in the topic still as well. It's a shame that I think that the only thing that got to that topic was the question, and that was it. We didn't even get to hear the answers still. So I'm looking forward to hearing the answers on this topic still. And I think he was trying to explain more further, sis man. If I remember correctly, you were saying something about the drop of blood theory or something like that.
One drop theory.
And trying to ask the question out to everyone. So if you could just, I don't know if you can remember that, but if you can get to that point and ask us the question, I'd be intrigued to hear what the sisters got to say and stuff and kind of stay on topic still.
Thank you. And thank you, sis. Give thanks for that. We don't know how the end goes. So, like I said, I was just trying to keep it to that basic thing. And as it says in it, I'm white, my child's black. Yeah, we're working with the society that we're living in now. Yeah, not this backyard thing or whatever. And I just wanted to ask the family and the other people out there if they think that statement is correct. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Because within the live show, I've said, and I'll be quite honest with you. Once upon a time, I would have thought something very similar. You know what I'm saying to you? Whereby because that person has got black in them, you're just black in it. Boom. But I'm like, you can't. Where I am now is like you can't just rub out a white mother and say that a child is black. You understand me? To me, it's just crazy. And I'll even go a little bit further. Like my first boyfriend, he was mixed race. You understand me? And I was very much of the thing like, you're black in it, like you're black. I'm not even seeing. Do you understand me? You're black, yeah. And that's how I dealt with him or whatever. And you know what I mean? One day, you know, man, I was probably going off on one or whatever. And he looked at me and goes, like, you do remember that I'm going home to my white mum, yeah? And you know when your jaw just dropping, you're like, blood clean, you really are, innit? So that was a realization for me. Do you understand me? Whereby it doesn't matter how much myself, my family, whatever, look at you a certain way, or we're not necessarily there differentiating, you know, you're half this and half that, you're black. When he was going home or going back to his quarters or whatever, it was a different kind of story. Do you understand me? And like I said, he looked at me one day and said, "It's like you forget that you're white, innit? You with me? Or that my mum's white, yeah." And just coming back to this statement, I just think that it's a bit incredulous for we to be in a society or whatever where we have white Caucasian women having what I deem to be mixed race children, yeah, but then we're saying, no, the child's not mixed race, the child is black.
I mean, it's a thing of understanding what people actually mean by black. Because I mean, for instance, I would always say there's nobody that's going to look at a mixed race child and call that child white. They'll call that child black before they call it anything else. Right. Do you see what I mean? So in that instance, do we say they're wrong? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Well,
it's like,
well, to me, they're mixed race. You get me? I don't think that you can just rub out a white mother of a mixed race child and say the child's black.
No, I fully agree with you, but I'm just saying it's more of a descriptive word than it doesn't really hold much meaning when it's said. I don't believe. I think it is just a way of just saying, you know, like, yeah, you're not going to look at that child and say, oh, that white child over there. The first thing you're going to say is that black child before anything, or you may say that mixed race child, but most people are going to think that that child is mixed with black then before they think that child is mixed with white. It's kind of almost programmed in us to think like that.
Okay, so, well, say that again. Say that again, sis.
Like, we're not going to really look at a mixed race child. Your first thought when you look at a mixed race child, when you're thinking of their mixed heritage, is that child is mixed with black, as in black is the dominant thing. Do you see what I mean? Mm-hmm. So for that reason, when people say, you know, mixed race children are black, it's because of that dominance. It's more of a descriptive word. It doesn't really hold the same weight as when they look at me and say I'm black.
I don't know. I would argue that point, to be fair, sis. I would argue, and the reason why I would argue that point is because, like the statement says, remember you, and like I said, I know of mixed race people that will say, yeah, I'm black. Yeah. Now, so, and I guess the point that I want to maybe make at this juncture is that there's one thing with identifying as being, do you understand what I'm saying to you? So if you're a mixed race person, but you identify with being black or you identify with being white, I understand that. That's calm. You with me? I just think it's a little bit dangerous, do you know what I mean? Where we have, mixed race children, yeah, of, two different races, whereby effectively by calling that person just black or black white or just white, that you're rubbing out the other race effectively. So for example, if I, as a black woman, had a mixed race child with a white gentleman, yeah, you understand me? And then all I'm hearing is that my child is white, that's gonna piss me off. Because you're kind of rubbing me out because, like, hello. And I don't mind telling you, like I said, I do have mixed race nieces and nephews. And back in the day, like I'm saying, innit, I just saw them as black. You with me? But the fact of the matter is, they have a white mum. Do you understand me? And it doesn't matter how we want to own it, whatever. Their mum is white. So I'm just simply saying, you understand me, that yeah, I don't mind people mixed race people are saying that they identify with one or the other, but I just think it's a little bit unfair, yeah, for a mixed race person just to rub out one thing, man. And I think it's a bit unfair for. So even when I heard the statement, I'm like, nah, the child is mixed. It is of both races, and that's my only point, man. And I mean, I know there's much that can come from it, but that's my only point, man. And like I said, in it, when I'm there, like you said, Sophia, you get me my first boyfriend or whatever. So the way in which you describe, that's how I'm looking at him, innit? You're melanated, you're dark, whatever. You with me? So as such.
No, but see, that's what I mean. I didn't mean it as in you look at them. Well, for me personally, it doesn't mean that I look at them and I think, okay, they think like me. I do believe that is a cultural thing. So if your mum is white and your dad's black, I don't believe that our mindset is going to be, our cultural mindset anyway is going to be the same. I never have. So I literally meant that it is just used as a descriptive word. Do you know what I mean? Then they're likely to use that child is black before they use that child is white to describe a mixed race child as, you know, just as a throwaway convo or discussion.
Oh yeah, definitely, sis. I would never disagree with that. Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, sis, can I ask you a question? What are we saying about all those with the Arawak blood in them, or all of those with the Chinese granddad on that? And you know, they might have a little tiny eye or a little something, but what they call themselves black. They don't even differentiate. They don't even go into when you go into their heritage. They'll tell you who's in their heritage. Are they black? Like, are we now going to turn into a thing where we're dealing with the purity of your heritage? Is this what we're breaking down?
But no, that's what I'm saying, Jedi. It's not about the purity. It's just about this what you see when you initially look.
Some mixed race people, yeah, you wouldn't even know they had a mixed race partner, a mixed race, or saying a mixed race heritage. You wouldn't even know until they tell you. Because
exactly, that's why it's descriptive as opposed to a fact.
And do you see people from Trinidad with a certain tone, a certain complexion? They're just black though, isn't it? But when one of them's got a white mum, you ain't even gonna know because they just blend in with the rest of them. One's got a really dark one. This one's got Asian background. This one, and what I'm saying is, we just see them as being black. Yeah, when they go to their heritage, they're gonna see black. They might have the white mum, but then they got a granddad. They got this. They got that, and the heritage goes back so much further. Their children now are if they have black partners are also gonna look black, but they're mixed race too. Half of these people on the panel, we don't all have the same heritage, but we don't break it up and look at it. So what I'm saying is, if we're just dealing with appearance, this is where it becomes dangerous, and we fall into the racist people's narratives. This is what I'm saying. So if
Jedi,
so then what do we do,
you know why?
Jedi?
You know why?
One straight down
Because
their
we're only going to
heritage
question
each
someone's
time.
heritage if we can see it. We're only going to use it. We're only using our eyes now. You lot didn't want to have the whole talk about genetics. You didn't want to have the whole talk about origins. But now we're just dealing with sight, yeah? So if by sight you get away with not telling people that you're mixed heritage, does that make you black then? If no one has to ask you.
So I've got a question. Do you know what you're trying to say in regards to like facts and theories? Like I don't know if I kind of familiar, like I kind of agree with what you're saying, but I don't want to misquote you. I was just trying to see I was just trying to tell you what I feel, what was resonated with me was what you were saying. Like, if you see someone who's of mixed heritage, i.e., their dad's black and their mum's white, it's a fact to say, just like what one of the brothers was saying initially, that they are mixed race. So just because you say they're fact, it doesn't mean that you're not saying that they identify as black.
As one or the other.
Exactly.
Yes,
And I feel like as soon as you're within a community with certain mindsets, as soon as you say that actually this person's mixed race, to them they're hearing, you're not one of us. Do you know what I mean? But we're not saying that. I'm just letting you know, as a fact, you do not have a black mum and a black dad. Therefore, you're not what I would consider a black individual.
Yeah,
If you have
how black is your mum and dad? How black
black
is theirs?
parent, sorry, I'm sorry, I've not interrupted you. So if you just let me finish, brother.
Dave, man,
So
no
like,
problem, man.
you have a
Totally
white
bypassing
parent
speaking.
and a black
Hey, you lot
parent.
are moving like some real, like, I don't know, were you triggered? What the hell? Why did you
Jedi,
even
she
do that?
simply just literally she hasn't spoken in the last probably half hour. She only wants to finish her statement.
Man, seriously, it's not even that type of day, man.
Even before you come on, she's hardly spoken. Honestly, she just wants to get her point out. It's no.
Cool. And I know she done it to you.
Anyway, so I don't know if you got what I was saying there, Sosa, but I don't know if that's what you were trying to say. But if that is, I get what you mean by that.
Yeah. No, yeah, you do. You've clasped what I was saying.
Yeah.
Well, if you haven't done so already, please make sure you like and subscribe to my sister Non-Ether's channel. Like, we only got 23 likes, 35 people watching. Come on, people, you know you're loving the discussion. Like her video so it can come up in the recommendations for more people to see. This is a very interesting topic. Obviously, people are getting very heated. It's passionate. They've, people have mixed race or biracial people in their family and their friends and so forth, and they have their positions on this topic. So just show the sister some love because it took a lot of courage for her to even bring up this topic because it is a sensitive topic. for people. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you're not just coming to the table and you ain't bring your glass of your bottle of wine. You didn't bring a little bit of fruit cake or bun and cheese or something. You didn't come empty-handed to the dinner table. You brought a little something, right, Nanita?
100%, man, 100%. And
right.
like I said from the very place where we should be able to talk about such things, you understand, without it being personalized or over emotional, whatever. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And I said from the very outset, yeah, I myself have mixed race people in my family. You understand? I myself have been out with a mixed race person. You understand me? So as such, I feel like I can talk on this, you understand me, without having to feel any type of way. With me, it doesn't need to get personalized, this, that, and the other. You understand me?
You know
we're holding a food and we're reasoning. Yeah.
I was trying to reason, but what happened was I put something forward and I felt dismissed by the sister, innit? I'm not gonna lie to you, I felt like the way that was done was like I hadn't just spoken. So I waited my turn, I jumped back in, said something, and I felt dismissed. And it's not like I'm talking rubbish, it's just you don't wanna, I don't know. It's not like I come in there to chat rubbish. Like,
well, who are you talking about, first of all?
I'm trying to bring intelligent conversation. What just happened just now?
To be fair though, Jed, I understand what you're saying, but you literally did jump in while she was speaking. Maybe she speaks quiet.
That was after. If you remember, I spoke first and she came in after me.
Oh, okay.
No, that didn't happen.
When she came in, but it's cool. Like, I'm not expecting her to like curtsy or nothing. But I did feel kind of like blindsided and just ignored, like I hadn't spoken, and I felt.
So your question, okay? So
you're highly appreciated and far from disposable,
Cool. It's not like a super like. It's not a big deal. I'm just saying what it was. Cool.
Can I ask a question to the family? Is my microphone still low? Because somebody had mentioned before that my microphone was really low.
It's lower than ours, I think. I mean, I'm hearing you, but I think you are lower than ours.
All right. I'm going to change over to my computer then.
Okay.
So did anyone hear what I said about the like, the Chinese grandfather and like the Arawak, the native, the this and that, the Indian, like the coolie? Did anyone hear what the point I was trying to make with that? Or
yeah, I did, and like I was saying, I feel that that's like kind of what I was saying. It's like they are automatically looked at and called black. It's like what you see. You know what I mean? Break it down with them that you're going to know that they have anything else in them. So that's why I was saying that it is, for me, a descriptive word, nothing more, nothing less.
I hear you still. So like I'm saying, what
I would like to respond to that. I feel like I think if your parents are Arawak Indians, I think that the presentation of what your phenotype is going to be, it's going to be different than if your grandparents or your great grandparents or your it's further up in your lineage. I think that your how you appear physically, it would be different. So I think that if one of your parents is an actual Arawak Indian and one of your parents is an African or have direct African descent, then people may view you as mixed race, or you may physically appear as being mixed race. So that's different than your great grandparent, or you know what I'm saying, or something like that. I think that's a little different.
I think
where you have. So what I'm saying, I'm literally saying, if it is your great grandparent, and when I look at you, I see your Negroid features dominating more so. I wouldn't necessarily assume you're mixed race. You may have to tell me, oh, I have some mixing going on in my lineage. You might have to tell me.
What if they told you? What if they told you they were black? And you're looking at them.
Then I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't know anything.
So
different.
would it be wrong? Would it be wrong? Would it be wrong to just kind of want to deal with like your dominant gene or your dominant side, or your socially dominant side? Would it be wrong to want to do that? Like, for instance, you could have like a grandma that was white, but for all intents and purposes, the rest of your family was black. Your culture was black. Your identity was black. Would it be wrong for you to identify yourself as black, knowing that your mum's mum wasn't black?
how you identify is a completely different subject, Jedi. That's what I said from the very beginning.
Okay.
But right now, you've got men identify as being as women. You got women identify as being men. You got people identify as being.
But I think what Jed's saying, I agree. Like it's more of a cultural thing. Like I was saying, if I see see a mixed race person, my initial thought is that's a black person, as in they're dark or whatever. In my case, the reason for me saying it is, once we've kind of had that conversation or we start talking, then I do like literally think that our culture is different because we've got certain influences I wouldn't have had and vice versa.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is I feel like we extend them the right to be identified as black.
But it's not us, it's them. How dare we say,
I mean, for mixed race people,
and that is my whole point, man.
I mean, for mixed race people that I know, we extend them the right, and they have the right to identify with, as black. Now, they may say they are black with mixed heritage background or whatever, but for all intents and purposes, when like I went to school with so much mixed race people, yeah, and I understand they know they've got a white mom, they know they've got whatever, but in their heart of hearts, they only identify truly, really and truly with the whole black side of them. And I feel like for them to say that they're black, or for them to be described as being black, or even for their mum to say, I've got a black child, because obviously she knows that she's given her DNA in there. She knows he's mixed. Everyone knows they're mixed. But like so many other people around the world, we may know they're mixed, but they're still black. We can see the difference between Somalis and Congolese and Trinidadians and St. Lucians. But we're all black. We don't have to start breaking into, okay, so who's your grandma and who's your mom and who's your...
Yeah, but that's different because that's heritage, Jedi. Like, seriously, you wouldn't come, like, I'm hearing what you're saying, but like I said in it, a child or a mixed race person can identify with being whatever. That is not my issue. You understand what I'm saying to you? That is not what I'm saying at all. You with me? What I am saying here is that I think it's a little bit ludicrous here for us to be in a situation whereby you have someone that is blatantly mixed race, blatantly, you understand what I'm saying to you? And we're just rubbing out the white mother, or they're mixed race and we're rubbing out the black mother who actually brought them into the world, regardless if the black gene is dominant or not. The carrier of that child is a white woman. So why are we now saying that this child is black? This is my whole point. I'm saying the child is mixed race, and that is how we should that you know what I mean? That's how
what if the carrier is a black woman then, sis? That's a question.
Say that again, Bob. Same thing, Ras. You get me?
Yeah,
if I have
that question came up.
A white guy, you with me, Ras? And my child is mixed race. You understand me? But I'm hearing people just tell me that my child is white. I'm gonna be very upset with you.
Yeah, but they're not. I think the point here, yeah, even though I understand, I fully understand both sides.
So let's not take it too technical here. Let's just keep it within the parameters of what we're saying. You know what I'm saying?
I'm right within the balance, yeah, because I definitely understand that genetically, like if you got two black parents, you can't wipe out the fact that someone's got a white parent, and that cultural history, yeah. But then I'm
not even going into the cultural history. Sorry to cut you.
I'm just saying in general, they're of mixed heritage. It could be China. It could, when you meet people of mixed heritage, it's not like.
No, remember, heritage and race are two different things, and we're talking about mixed race. Yeah, black and white. They're like total opposing, regardless of what Jedi saying. Right now, to where we are, we know that one is one way and one is the other. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so it's a black and white. So it's a black and white conversation. It's not.
Yeah, it says I'm white, my daughter's black.
Okay. So that means everything in the middle is kind of okay. Yeah. So then I've got to reanalyze this one. But either way, the child is black. Like, or the child is considered black. For example, me.
I have no problem with it being considered black by other people, whatever. I understand that. Although
the reason why I say that is because the reason why I say it is because I've dated fair-skinned black girls with two dark-skinned parents, and I've also seen people of mixed race that have come out dark-skinned. You know what I'm saying? So off the back of just looking at the individual, you know what I'm saying? like they're just black until otherwise. Unless when someone lets you know otherwise, then now you think. But you can go to Jamaica and see some red-skinned people. You might think they're mixed heritage, but
no, I understand that, babe, and that's exactly how I was, to be honest. So that's why I completely understand what you're saying with me. But where I am now, I'm like, how can we just rub out this white mother? It's just.
But is it us white rubbing them out, or is it them? If they describe themselves as black, who are we to tell them?
Yeah. At the end of the day, the fact remains. You understand me? That the child is mixed race.
So, are you saying then that we should always be referring them to mixed race people as mixed race, not anything else?
Remember, white moms tell their children, "You're black. You're black. With a black."
Okay, then. So even that, then, what do we even think about that? Because what I'm saying to you is that I had like I said in I had a mixed race boyfriend. You with me? And the way in which you're talking, that's how we dealt with him. You understand me? When you're amongst the family, you're amongst the family. Yeah, we are talk for talk, and we are talk for talk. You understand me? But what I'm saying to you, Ras, is that one day he turned around and looked at me and said, "It's like you forget that I'm going home to my white mum." Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, but
so
that's just because sometimes we are insensitive in the way we speak, bro. Like
yeah, I mean, look. So what I'm saying is, yeah, and within this discussion, I'm saying, it's all very well. We are looking at them a certain way. You with me? We're taking them as family. They're black, whatever. Cool. But all I'm saying is, they might be hearing certain conversations. You understand me? Which is very anti. Yeah. And all I'm saying is, it takes a strong person to have to go home every day and see. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So I just think we need to be a little bit careful, even with a white woman telling her child that you're black. Like, I just think it's a little bit, you know what I mean?
But what if coming from the perspective as I am, where she's giving them that as a descriptive word because she knows culturally they're going to be what she instills.
I hear you. I just think we have to be very careful because remember, whether it's emotions, it's psychology, we can't think. Remember, as we're speaking, we're probably speaking from persons just on one side. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And I'm just, it's a balance. What was you gonna say, Russ?
The reason why I disagree there, is because from my experience, it's the people of mixed heritage that identify with their blackness that I've got on with. And most times it's because they've got a white mum that always, encourage them around their culture, encourage them to get to know their culture and push them in that way. Then when you find the people of mixed heritage who they never had black dad around them, like the red hat boy, like to make history great again, that boy, yeah. They end up, I feel like the ones who identify too far, who don't identify as black sometimes, they kind of see us as a problem in some sense. So,
or maybe they feel awkward, like they don't really know how to address and handle and be around us. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But like, I feel like because I feel like it's gonna go one or the other way, and I feel like I feel like from my experience, most of the people of mixed heritage that I've got on with, that's how they see themselves, and most times, like even if they've got no matter what their parents are, like their house has reggae music, or there's always something. There's always an element.
Remember, Ras, I'm not talking about as how they identify, because you know what I mean. You could go the other way and have a mixed race child, in a predominantly white household, and they're listening to rock and they're eating chips and they're talking. You know what I mean? So you with me? Obviously, there's a flip side to what you're saying. All I'm simply saying is that for myself, do you know what I mean? I think it's a slightly dangerous territory whereby we have. You understand me? And it's kind of acceptable as well, whereby we can have white ladies having mixed race children, but saying that they're black. You get me? Now, if you can definitely, I know obviously they can identify with being black, no problem. Yeah, but factually they are mixed race. Do you with me? And that's my only point. You understand me? Now, we may look at them as black, no problem. And like I said, I've done that myself with my nieces and nephews. I sort of deal with them. You with me? However, the fact of the matter is, they are mixed race. You with me?
Can I ask you a question? If your niece or nephew, sorry,
and then what I now definitely appreciate is that they have to then find that balance. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Because when you're blacking them up, and then they have to then go back into the home where, do you know what I mean, there is white mum as well. I just think we have to be very careful. That's all I'm saying. Go on, Sophia.
Yeah, no, I think you answered. I was gonna say, like, how do you, if your like niece or nephew was to come to you, and obviously they're around black family, they've got that influence, like how you kind of would explain it or label, if you like them?
Like I said, Cynthia, back in the day, definitely I just deal with them and look at them as you're black in it. Yeah, just like most of the people. Are you with me? However, I have to now, you get me? You're not just black. Your mum is white, and you live with her every day, and you see her every day. You know what I'm saying to you? So they have to be able to find a balance. That's all I'm saying. So this is where this is
a bit sticky, yeah? What are we gonna go tell them to do? Yeah, man. So go now, go research your white history and find your white. Hold on. Oh, research your white history, go and find your white culture, embrace your white culture. He's gonna go and tell you don't want to do it. He's gonna give you the same bars as Becky and say, do you know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. When I look into recent history, I'm not too proud of about what that side was on, But see, when I look into black history, when I look into African history, I can see a sense of a source of pride, a source of rare. And until the other side of my people kind of correct how things are, I'm not really clinging to that. Because right about now, they're running the world.
Like I said, you're like not hearing what I'm saying, brother. Identifying is no problem.
Yeah.
You with me? All I'm saying, babe, is
that you can't
just rub out the other side like it don't exist.
It's not rub out. It's not rub out. If the white mum is the white mum's not hiding, She's not wearing a mask. She's not hiding. She's not I'm sure her youth has seen what their mum looks like. I'm sure they're more than aware that their mum is white. So when the mum is telling the youth, you are black, yeah, she's actually giving them a gift, yeah. She's giving a gift of something that he can hold on to, yeah. The privilege. This is it. She's letting him know his magic powers.
Hold on. Say that again, bro.
When the mum is giving when the mum is telling the white mum is telling the child, do you know what, you are black, yeah? It's a gift that she's giving that child, a gift of information, yeah, where he can now go and look into a whole side of where he comes from and find a source of pride, yeah, and find something for him to fight for, and find something for him to there's that never ending life.
Is that a gift for her to give though?
But yes, it is. Yeah, why not? It's his mum. Of course, her mum's gonna give. Of course, it's a mum's duty to teach their child, yeah, about where they come from and what they are. Yeah, so obviously by looking at the mum, you're gonna know that she's white, so she can give any information. Yeah, we moved down from Inverness to Scotland. We done this, we done that. She can give him that, but she also can empower him and say, listen, yeah, you are a black man. Yeah, you are a black man. The society is gonna hold on.
So can a white woman teach a black man how to be a black man?
Hold on. I ain't done. Hold on, man. Hold on. Right. So she's gonna say, yo, you're a black man. Yeah, your dad was black. Yeah, and this is what it is. Yeah, I'm white. Yeah, of course you are mixed. You are half me and half her. I'm half him. Yeah, but I need you to understand how this world here works. Yeah, and what's going on. Otherwise, there's no reason for her to classify him. The classification is for him to navigate through this society and understand certain things. So damn right she's due to tell her that he's black. Better not tell him that he's white. You get me? Better not tell him he's white. Better tell him he's black and make him understand that he's mixed race, but his black side
tell him he's black, but tell him he's mixed race.
Listen, he is mixed race. His mum is white and his dad is black, yeah? But she has to inform him, yeah, that he is black. You know why? Because even subconsciously, even in the way that we're all thinking about this, it's because the black people are the original people. So you're showing them back to your earliest roots, yeah? You're showing, yeah, you might have Mr. Chin in your family. You might have an Indian man in your family. But you know what? You're black, yeah? You are black. You ain't going to be able to turn around and say,
what if he turns around and says, I'm not black, I'm mixed race?
Then he's made his choice. She's armed him. She's armed him. He's made his choice. When he gets to that age,
is he making a choice or is he just stating a fact?
It's a fact. It's a fact either way. You can be black and mixed race. You can be black and mixed race. That's the facts. Because right now, we're not talking about being African. You lot are not talking about being African. You're talking about a skin color. And like I said, over in the Caribbean, I might have to call half of the people over there mixed race if we're dealing with lineage and blood and blah blah blah. If not, everyone's black in it. Like we're black. We know we're black. Light, dark. We all got all different tones. We know we're black.
Are you now saying that we're all black then, yeah? And really, there's no differences then. And that's what you're saying, yeah?
I think that you know my stance on the word black. We're playing semantics with words. My stance on the word black is a descriptive. Sorry?
So there's no difference. So there aren't any differences amongst us then. We're all just the same.
All right, let me ask you something. Is there differences between Nigerians? Hold on. Is there differences between Nigerians and Guyanese?
Are there differences between Yeah, there are differences.
All right, cool. So then you just answered your question.
Well, no, because at the end, that's Jedi. Come on, do better than that, man.
What do you mean?
They're different. They are a different heritage.
Exactly. But you want to label them all black, right?
You see, the problem is, Jedi, listen,
hold on.
You
want to label them all black,
yeah? All right, Jedi, let me talk now, yeah? See, if we was in a utopic world, yeah, you understand me? Then what you are saying, I would even accommodate it.
Are you sure you're hearing me?
But as we are, sorry.
Are you sure you're even hearing what I'm saying, though?
Jedi, I'm listening, man. Don't worry, I'm listening. Why do you think I'm not listening, man?
No, because that you keep spinning it off to something I'm not saying. You're saying are all black the same?
I didn't say. I just said if we were living in a utopic world,
yeah,
then I could hear what you're saying. What have I said wrong there?
I don't get what you mean by that. Listen, you asked me, yeah, if all blacks are the same. I said, are Nigerians and Ghanaians the same? Then enough about you.
I asked you if all blacks are the same, Jedi.
No, she said all people.
Listen, you said is everyone black? Yeah, it's all blacks the same. That's what you said. You can rewind
no,
it. I rewind. I wait for you to pull it back so you can hear what you said.
You said, "Come on, we're all black." You said that.
Are all blacks the same? And I said, you know what? You know what? You know how I feel. Black is just a descriptive term. No, we're not all the same. Nigerians and Guyanese are different due to what? Heritage. But we still call them what? Black. So what's your argument, sis?
So white people and black people
call them black, and we know that they got different heritage. What's the argument? I'm telling you.
I'm just trying to understand. Like, I'm not even going to try to, argue. I just want to understand. Is white people and black people the same off of the premise of white people come from black people? Is that what your position is, that we're all the same?
We have different DNA, we have different bone structure, and we have different appearances. However, yeah, do we not have similar origins? Do we not have the same origins? Are you telling me now?
No, brother, I'm not telling you anything. I was asking a question.
I'm saying, where would any of these races come from without the black race being there?
No, I hear you, but you did answer my question that we are different, right?
Yeah, because I just said different DNA.
So like if I was to have a baby right now, I would not make the choice to have a baby with someone different, right? Whether back in creation they originated from my ancestors, that's, to me, I wouldn't factor that part in, right? So someone today, present day, who has these differences and they have a child with someone who doesn't have these differences, then that child would be a mixture of the two differences, right?
I hear that. You see, my friend, yeah, my friend Sarah's uncle, yeah, once said to me that he wouldn't go with any mixed woman, yeah, he wouldn't go with any mixed woman or any non-African woman. And then I had to point out to him, if you went to Africa, maybe an African woman wouldn't go with you because you are mixed. Because he said Lucian, he's light-skinned, yeah, and his features denote that he is mixed.
All right, family. All right. Sorry about that. I was just doing some stuff in the back. Yeah, and I was just letting the video play still. So yeah, don't want to think that I'm not about, but I'm thinking some points have been raised already. I see melanated. This topic triggers, especially over there in the UK. Enough mixing I want, even more in the US. Okay, so yeah, so just to try to bring it back with a little bit of context, the reason why I'm sort of playing this is, again, like I said, obviously there was a show yesterday in England called Black and British, and I was also giving people the opportunity, whilst this was just playing in the background, to go and actually watch it for those that had not watched it. And yesterday, yeah, there was a few subject matters actually, but one of them is whereby you had a girl who was one second, family. Let me just let this play, and I'll come back to
embracing all of who you are. So I think that you will find some people who might have mixed heritage and they choose to identify with their Black side, or they choose to identify with another side only or exclusively. But the fact is that it should be up to that parent. I mean, not that parent. It should be up to that person to decide, and not for anyone to choose for them.
Yeah, I agree. But you know, the thing is, right? So for the example I gave earlier on, you know, like if you got a person whose mother was white and the father was Black, would it be socially acceptable for that mixed race person to go around saying, "Hey, I'm white"? I don't think it would be, you know. But yeah, it would be acceptable for that person to turn around and say, "I'm Black." I mean, I know it's kind of straying off the subject a little bit.
This is what I'm saying, though. They wouldn't be accepted as white. There's no question of whether they're white. There's no debate. They can go anywhere and say they're white. Everyone's going to look at them like they're crazy, especially if they have mixed heritage and they're of darker hue and they're trying to say they're white. It's not going to be accepted. But they could be the fairest skin and tell you they're Black. And you got to, until you see their mom and dad, you got to take their word for it, bro. You got to take their word for it. Because we've got all of the shades and spectrums, even amongst people with two dark parents. And this is why, for me, this is why for me, I definitely accept. I definitely, as Black. Because I just feel like I feel like there's no way to call them white, but yet everyone accepts they're Black. Then because mixed heritage is still like, it's still a middle ground. It's like there's gonna come a point like when like it's like mixed heritage. I don't feel like that's gonna describe enough. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but
no, I think like, do you know what? To be honest with you, somebody kind of touched on it again earlier on in the conversation. There isn't many groups of people on this planet that are pure Black or pure white or pure anything. I think maybe if you went into the Inuit community in Greenland or wherever, maybe they're pure whatever they were, but they had a genesis from somewhere anyway. So everyone is mixed, whether you be Greek, Italian, whatever, it doesn't matter. Everyone is mixed to a certain degree on this planet.
I mean, yeah, I hear all this.
Yeah, welcome to my first point. Welcome. We finally got here.
So, okay. So
that's what I was asking, if white people is Black people. And you guys said no, but now they are.
All I want to know is, can we explain white people without explaining Black people? Is there any history of anybody else before us? Yeah, so we're talking about mixed race. And I'm saying, okay, so if we all believe in this mixed race thing, and we're all caught up in this mixed race thing, where did these races come from? Because I'm aware of a race, I'm aware of a set of people with a set of characteristics, yeah, and I can see how there's been mutations, yeah, and changes, yeah. That doesn't make them separate. It just means they've mutated and they've changed, yeah. They are from the same source. A flower is a flower. Yeah.
Well, when you say, that's the confusing part. When you say it doesn't make them separate, I think at some point when it mutates, it's completely like to say that they're not the same. So I'm using the term, the same, right? When you say separate, I guess you could technically, okay, for instance, like the fruit category, right? There are certain fruits that are just not the same. They are.
All right, bless it, family. Bless up, family, man. So yeah. So as you can see there was some of the conversation that was being had. And like I said, I played it because I think that it's quite relevant to the conversation that was being had yesterday on this TV show, right? Mel, you probably may not have seen it, and it's not even something where I believe I can play snippets or whatever, because they'll definitely just come and get on to me, I'm sure. But in terms of a summary, it was basically a program entitled Black and British. I'm not even sure what the remit of the program was, to be honest, but basically you had several characters who, as far as they're concerned, came under the banner of Black and British, and they were all given their sort of independent stories of such in Britain, right? Yo, Kushti. Oh, yeah.
Bless up, Black Queen.
Right. Yeah, big up yourself, sis, man. Happy Friday.
Every time, man.
Yeah, man. So obviously I was just playing a bit of a blast from the past.
What a blast. What a past.
Absolutely. And the title of that show was obviously My Daughter's Black, I'm White, Let's Discuss. And the reason why I thought it was relevant as a little bit of a, rerun into what we're speaking about is because we know that on the show last night there was a similar kind of vibration being had, right? Where you had I think what was her name?
Dominique was one of them, who's a correspondent. So she's quite well as a correspondent. She used to go to Blackface to call whenever they're discussing Black issues, but she's constantly and that's the one from Moss Side, Manchester.
Right.
Always the one that says what, the supremacy want to hear. So she's that one.
Right.
One, I always muller her name. Like I just say any Chun Li because she decides to give herself her little tag name or stage name. She decides to put a Chinese name under there, even though she's not Chinese. So those are the two.
Interesting in itself, right?
Right. I would say I waiting. Yeah, that's why I'm so glad that you actually did a topic on it. I find that fascinating because her mix is dad's Bayesian, mum's half white, half Indian. You used to classify yourself as Black. You do not know no more. You classify yourself as mixed race, which is interesting because a lot of the brothers were fighting for this cause, and they're like, no, I'm mixed race. Do you know what I mean? So I find that was fascinating. But yeah, but then you can use your what is it called? What do they say? The ambiguity. Like where we don't know what you really are, and you can now add in another Chinese layer to that.
Ambiguity, absolutely.
Yes. And I just think that alone is I just think it's something that not everybody gets to do who are Black. Like if you have two Black parents, you don't get to choose today that I'm going to be mixed race. Next week I'm going to be Chinese, and the weekend after that I'm going to be Black. Do you know what I mean? My life experience is Black, and that's always what it's going to be, and I'm happy for that. But yeah, there's a difference there. But yeah, so sorry, I think I did that a long intro there. But yeah, it was two mixed race, two women who consider themselves mixed race. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, it's not even a consideration at this point. It's actually factual, right? Because if one of them, one parent was half Asian, was it? But I don't even think it was Chinese, though. I'm sure she said Pakistani.
No, it was Pakistani and white.
White.
This is what I'm saying. So her mother was Pakistani and white, and the dad was Bayesian, Black Bayesian, dark skinned man Bayesian.
So let's even have a
Nothing
look
to do with Chinese in there at all.
And then why would she give herself a Chinese name?
I've seen her before, and I've seen her interview, and she said that back in the day in school, people used to say that she looked Chinese. So they used to call her Meng Li. So she went with it. And it stuck.
So even that's quite interesting though, isn't it? Because why would you, if you know that you got nothing like that about you?
This is what happens when you're ambiguous, right? You can choose and pick what you want to do. And do you know what I mean? The fact that you can do that, you want to talk on black issues, you called yourself a Chinese name and there's not Chinese in you. It's telling, you know? There's a lot to break down there. Before we even start on the actual topic, that alone. And this is the individual that you picked for black and British, right? This is the individual you picked for black and British.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to know who's behind it. Like I said before, what was the remit? In fact, let me. Where's my phone? Actually, hold on a sec. Because when I look around that table, yeah, I mean, the one that was fully black. I don't even know her name.
Oh, the female. Because there's only one female who had two black parents.
The one that looked like a clown, yeah.
Your word's not mine, man.
Yeah, but I mean, oh my gosh, I'm probably going off piece a bit now, man. But my giddy uncle, how come one set just looked well? You know what I mean? And then, oh mate, propaganda is real. But
you know, sister could have done. She's got a lot to work with, and she could have done a lot better. Especially if you're going on national TV. But you know, the beauty is of the eye of the beholder. But I totally understand what you're saying there. Especially if she was the only one, you know, she was the only person with like who was you could consider, you know, with two black parents. So that's interesting. What gets me the most though, Nine, yeah, because you know me, I don't have much patience. But what gets to me is that it's like, okay, you're on a show called Black British, and you have two girls in there who identified as mixed, not black. Right? 3 women. And it's like I've seen BBC shows and all that kind of same kinds of level shows where they've said what it's like to be, and it's solely about the mixed experience in London, being mixed in London. Now, if that's the case, can I go on that and talk about it? Can I go next to my mixed race sisters and be like, yo, push over. Let me talk. Let me tell you why you should knock off the word black. I should tell you why you do this wrong. Let me put my input with my chest. No. And I don't expect to be able to do that. So, you know, and I don't want to, but maybe we should clarify that we're not saying that we're I'm not saying I'm anti-mixed race at all. I think that I don't think a mixed race representative was done well there. Like, if you're going to do that, have one mixed race person who considers themselves black and another one who considers themselves mixed, but have 2 mixed race girls on there or women, excuse me, who consider themselves as mixed race on black and British. Don't make no sense to me. It just doesn't make no sense. Or you could have had them in, but this is what I'm saying. Have someone who's mixed race who identifies as black. The show is called Black and British. You don't identify as black. Like, are we hearing me, family, or do you understand where I'm going with this?
No, absolutely, man, absolutely. So, one, is this a rod that we built for our own back? Is my first question.
Bless up, sis Melanated.
Yeah, big up, Melanated.
What's up? Hey, sisters. How are you guys? It's always a blessing to be on the panel with you. What you guys?
Always, man. I feel like it's been ages.
I know. Listen, I was getting super nostalgia for real listening to that. When I heard Rad's voice come in and he's like, yes, go. I said, oh, you. Rad's in the building. What? Oh, man.
Come on.
So sis Naita, what do you mean by that last question? Would you say something about our backs? Is this something we strokes on our backs or something like that. What do you
Yeah,
what are you
so
getting
just
at?
to try and put a bit of clothes on it then. So obviously we're sort of discussing a program that you probably wouldn't have known about. Maybe Kushti can give a quick summary. But basically, there was a program on in England called Black and British, Mel,
Mm-hmm.
and it was on for 2 nights, for half an hour each. That's the sort of blurb on it in terms of how they've advertised it is 6 Black Britons from different backgrounds come together. Each shares a deeply personal story, raising tough questions about being Black and British in search of answers.
And
Yeah.
out of the three women, 2 of them are mixed race, so they're not really giving. Like listening to that whole spiel that the video from a couple of years ago. You know, it's I don't even know because like I'm glad I wasn't talking a whole lot because I recognize that like the mixed race experience it is very different from the UK. Like you will, if you listen to America YouTube, you will hear so many people like go on a YouTube thing and put in the channel in the chat, is Barack Obama black? Most people be like, no, he's mixed, he's biracial. Black Americans on a whole, white Americans don't accept him as white, but Black Americans don't accept him as black. Like when he has his black moments, like when he shot basketball, when he sang his little jazz and stuff. All right, that's cool. You a mixed race person in touch with your black side. But there's a large percentage of the black community here. Like I guess while he became president, it was like, oh, a black man, but he's not. He's not. And when you look at his life, you could see he wasn't like the blackest. It's not like freaking Snoop Dogg became the president. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like daggone LeBron, like a person who is very obvious who has 2 black parents. Um, if Drake became president, are we gonna call him a black man? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, I just don't get it. Like, why it's so hard to embrace the concept that I just think that black people should have a level of exclusivity with our group as well. We shouldn't be the catch-all or the dumping ground for every and anyone who no one else accepts. If you can't be them, guess what you could be? You could be black. No, it should be some pride and some dignity to being black. And we should be
Level
exclusive.
of exclusivity is beautifully put, sis. I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just gonna say that was beautifully put.
Yes, we're like the dumping ground. If no one else will take you, you could be down with us. Because I listened to what Raspek said and what Jedi said, and what they said is the white community won't accept them. So that means by default they black. No, no, no. Why do we accept them right away? Why? Because they have a black parent? Well, they got a white parent too.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. On that argument, particularly, again, I only hear this vigor and this urge. Like you could hear the passion and stuff. Like when you think back to that time as well, it is mad because I just remember that we were arguing over a fact. The fact that was raised that, I mean, even to this day, Lady D and Nine still get the notion of hating mixed race people from that time. By just saying that I specified that if someone's mixed, I acknowledge that they've got a white mum and a black dad, like for example, if that's the mix. Yeah. So that was the argument, just saying that they were mixed, which is fact. And then what kills me as well, what I said in the chat, is why we're hearing all of whatever was said to force this notion that they're not black. I'm thinking in my head, these times you're saying that they're black. And I'm watching this show and 2 grown women who are successful in their own fields, have got a good mind on them, got a head on their shoulders, have told you they're mixed. Like, who else is pushing that? Like whatever race do you see? You're this, you're that. And they're like, no, I'm this. Like, leave them.
People who have the, but it's because of if you have like, for instance, right? And I'm not gonna only just say it's the guys, even though it's primarily men who black men date out more than black women. So black women do date out of their race. It does happen, but black men definitely date out at a higher percentage,
Yo,
right? So
Mel, in the show, sorry to comment, but in the show, it said that black women are the least likely to date outside their race.
right, if you're comparing them to black men.
No,
Right.
no,
Or
no, no.
no. You're right. You're right. Black
Across the
women
whole
or
team.
across the whole board, right?
Yeah.
And I think the people who date out the most are Asian.
And the men, not the men out of all races, the men are the ones who date out the most. So typically, there's a higher proportion of white men who date white, Asian men who date Asian, but there's a high proportion of black men who date white.
Right. Or white men who date Asian, or white men who date black, or like it's mostly the men dating out anyway, right? Not to say that women don't date out, it's just at a lower percentage. And I just wanted to make that clear because I could just see some men saying, y'all women do it too. Okay, yes, we do, just not like you guys do. And so there is a level of, obviously they want to make it right. They don't want to hear that there's any wrongdoing, any error, any you can't point out, and then not only do they want to date out, but they want their child to be what they are. So I'm black, my child black. Your child is mixed. Kunamuna. You know what I'm saying? Like your child is mixed. You cannot not now have a child with a whole German lady, and then like, I'm just saying, like, I just don't get it. I truly am confused by it. Like if I was, for instance, culturally speaking, I have a child with a Black American man, right? My son be like, Mom, are you gonna make some fried chicken? Go by your father for that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? So imagine if I was a white woman and my mixed race child want fried chicken. I gonna boil the chicken for you. You understand? Or you gonna get, I don't know what the hell white people eat. Whatever, are you gonna get white people food? Because I'm a white woman. Don't put these expectations for me to be cooking up this black people food or raising you or doing these black girl hairstyle. Like, I'm a white woman. You're gonna be raised by a white, if I was a white woman. So how in the frig you just gonna put this expectation, the child black? You don't, every mixed race person don't even identify as being black. Cut it out. And they shouldn't have to. Let me tell you something. Comorally little girls, what race you think they is? Their mother last name is Lee. Lee. What race you think them children is? They mixed race. Their father is Russell Simmons, and their mother is Komora Lee. Where the hell she from? Japan or some shit? I don't know. Is that not true?
It's Tasha.
Yeah, bless up, Tasha, man. Welcome.
Bless up, Tash.
Yeah, big up,
Oh, we've
everyone.
got some abs coming in the building, ladies. Close your eyes.
Natty.
Natty.
Okay, good. That's a good. That's a good
Natty.
Welcome.
All right. Yeah, man.
I can't see the abs, Natty. You gotta put the abs on display. I can't see the abs from where I'm standing.
Hold on. Let me change up the thing. Hold on. I might need to change up the thing. Hold on. Let me see what's popping off. It's just because I've got the I just wanted to for you to see the
show, the advert for the show.
Yeah, or at least the person's in question, Mel. So you have an idea of, what we're speaking about still. Yeah, so
okay.
Guess the female with the two black parents, Mel.
She would be on the lower left with the wig on her head. Her.
I was just saying.
Right. I'm just saying it would be her.
Right? No, I don't know, because I just kind of heard that some mixed race people you just can't tell. So I was just like,
you can't
tell. For clarity, if I were to use my mouse, and again, this is probably more for male and others. So this gentleman here in the brownish, creamy suit, he's a doctor. He's
mixed race too?
Huh?
Oh, I was gonna say he's mixed race too. He look black.
No. This one here at the back, he's Nigerian to the left, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Got the cup in his hand. He's a doctor, and he's got a twin brother.
He's drinking tea like a real British. Drinking that tea.
Yeah, like he grew up in a place called Torquay, which is like down Devon way. So he grew up in a very white neighborhood, you would suggest, yeah. I think he played rugby and all them kind of vibes. So he definitely, you know what I mean? He came up alternative. And his brother...
She said alternative.
No, right?
His brother, his twin brother, he more grew up in the church. So I think in the program it showed that his brother was more influenced by the church. And therefore...
They grew up in the same place. It's just like the other brother, who was very cute, he went to church more. That was his
justification. So the church made him black.
That was his justification. You see the guy that we're looking at, like, say, if we say twin A and twin B, yeah, what we're looking at is twin A, yeah, and then when twin A was discussing twin B, yeah, twin A said, and this was on the back of the question of should you date interrelationally, yeah. So twin A, who we're looking at now, said that, oh yeah, my brother probably thinks like that. Well, you did go in the church a lot, and I was out doing rugby, and that was his justification because obviously they were in the same household.
So that means that God doesn't condone it. God said it wrong. God says stay with your own people.
Excuse me. Yeah, so Mel, I heard you talking about, you know, like if the
he
son
coming for the
asks,
mixed
you know,
race, the mixed race smoke.
Yeah, if the mixed race child asks the mum, you know, make me some fried chicken, she's gonna boil it.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I don't know why. I don't mix with different races, so I don't know what white people do. I'm sure that there's YouTube and a white woman can fix up some damn jollof and all that other shit. You know what I'm saying? If you follow a recipe. I'm just saying that, like, I'm telling you, I gave an experience, my own personal experience, that when I'm thinking of what to cook, I'm definitely not thinking to cook Black American food because I'm not Black American, right? So I would have to, in my mind, think to prepare something outside of my cultural my cultural sphere, right? And even if I do it one or two times, because of course, like I have a son and, you know, he was little or whatever, he wants some little chicken tenders or whatever. But the majority of time, my son was, even when he was little and he was trying to act like he didn't want to eat rice and peas. I said, little boy, I don't know who you think, what, you're going to eat these damn peas. And I put a bunch of gravy on the shit. And he ended up learning to eat rice and peas because that is cultural for me. You can't tell me
I mean, like,
you're not going to eat rice and peas. Like, you're going to eat it.
But what I'm basically trying to say is, you know, like different cultures, how strong they are. Say like your family bond. So, like, how can I put it? Most of the partners that I've been with, yeah, they've always adopted to being with my culture. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you?
But that's never going to happen for me.
I need to come in after that.
That's fine.
I need to come in.
That's never, ever going to happen. I don't care if I get with the biggest Rasta. If I got with a Rastafarian, he telling me we're going to be idle. I'm not going to be idle. I'm not.
Okay.
Okay, let's hear what Naya has to say. Because I want to come in after that, Naya.
Okay, so all right, so that's really good, yeah, because like if that's the way you are, then you know what type of person, what type of man, what type you've been around, not in like, you know, sexual way. You've been around like life. You know what type of thing. You've been around your mum and dad. Maybe you've had really good parents, and you've seen that's the way their shit works. That bond, you know, etc., etc. So you're gonna really go for that because the way you've seen it, the way you've been brought up, that works for you. You understand what I mean? Yeah. Now, let's say, for instance, like attraction. Yeah. I don't know. You're attracted to someone from a different race, or they're paying you attention, right? Now you two get together, but you know, he says, well, I'm a Mexican, and you say, well, I'm French, and he says, well, I don't eat this, and you say, well, I don't eat that. Like, these are the issues, these are the problems. Like, even you might think, oh yeah, that's a load of rubbish, it's a load of bollocks. Yeah, these are the things that can affect the relationship, because that's not how you was raised, that's not how you were brought up. So having to compromise, yeah, and share, like, if you like how you are now, yeah, in this world, like, I could say that if someone goes, where are you from? Caribbean. Well, you don't sound Caribbean. That's correct. That's fully. Do you
What
know
you
what I'm
mean?
trying to say? Yeah. So I have adopted a different mother tongue.
That's not true.
Yeah,
I've
but you're
heard
True,
you
still
man.
sound
Caribbean,
Mel,
Caribbean.
Nate. You're still
I don't get
Caribbean.
what the point of we went from Mexican food to
yeah, no. So the
what
point is, what I'm trying to say, yeah, is that in some cases, yeah, certain people do invest time into other cultures. That's the point of. That's what I'm trying to basically say, yeah.
are you saying that
Unless
as
you're
the mixed
actually
race individual or
like,
the parents, the two parents in the interracial relationship?
the two parents in the interracial relationship, if you're going to get into it, obviously you know what each other's about. You
Yeah, that
understand what I'm
happens
trying to say?
sometimes, but there's equally times where the woman doesn't even know how to do the girl's hair. They've not
So
Yeah,
even
no,
I want
that's
to go.
true.
I want to go
No, that's
after
true.
Tosh
That's true.
because I
That's
just
very
thought of
true.
something to say. But
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I knew someone that was ignorant. This girl was ignorant brute. You know, she finished
you're,
with the brother, and yeah, man, she just
wait, let Tosh
dress
go
up the
because Tosh
girl.
wanted to.
Like, people are saying, like, she just knocked off from his family and kept the girl with her family, and how the girl's hair
Oh,
was a
she
bit
just
tough,
dropped
and
off.
No, she's
you
still
get
No,
what
I'm
I'm
here.
here.
saying. But then
Oh,
there's certain people, like, I know a girl down like in South London, my white friend, and she know how to cook up and plait up hair, and
Yeah. Hold on, Nate.
she's adopted
Nate, you
a
think you're
different
clever.
culture, like a different way, like
Yeah.
she's fully embracing. And I don't see nothing wrong with that, because if you see something that's
that's
beautiful
beautiful.
and you
That's
want
so
to
beautiful.
copy it, then you know what? That's what then so be it. Because
Yeah,
Yep.
but
like
I'm
I'm
gonna
saying,
find me a white man to teach my son how to be a black
I
man.
don't
I
have
love
a
it.
problem. I don't have a problem with, like, like back in the days, us men, we used to have magazines, yeah. Fucking hell. It must have taken, I think, what, Halle Berry? And look, yeah, she ain't even dark enough, like, for the thing, yeah. But that was the first black woman in the world. Yeah, and we're thinking, raw, there's other things out there, like Little
all right,
Kim
Nate,
and
can
She's
I
a
just
mixed
quickly
race
respond to you?
woman. Let
Yeah.
Tosh.
Yeah, let me
yeah.
just
So
quickly
don't
respond.
you think that
Let
Yeah,
Tosh
that's
don't you
speak.
think
Let Tosh
yeah.
speak.
No, I'm just gonna finish off here. So don't
yeah.
you think,
Okay,
yeah,
go
that
on, do
Mm.
being
that, Nate.
like, let's say, top of the food chain, like the most beautiful people in the world, people want a piece and everything like that, that's what's gonna happen.
Mm.
You know what I'm
Okay,
trying to
Nate,
say? Yeah, go on.
go on. No, go on. Finish what you're
No,
saying.
Yeah,
hold on,
or
hold on,
unless,
hold on. Sorry, family, forgive me. I promise I'll stay quiet for 10 minutes. But did you
No,
just say the top of the food chain, everyone's going to want it? So what are you saying? So who's the top of the food chain? The white woman?
What are you referring to?
no, I'm saying, I'm not the white man. I said the black man
It's
or the
nine
black woman.
talking.
If like, let's say, for instance, yeah, I don't
I
know.
think somebody has their YouTube on. Does everybody have their
Let's
YouTube
say
off?
Oh, hold on a second. Is it me?
Sorry,
Hold on.
it was me. Sorry. I just heard something about the top of the food chain. Everyone's going to want a piece. So what are we saying, that the white woman's the top of the food chain here now?
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying, if, for instance, the black man.
Did you not say the
or
top of the food? If the woman's
no,
the top of the food chain, everyone's going to want a piece.
I'm saying, if the black woman or the black man is the top of the food chain, like they want to copy the fashion, why not? If they want to copy the music and get involved in this, etc., 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 because that is how powerful, and that is the spirit. That's what happens. People want to be like us, but then I do understand one thing: certain times we're not getting like the recognition for that being what we've brought through.
Okay. Natty, right? I know we've both got kind of probably similar family kind of dynamic to a certain extent, right? Because obviously my husband's half Asian but Sikhi, and the thing is, what you guys are attempting to do, because I've been talking about this for the last 2 or 3 weeks, you're conflating the fact that culturally a lot of the mixed race young people out there are being seen as black, right? But the reality is, you know, that your son, my husband,
It's
they've got.
mixed race.
Hold on, sorry, one moment. Hold on. Your son, my husband, they have Asian, yours Pakistani, mine Sikh Indian mother-in-laws, right? Sorry, mothers and grandmothers and what have you. And that culture is very, very rich, right? You can't rub out their culture. It doesn't matter what you say. You can't rub out the fact that that culture is very different to the Caribbean black culture that you kind of go with.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends how strong your family is. Like,
what about him?
you know
What
what I
about
mean?
her though? What about her family? Does she just completely get erased? Like, she wasn't brought up in a black home. She was brought up in an Asian home. You know, we can't keep on doing this. I've heard this so many times in the last week or two, and people are like, "Oh, well, he's seen by the white man. He's seen as a black kid." Okay, but he's got an Asian mum. Do you know what I mean? She's going to eat her Bombay mix. We know that. She's going to have her curries. We know that. Let's not pretend, Natty.
Yeah, obviously. Listen, obviously they've tried it.
I'm from the. I know exactly how it goes,
all
bro.
all I've got to say is this: when they wanted him to convert, I was against it because I said, look, he's just a child. He don't know what he's getting himself into. I know what's right for him. Yeah. So as time got down the line, there's more they tried. He already done like.
Yeah, but see, you're going
He's asked
by religion
questions.
now,
No, but
and I'm talking
he
about
was an
culture.
intelligent. He was an intelligent child, and I was an intelligent father to have these chats with him, because if you don't want to do something that I'm not doing, then you don't have to do it.
Yeah, I'm just saying though, this whole rub out the other person, it can't work. I know
I'm
by
not
experience,
saying
and
rub them
I know
out.
it's
I'm
a
not
lot of you
saying
guys are
totally
like,
rub out. But
okay.
if my
I
son's
don't know if it's
listening to
guilt. I don't know what's going. Okay.
like say for instance, if my son's like eating pork, now he might respect not eating pork in their house, but he's eating pork, then obviously there's a stronger bond where he's more on my family side. If he's listening to dancehall music, likes going to man's to eat the food and everything like that, then so be it. The way he talks, his attitude.
Yeah, but that still doesn't negate that the mother is an Asian woman. It's still not. He's not gonna completely lose that. And I know people.
Or it could have gone the other way. It could have gone the other way where I could have really, and I'll be honest with you,
And let's have it right,
I
Natty.
have
They
seen
don't
it.
want.
I could have
Majority
lost
don't.
my son.
Okay.
Not. I could have lost my son to how I wanted him to grow up. I could have lost him through courts. I could have lost him through, me not actually being myself, and me adopting somebody else's way, and forgetting about eating my food, and forgetting about, that I'm just, spiritualist and all that type of stuff there. I could have gone down that road.
So do
100%.
you consider your son to be black?
No, I consider him to be mixed race.
Right. See, because the thing is, you know that deep down, because you know culturally, especially the black and Asian, we're very different. Even though we've gone through similar things historically in the UK, we're very different, and we have to put a bit of respect to a certain extent on each other. But I find that the other groups, the black and the white mixed race, they tend to say, okay, well, the child is black. The child is black. And it's very, very misleading, because living in a home with two black parents is very different to living in a home with a white and Asian parent and a black parent. It's very different. And we shouldn't conflate. Yeah, we can't. We shouldn't conflate.
Tash, I wanted to answer your question, because you had a question, so I don't know if this will help in what you're saying, but you did ask, were the two ladies on the panel as black women, and they were.
Yeah, I'm watching it now, and they've picked Dominique, and I just find that a very interesting pick.
Exactly.
I was watching it whilst you lot are talking. I've missed it all, but yeah, it's interesting. But
it's very interesting.
Yeah, she's an interesting pick.
Very. Even the other one as well. This is what I'm saying, and I feel that we start talking about the contradictions, and you get met with pushback, or you get met that you're being hateful.
Right.
And when they make their
it's a contradiction, and it's just common sense.
Sorry?
It's a contradiction, and it's just common sense.
What does that mean?
Well, they're talking about, Black British, and then you've got somebody saying, well, we identify as mixed race.
Two individuals,
Brit.
And this is what I'm saying. But I think Nyneetha's whole thing was like back previous is that there's been times before where we have said the same thing, that these people that you know, that a lot of people who are from mixed heritage will class themselves as mixed race. No, they're black, they're black, they're black, blah, 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 blah. And like this, and maybe this is where she was leading to when she says, is this what we've created? Because now you're pushing black, 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 black. When we want black representation on a show like this on the BBC, this is what you get. You've pushed them in telling them they're black, and then as soon as it goes live, I'm mixed race. But you're wrong. We are black and British.
You know, when I first met Sister Kushti, right? I remember her we were having a conversation, and she was saying we need to be careful that mixed race people will become the face of blackness. I remember her saying that shit like at least 4 years ago. She said it, and I was like, what is she talking about? Like, yo, sis, we gotta, these are our people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, she said, melanated, you're gonna want to go get you some damn a relaxer or some shampoo, and none of them motherfuckers look black. Nothing. You're gonna want to, like, you know what I'm saying, just see a store and be like, not even know, is this for me? Because the images that is presented to us of what blackness is are all mixed people. Black is going to be mixed is going to be the acceptable black, and the black that I am, the black that Sister Tasha is, or Nyneetha or Kushti, our kind of black, we ain't the acceptable black. No, not when you got Beyonce's mama out there saying she a black woman. She could be a black woman. What they need with us for? There's no 4C coming out here. We don't need no 4C. We need a little 3A. You know what I'm saying? That's still black.
Give me that 3A.
Give me that 3A. You know what I'm saying? And now I really, like, after listening to that recording over 2 years ago, and just having this conversation now, like, we need to be more exclusive. We need to say that Drake is not a black dude. Alicia Keys is not a black woman. Mariah Carey is not a black woman.
Especially if they're saying that they're mixed. Do you know how embarrassing that is? Do you know how embarrassing
Barack Obama, we don't even know. I don't even know what Barack Obama daddy looked like. You feel me? He got a whole white lady. Whole white woman. She was a single mother. He was raised by a white woman only.
Just a quick one.
Come on now. You need to cut it out.
Just a quick one. Obviously, we have to take into consideration the history that Black America and the Caribbean have had in regards to slavery, of when we did have the women raped and the child was taken in by the black family, right? So I think this one drop rule in America obviously derives from that period. But I think another thing as well, which I've heard, is politically the mixed race child tends to align with the black due to the fact that the white man sees the mixed race child as another black person. In America, in the UK, I don't know, do they? Yeah, I think the white police officer still may look at, a mixed child who's a bit darker as just another black child, another from that community. But I think it's important that we kind of define that mixed race and black are different. We're going to have different struggles. We're going to have different ways of doing things.
And I think the one drop rule in America is not necessarily only about, like, your immediate parents. You see what I'm saying? So, like, the one drop rule would apply to somebody whose grandmother or great grandmother was black, right? It would apply to them if it was detectable, I would say. But I don't think, when listening to that recording, the previous YouTube video, it was crazy to me why it was an argument of why someone would be considered mixed race if their parents, we're talking one generation, if their parents was another race. What is the confusion? if my daddy is from China and my mother is from Nigeria, how are you telling me I am not mixed? Like literally, the first generation is mixed.
From what I was
Like
hearing,
family, we've got somebody new on.
Oh,
like,
pick up.
Bless up, sis Cottons.
Oh, peace, Cotton.
Big up.
Big up. What I was hearing in the recording was that they were attempting, the two brothers, to say that the Caribbean is mixed, right? So there's white blood in them, and that's not out of choice. And I've heard a few things in the last week where mixed race people have come and said, well, you've got that white blood in you, but you know,
how are you comparing somebody
Can I just
400 years ago? 400 years ago, like these. I'm sorry, but these people is talking about somebody who their child, you know what I'm saying, or their cousin or their auntie. We talking about one generation, and they comparing it to someone 400 years ago. That don't make
They
Sure.
shouldn't even mention
sense,
it.
but I think
And not all people in slavery were raped.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
was saying like not every black person in slavery was raped, or every black woman in slavery was raped. So just because you're from the Caribbean or just because you're American doesn't mean that you'll have European ancestry. There's been many people that's done their DNA test and they haven't had European in them. So
yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
I just think that's a little blanket.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
I can't
agree.
even talk. I'm on
But
mute. Y'all hear
no,
me?
you're not on mute. You're not on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
But I
sorry.
think
I put my phone
sometimes
down.
people do use that as an excuse. Oh, well, you know, the Caribbean has this and that. So I've heard that a lot in the last 5 or 7 days, and especially from the mixed race group where they've actually said, you know, you have white blood in you without even,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
if the white blood's like 5%, like who cares? Like that's
Yeah,
not relevant. If
Wait,
you're
what-
50% white, that's relevant. Do you know what I'm saying?
Wait, what
You've
what
got
percent you gave on Sister Cotton? What percentage you gave? You said if your white is what? What percent?
if you're 5% white, like, and you're 95% black, like who cares? Like you can't then say, oh, that's a mixed race person now because they have 5% white. That's just stupid. And they're just using that to push their argument. Like that person doesn't have a white parent.
Right. That's
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think I want to know. I want to hear from a person who would disagree with that. Like instead of it just being, I want to hear from a person that says, you know what, you're 5% Asian, and I think you should start calling yourself Asian. I want to hear from this human being who uses that as their logic, because I'm curious to hear how they came to that understanding that 5% outweighs the 95%. Like yeah. Or should you call yourself mixed race because you have 5% Asian?
No one else does that. Like even when we talk about the history of Britain and what happened to the blacks who resided in here, because we know that blacks came over before slavery and the slave rush, most of them were breeded. They just slept white and carried on sleeping white. But do you think one of those people in their manor houses in their posh little crumpets and teas will turn around and tell you that they've got 5% black in them? No. But what we'll see is the whole aggression to force this narrative on us. It's just ridiculous. It's embarrassing. It's played out. And I feel like we should be moved on from that. Do you know what I mean? Because no one's doing this game. And
yeah, because my DNA went from 5% to 4%. So I'm hoping that it's going to keep going down about the white that I have. It was 5%, and that joint went down to 5%. I mean 4%, and I was like, that's right, because it's And then I also saw where anything below 3% or below could be statistical errors. So technically, I'm just like 100%. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you know exactly where the errors come from, right?
yeah, statistical errors. Somebody must have cookie.
I do think that, like, even looking at this picture here that Nine's got up, I think this should be the example of people to stop pushing back when black people are in a space or black women are in a space saying that they don't feel represented or that the narrative of black woman is not necessarily us. we should not get pushback for speaking that out loud. When you see the example of this, number one, the picture that we see in front of us, and then we hear them in Black and British saying that they're not Black. That's what we've created. That's all of that pushing and forcing that narrative on people. That's what it looks like. And it's just an embarrassing slap in the face. Like, stop begging it, innit? Like, they're saying that that's not what they want to do. And I said, before anyone gets me, that I would have preferred if they had a mixed race person who identified as Black. You don't even give me that. And this is what we get. So all that pushback who was listening afterwards, it's just before, this is what you get.
Mixed race person saying I'm mixed.
Begging stuff, it's just like long at this point. It's what you identify as, and we've always said that if you identify as Black and you're mixed race, you'll be welcome. If you don't, then understand that this is a Black space and we'd like to be able to talk in a safe space to talk about our issues, period. You do not identify as Black. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't, and I just think that's what it is. It's this I don't even know if it's them. This is why I'm not even putting it on them anymore, because they're clearly saying they're mixed race. So there's Black people in our community who are fighting for a cause that these people do not want you fighting on.
Oh yes, absolutely. It's Black people who would like I said earlier about there's a group of Black Americans who would not agree that Barack Obama was Black, but there's definitely a group of Black Americans that will want to argue you down, like he got a Black dad, he Black, and it's like, okay, so doesn't that make him? We have this whole term. Y'all say mixed race. We have the term biracial. Like there's documentations, there's forms that says biracial. We have this whole term biracial. Would you not consider Barack Obama biracial? And there'll be this awkward pause, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, but still. Come back in the house. Come in the house, you thug. Cookies
you know
the
what,
thug,
y'all. One thing I will actually say.
Sorry.
I will actually say this, right? Back in the days,
Natty, are you speaking?
Yeah.
Turn up your mic, Nat.
You're really low. Sis Melanie,
I'm about to mute. I'm about to mute. I was trying to get back to
Yeah. I'm saying, back in the days, yeah, when I was younger, if you were half caste, back then they weren't even half caste, you were, what was it, half caste, didn't it? Yeah. All the like half caste youths in my generation, they will identify themselves as Black. Because on the narrative side, like obviously the white man would obviously be like, well, you're not white, you're dark. So obviously they'd be more pushed towards this side, yeah. But then there was a bit of conflict at one point here, because these youths used to go a little bit mad sometimes, yeah, because sometimes they wouldn't get accepted on either side. You see what I'm saying? So
no, but
now listen. Now some of them used to go on mad, yeah. Like I'm not gonna lie, right? They used to go on like there's some next ultra, got it hard in life, but you know, we're out here on our own, and just used to go mad. Used to be on some next self-hating thing. Do you know what I mean? Like they'd either pick one side, yeah, and go really hard on the other side.
But what are the colored people in South Africa called? What are the mixed race people in South Africa called? They're called colored. They don't call themselves Black. You know what I'm saying? They recognize that they are mixed. They have a whole terminology for them, and that actually has power. That's a group of people, and I think that oh shoot.
That's so funny though, because Nine did an example of her dating someone like who was mixed race, and he category told Nine that he was mixed race. And I've got bedrooms from school, like literally from school, that I'm very tight with now, and they've always affiliated with mixed race. Like, so this is this whole notion that they've always been, I'm Black. It's not the case, especially if most of them were raised by a white mum and the dad's not in the household.
Yeah, same here.
Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I beg, like, we need to be real, you know? Like, we really need to be real over here.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think I've never heard. I'm hearing this thing on Discord where
listen, man, you know what? Sometimes, yeah.
Hold on, Natty.
Hold on, talking, Natty.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on. It's all right. I might spit like. I have It's rare for me to hear a mixed race person consider themselves to be black. For me, a lot of these black men that have been online in the last week or so that have been saying that they consider their child to be black when the mother is white. I would be interested to hear from white women who have mixed race children. If they're telling us that their children are black, I would be shocked at the majority of white women in this country that have mixed race children. A lot of them, I've never heard them say that their children are black. This is all new news to me. Majority
too.
of them, yeah.
Right, so let me just quickly come in now, and not to but not to label the situation, right? But the reason, okay, so I was playing the stream previously, right? Which was an old stream, yeah, and it was entitled "My Daughter's Black, I'm White." Yeah, let's discuss. Yeah, so that stream was basically built upon, and I'll name her in it because at the end of the day, it is what it is. She's out here, you get me. So Empress Becca, yeah, who is now Empress Sakina. Well, you know anyway, Tash, right? So there was a time where basically she said her daughter says that she's black. You see what I'm saying to you? Obviously, Becca's white. Let's discuss. Yeah. And as you heard in the stream before, all sort of semantics came into that whole kind of vibration. You get me? So I'm only saying that to say, well, boy, don't be too surprised, Carl. There are children doing that. And parents too.
No, I don't think this is what I'm saying about YouTube. That's why I always disagree with you taking this thing real. Are you going to use that as the majority case, though? Like, I don't know much white people, for example, who are Hebrew Israelites either. Am I going to turn around and say that that's the majority thing for white women who date black men?
No, but
well, trying to do shade. I'm just saying, come on.
And this is why it's an interesting talking point, right? Because even if we go to the show itself, yeah, you had the same Chung Lee, yeah. Remember when she was giving her testimony, saying, "Well, boy, she considered." Oh yeah, but we're talking about the. All right, let me go on mute.
Exactly. No, exactly. Crucial point. Keep going. You'll see you prove your point. This is what I'm saying. Like this.
So you're talking about wait. Just so you're talking about the mother, right?
Yeah, because you're saying that the mother said that her kids are black.
Yeah. No, well, definitely.
Chung Lee's mom stopped her dead in the tracks. Must have questioned her why you got Chung Lee in your name anyway. But number 2 said to her, I birthed you. I held you for 9 months in my stomach. You are my child. There is not one drop of black in me. But you go around calling yourself black. You are not a full black woman. You are of mixed heritage. And she said,
excuse me.
And she, who was that? Who was that? Who was that?
Yeah.
No, that was too good, Natty. That threw me all the way up. That was too good. Just go back on mute, man.
Yeah.
Let me finish my thing before you come in. Let me finish my thing before you come in. Yeah. And she said that I grew you for 9 months. There's not one drop of black in me. You cannot call yourself a black woman. You are of mixed heritage. And she said from that point, she was all the way back. All the way back.
So
and then she turned mixed.
Okay, so is it fair to say then that this is something more propagated by black men?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Come in, Natty. 6-pack.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, yeah. You know, like when you go to Jamaica, yeah, like for me, if I go to St. Vincent, can they tell that you're coming from England?
100%.
Not by looking at you, but by what you say.
All right.
What's your point?
To be fair, there's different markers as to why they can tell. Say, yeah, you're from foreign. There's more than just one. There's your skin. Yeah, definitely. Listen, I know the thing. There's your skin.
Well, that red undertone.
One of the biggest giveaways is the speed of our walk.
Yeah.
And our adjustments as well.
That is so true.
One of the biggest giveaways is the quickness of our walk. Seriously. Yeah. Clothing. They know, man. Come on, man. Remember, if you're like St. Vincent is about, what's the population? Where's my phone? What is it, about 500,000, Natty?
Yeah, about that, yeah.
You get me? So when, like, I know 500,000 sounds a lot, man, but on a whole island, you know when someone ain't from in. You just know. Listen, man, even in northwest, south, west, it could be argued sometimes back in the day when he was on it. You would know who ain't from about the place, man. So yeah, man. But anyway, go on, Natty. Still.
No, but like a few people had a few mixed feelings of it. They'll see when I come, they go, "Oh, you come home, boy, you come home." I'm like, yeah. And then, you know, my uncle's like, English boy. Like, what you saying, uncle? You think about you're England?
Oh my God, St. Vincent's
Yeah.
population
So he the play, yeah. He the play
is
is like
110,000.
Yeah.
947, Natty.
Yeah. So he the play. He goes, "Me come on England." I said, yeah. He go, "You think you're clever than me?" I said, nah. And he goes, "Me been London." I say, yeah, cool. He goes, I go, "Whereabouts in London?" He goes, "Manchester." And I was done. You know what I mean? And for him to start telling me, calling me English boy, all that type of stuff there, that's what I'm trying to say. It's like, sometimes, yeah, if you got certain people who are studying them to see which way they're swaying. I mean, look, even in the royal house, you know what they were thinking? Exactly. Oh, you know, what color is he going to be? That's 100% that's on their mind. Because it's all brand new. But if you're studying that and bring that forward, then that's what's definitely going to be a problem and going to be a cash, because that's the most obvious thing.
Yeah, just just a quick response in regards to what you were saying about imps. Sister Sakina, it's my sister in Islam. Big up to her. I think what it is, right, in her predicament, right, obviously you lot have kind of touched on it a little bit, the Hebrew Israelite thing, and I think she put a lot of committed herself to that community. I don't know what the situation was with her family and what have you at that time. So, you know, I think culturally, she was going down that road. And obviously, again, like I said, I suppose it's difficult to put yourself in her shoes, but I suppose living in the UK, bringing up mixed race children, and for the first time you're experiencing what it's like for a white man to see your child as different, you could possibly jump to this whole thing about, oh, my child is black. But
no, but Tash, don't think bobbing up, because remember, this is
I'm
what.
not trying to.
No, but wait. So you're in full whatever of the facts, right? It's her daughter that has said this, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So her
Do you know
daughter.
how old she was at the time, or?
I mean, old enough in it, but like I said, I don't want to personalize it. You get me? But the point being is this was a child, yeah. Because remember, the whole thing became how you identify and what is factually true, which is basically what happened on the same program, right? You know what I mean? And then we can add other layers to that. You get me? So even if, all right then, not to be controversial, but it's Friday. All right then, boom. Let's go to my brother born, right? So no, but because it shows the at the very least the confusion of the whole situation, yeah. So Born's a you that will be on a thing. He's on the one drop thing, right? Cool. Yeah. Now when one drop come to him,
I'm not sure he's on that anymore still.
Yeah. He then tried to reverse it and tried to ban the one drop thing. You get me? Based upon being one drop.
Tash like, yeah, I don't think he's on that anymore still.
But this is a repeated thing still. So it's not even like he's the only one. You know what I'm saying to you? So that's why I think it's important, like Kushti said, like Natty is saying that your team can't connect, bab. So do something, please. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So again, this thing, that's what I said, it brings up many, many talking points. You see what I'm saying to you? But
yeah, it does. It definitely does.
Yeah, and obviously in the past we know about the one drop, this, that, and the other. But in 2022, where you got people saying, "Well, nah, I am this," and like if you heard in my live before, I've been through it personally. Well, I'm looking at you like, yeah, you're all black, all of that. You know what I'm saying to you? Ingratiate into the thing, wherever this, wherever that, where almost trying to maybe looking back on it, like even discount the thing. It could be, you know what I mean? But man, let me know, say, yo. And even when I go there, certain time I'm like, fucking hell, for real, for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo. So I'm just saying, like, I don't know if like trying to put, you know, like square pegs in round whatever is the way to be going in 2022, man. You know what I'm saying to you?
Do you know what pisses me off as well? Is this whole thing about they're not accepted here, they're not accepted there. Black people accept everyone. And if you're from a particular thing of thinking, we accept too much. Do you understand? The nature of the role is if you say that you are black, then we accept you as black. Do you understand? Clearly, we even push on black on you when you're screaming I'm mixed race. Do you know what I mean? And that's why I rated the Chung Lee girl when she said that actually, when she talked about the racism she received, it was from her mum's side of the family, which is so ironic because her mum's side of the family is half Asian, half white. But that's fine. But you see, when you went to that black, you went too far. Do you know what I mean? It's like, we'll allow the Asian mix, but you see, when you went down that avenue, my girl, you lost your head in Barbados, man. You just lost it completely.
And again, you bring up a really good point. It's not it's a bit of a dirty point. It's what I'm saying to you, but we've had people truthfully come on and say it before, whereby we know, so well, boy, when it comes to Asians, they're definitely going to put a white person above a black person. Like there's a hierarchy to this thing, yeah. So yeah, man, for real, for real. And if you remember, Ralph always stated that the Asians are the most racist.
Yeah, that was the only thing I did listen from him here. Yeah, that's true. He did used to say that, and it's just so fascinating. But I just from the off, and I really like, you know, Sis Sos will say, you know, what do you expect? And I hear her, especially when I see the two things. But I wanted to give them because I saw them as sistrins, and I really wanted to like, yeah. And from the off, I'm not black. Well, what are you doing here? Can I really go on mixed race and British? Say, look, I'm half Jamaican, half Niger. Can I say I'm around them? They're in my family. I feel affiliated to this culture. I can't. So I beg, when you hear women talking or all of this, like, push back, man, and see how you actually look, because this is a clear example of it. And even if when they said that they didn't associate themselves as black, their views on black men and women are on top. I mean, I know you ain't seen it, Tash, but that don't help the argument either. You know, for both sides, for my brothers and my sisters, especially Dominic. I mean, she's got form in saying some really questionable things on live TV.
Yeah.
I think you've gone on mute, sis. Whoever that was speaking.
Yeah, no, I was saying I'm trying to watch it as we're speaking at the moment, trying to catch up with you guys. Yeah, it's fascinating though.
I mean, it is fascinating. I mean, we're just stuck on the first aspect, but there's a lot of points. I mean, the brother sitting there next to our sister in day, I mean, he's getting away with a lot right now.
There's
with
a
his
lot,
beautiful nails.
To unpack here.
Yeah, there's a lot. And I also think that there's a bigger question of, are we satisfied as these people to represent Black and British?
Yeah, we need to be questioning representation. Right, we need to be questioning who put this together, who organised this.
That's what I said from the beginning, Tash. Like, who put it together? What was the remit? This, that, and the other. Because anyone could put a title together, Black and British. But like I said, you know, I'm all about the propaganda. You see what I'm saying to you?
Right.
And from they put this. I need to find out who this one is here. This one here. Let me go and search.
Who sis? Sorry, I didn't see. I was on another screen.
You know the one that said she's a security guard and she wants a millionaire footballer.
I did double check it, and she said a lawyer as well, just to give the sister a grace.
What's her name?
I mean, I don't know. I don't remember that part.
All right, we're gonna
I know
find
she was
her.
about 36. I think the oldest person there was Professor Kende. He's 38. He's not even that young old. So
He reminded me of Lee Jasper.
I can see where you got that from, definitely. But with a bit less hair, I guess.
Yeah, and his talking points as well, you know what I mean? Because Lee Jasper's another.
Well, he's a very known. What did he say? He's a black extremist. He's a very known black extremist. So he's done documentaries. He's a go-to person. He sounded off with Dominique. You know what they like to do when they put two black faces on to argue. So he sounded off against Dominique. So he's very prominent, but at the same side, the media side know of his views. So it's so interesting. It's so interesting for black and British. I get one pro-black and it's Kende. That's it. That's all I get. A black and British at this time and age. Like, remember, they were all. You could tell that this was on the back of like Black Lives Matter and everything else. And you get one pro-black man, like, and then two mixed race girls who don't identify as black. Like, it's actually a joke. Like, it's actually a joke. It is a joke. You can't take it seriously.
That's why I say it's better when we weren't on TV, man.
Yeah, definitely.
For real. But yeah, I mean, Tasha, have you heard this? Oh my god. There's a youth there called Mr. William?
Mr. Strange.
Oh my god, Mr. Strange.
Strange indeed.
Hey. This is
Yeah, I'm still early, but I don't know if you guys want to.
Don't rush me, Tash. Take your time, boy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to digest this. This is crazy.
Well, Mr. Strange was a gay drill rapper.
Oh, okay, that one. Yes. Very
His manicured nails.
A gay drill rapper. You can't write this stuff, you know. You can't write it.
You definitely can't.
Oh my gosh.
And the African doctor, his thing was his whole narrative, his whole position on there. Because what happens, as you can see, is that we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people, and then they divide it in 6 segments. So we hear about each person's circumstances or characteristics for our family who have not seen it or from overseas. Yeah. So, for example, his one, the Nigerian guy holding the teacup, his whole thing was he was born in Devon. He's now a doctor, and there was so much dimensions that you could go there. But his thing was, does it matter what race I date?
Oh wow, okay.
Do you know what I mean? Like, even yeah, exactly. It's just it's either cliche or not. My thing was that I said that they put the fringe of our community and they put them as our majority. I'm not saying there's no gay people in our community, but there's definitely not much gay drill rappers with
definitely not. Definitely.
Right? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just everywhere
they really
you look.
looked for him. They
probably did. Yeah, for real. They must have looked for him. They were like, how can we just tip the scale? How can we tip the scale a bit more?
Gosh.
Yeah, it was a lot.
They've got our Birmingham guy there, though.
What did you say, sis?
They've got the Birmingham.
Yeah.
I like him, but
he was getting slewed all throughout it. Of course, he was the villain in it, I think.
Oh gosh, I don't even know if I want to watch it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's probably not good listening to our review and then telling you to watch it, but it's good to see what in this day and age, after Black Lives Matter and everything else, and everyone's so woke, and we're giving you this thing. Exactly, this is the best you've given us. Exactly. Which, you know me, sis, we need our own media. Do you know what I mean? Because this will continue to happen.
We do.
It's inevitable.
100%. That's the thing. I think people should refuse these type of shows, and we should even, to be honest with you, we should boycott these shows completely. This doesn't even align with bettering our people.
And this was made with our taxpayers' money.
Right.
I hear that argument, and I've got people that I respect who have said that and wouldn't even bother to watch it and things. But then you have the argument of people need to see representation and see themselves. Right? So we complain when we don't see black people. They give you black people, but of course they're going to give you, you know, what they want you to have. Is that a problem?
Propaganda is real.
Right.
Yeah, we need ownership of our own media stations. We need to take responsibility of our narrative now. We can't put it in the hands of other people. I mean, I don't know who the producers are. It could be that we do have a black producer that's, you know, the casting director has decided that, you know, he's a black man today. You know, you know how it goes anyway. I'm not even going to go too much into that. And it might be a case of they're trying to, like you said, propaganda, going for the whole assimilation of us all, you know, merging into one. So, you know,
I think
there's all these.
But the thing is, not to get too depressing in that, yeah. But then, how far up the ladder does this go, right? Because if we're saying it's mostly the man them propagating this, and then when we say media, when I think of some of the man them in the media, yeah, even like again, there may be poor examples, but that's all I can do at the top of my head. But like, you know, I don't even know if this is relevant actually, but like Dre and flipping, you know what I mean? Like, you know, let's go back on mute, man. Fuck it.
But that's a point, though. I could probably, even in the UK, I could reel off like black people who've got like 2 black parents in the media who are comedians or presenters. It'd be very difficult to reel off dark-skinned black women with 2 black parents. I see it. Do you know what I mean? So maybe it's because you're not really trained. You see that black women are coming over and together they're saying that I don't see myself. But if you come in and be like, well, that's why they get so like confused and that's why they don't feel loved. Well, bruh, do you know what I mean? Can I have my own space, please? Like, you know what I mean?
Why should we compromise our reality? It stops the whole self-love period for the black woman. Like,
and this is what I say, Tash, because when we talk about, like, for example, white society, we always say to them, white people, stop making us have to compromise ourselves, like you said, for your feelings, right?
Yeah.
So if you say you're with us as a community, please don't do the same. You know?
Yeah.
Allow that space. You should see it as well. You should acknowledge it. It's not hard to see if you really wanted to see it as well.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. We don't say that mixed race people are white, or, you know, we're so hospitable, right? To the fact that sometimes we're self-sabotaging, right? And I'm not saying we shouldn't treat people that are outside of
That's
our
what
racial
I've always said, though. Our righteousness will always be our downfall, and we see that historically, man.
Yeah,
definitely.
Because the thing is, everyone else says it loud and proud. They're shutting out everybody and everything that don't be them.
Oh yeah, 100%.
You see what I'm saying to you? And then they'll tell you boldly that that's one of your lot's problems. You see it?
Yeah.
Well,
we're looking at the numbers. The mixed race group has risen by about 200,000, and we have dropped. The Caribbean community has dropped by about 100,000.
Well,
so
you see, again,
we're going into their group.
Interesting point here, because the people them that know what they know will know this. So now, because you could easily bring out a program that talks about mixed race people.
No, they've already done it. There's shows that are about being mixed race and British.
Yeah, they got heavy numbers.
And you don't see a black person in there whatsoever.
Right.
And this is what I was saying earlier. You wouldn't expect me to go into that space. I wouldn't even want to force myself in that space, because I could with that same arguments that they use. They're around me. They're in my family. I feel more affiliated to them. It don't run. It don't run.
Well, again, you raise a good issue, right? Because within the stream that I was playing before, one of the arguments that I was putting is that, you know what I mean, if you go down this sort of avenue, one, you'll have mixed race people become the representation of black people, which you can kind of see already, right? And I'm sure we can all pull up examples of where this is potentially happening. You know what I mean? I've already spoken to the man them about, well, if you're calling anything that you have a child with black, then what's the need for black women? You get me? So you know I've been on this for a long time. You see what I'm saying to you? But yeah, man, even if you Oh boy, I know some
Right,
people.
that's why I don't want to make it personal or anyone else, or for people to get their feelings or whatever. But
Yeah,
I just think
it's
that,
touchy.
yeah, I mean, it's touchy for certain people. So it gets like that. It bees like that, man. But that doesn't mean that I don't get to talk my truth, especially if it's not just me one. There's a whole army of us saying it. Do you know what I mean? And if you opened your eyes, you'd see it. And there's black men who see it and openly have said it as well. Plenty. I was watching it with my partner. Do you know what I mean? And he was saying stuff before I could even open my mouth. So it's for the real eyes to see. It's not that hard to see. And again, I stress, because there were mixed race people in the Black Panther Party. I believe that the black mixed race woman who is down, or the mixed race man who is down, and I have seen them, I have worked with them. Yeah, this is not a good a representation of them. Remember, both of them come in and both of them said they're not black. Where's the mixed race person who said that I identify as black? So before you come to me, I beg, please go to, like, there's other places to go.
Right.
No, but they could argue that this guy here was one.
So can I ask a question, Natishki?
Yeah, go for it.
So when you said the mixed race person who identifies as black, right? How does that? So let's just say the lady on the shampoo bottle is mixed race and she identifies as black. Is it okay for her to be on a shampoo bottle? Is she now going to be in the hair supply store in the black section? So they have like all of the hair shampoo for the white people, and then they have like the black people shampoos. You know how our shit with shea butter and the blah blah blah. It's all different, right? But this mixed race person is, are you saying that because this person identifies as black, you see it's acceptable, or like you are okay with them being the face of blackness now?
I think that's a good question. So I think there's like different levels to that personally, especially looking at it as a business aspect. So number one, what sells more? Unfortunately, that is to preference. Do you know what I mean? Or the preferred look for black. And so therefore, if I was going to sell it as something and I didn't have a real substance of moral or ethics, or I wasn't trying to change how my people see, then I would just do what's easy and what would help with the marketing. Now, what about the actress that was photographed for it? Should she say, you know what, I've looked around and there ain't not one person, like my comrade, my sister, the person that I relate to, that I'm in the family, I don't see nothing. I don't see her there. So I'm going to step back and refer you to someone who is equally beautiful, who I think deserves a space there. And that reverts back to that British woman, right? That was crying to black women, talking about, I'm sorry, my mummy is black and this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? It's that pandering, it's that gaslighting. So I necessarily would not mind having my mixed race sister on a bottle of a shampoo, as long as that was one or a percentage of the shampoo. But as it stands now, my mixed race sister is on all of the shampoos. Do you understand? I would not mind if my sister, and she's pro-black, and I recognize her as my family and as a black culture and as black people. I don't mind her there. She could be 2/3 of it or whatever it is. But if the majority of black people have black parents and are like, so they're black, and I want to see more of that, right? I don't
She
want to see
said the majority of black people have black parents. But I'm just saying, like, okay, when you watch the Disney Channel, right? The majority of the black actors are very, very fair skinned. They look like Raven Simone, like Raven Simone. And Raven Simone has grown up to say some very, very controversial things about her blackness, right? So like, that's a whole nother thing. But nobody could have said Raven Simone wasn't a black actress on the Disney Channel, right? She was considered to be a black actress on the Disney Channel. I forgot there's another young lady. She actually sings too, but she's very fair skinned. I don't really know, but she was from the Disney Channel, so she was very popular. But I remember pointing it out to my son. How come everyone who has a show, because he was watching a lot of the shows on Disney Channel back in the days, how come all of the black people are light skinned?
Yeah, but
And he was like, "Oh, that's not true." He said, "Oh, that's not true." And then he pointed out, what's that show called? Keenan Kyle or whatever. I said, "Yeah, but the
Keenan
show with
Kel.
the two, yeah, the two black dudes, they act like idiots, right? They was like literally like slow, right? Right? They were like acting like idiots, and that was the thing. But no show with a black dark skinned kid being a genius or being whatever or being rich, like Zach and Cody. He used to watch Zach and Cody, all the damn time. Two white kids living in a damn penthouse in a luxury apartment building, right? Why that couldn't have been, Raekwon and Shaquem. You know what I'm saying? Why it couldn't have been two black kids? And he was young and he was not like he was just like, dude, you're ruining my show. And I'm like, you're being programmed though. Like you don't understand why it's called a program. You're being programmed to accept these images and reject these other images.
And that's why I love you, man. And like we're very similar in that aspect. And I think the little times you say that and mentioning it, it will start becoming common practice for him and to identify the programming. So when he does get older and of age, then he can recognize it from the back because that niggling voice in his head has been there, and which is key.
Yo, listen, they used to call me racist. On these channels, they used to call me racist because I said that I wanted my grandchildren to be black. And I'm like, I'm literally saying what all of these other groups are practicing, right? The Asian people is having an Asian husband and wife to have Asian children, and then the grandchildren come and they look like little Asian people, and everybody's happy. But a black woman on YouTube says she wants her grandchildren to be black. Now I'm racist.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
No, I hear you, man, and I feel you, sis. I think what it boils down to is representation. So I don't mind seeing again, like I'm not insecure. Do you know what I mean? And I think that all of us are beautiful in our own shades. My sisters should be represented, but what I'm saying, it should be represented in proportion to what is within that community, right? So if I see a random Chinese person with blonde hair, I know that's not the representation. Majority of them have got dark hair. So it's odd that you keep pushing that one Chinese person who was born that way because it's the image of white supremacy. And this is what I'm saying with us. I don't mind her being represented. She deserves to be represented. But that's not of the exclusion of me.
Mm-hmm.
And there should be more of me selling to me.
And you know what?
You want to see more of a representation that's equal to the current state that you live in. And it's not only just that, like people just saying, "Oh, you're moaning." What does that mean? Like, what does that equate to? Like you said, what is happening to that little black girl who's watching that? What's happening to that little black boy who's watching that? Remember, we might be women, but we're also the guardians of you lot's kids. It's innate for us to worry and think ahead like that. Representation is very key on so many levels. And just because you don't get it and you don't bother to pick up a book to look into what that does and how that affects people, but you can understand doctrine and programming and everything else for everything else, it's sus.
Mm-hmm.
And don't expect me to just like insult my own intelligence for that. Do you understand what I'm saying, sis? Or my sisters?
No, you're 100%.
Yeah.
You're 100%. We're gonna be the safeguard on that. Like what's going in, how it, to kind of prevent the further deterioration of these lines. I think people think that perhaps people who are like along our thought process a little bit excessive or extreme, but I think it's important to be mindful. Like, when you're watching a commercial and commercials are now having more interracial couples, and when you look at the commercials, what are the dynamics of the commercials? Are they promoting black men being with black women? Because over here in the United States, I see more black women with a white man, right? Because I still think that the image of black men being with white men don't want to see that.
I think they've switched it up. I mean, certainly in England, previously it was more the black male with the white woman, but now they've switched it up, and you know what I mean, putting it the other way around. That's what I was saying.
So you think in England that white men were more comfortable seeing their women be with black men?
Whether they was more comfortable or not, that was what it was. Those were the adverts.
Well, I mean, who's in charge? White men, right?
Well, yeah.
So they have to be the one. They have to be okay with that at the end of the day. So I'm just saying that I don't feel like peoples of the likes of the more conservative, and I don't want to say conservative and racist, like those are the same, but people who have a more, rebel flag, pro, slavery, all that kind of mindset, those type of white folks in America, they just not ready to see their women with black men. Even though it's happening, it's not as popular in our advertisement. However, I could look through a magazine and see a white man with a black woman.
That's really interesting, actually.
That is interesting. Can I put another spanner in the works on the top of that question that she asked? What type of things get advertised and which switch? Let me give you one example, right? So if we say Nike or a sports shop like a JD, yeah, or what's it, something first or something like that, yeah. Say we do a JD, the likelihood is that and even when I'm thinking about them kind of adverts, I don't think I remember even seeing like a proper black girl as the key woman desired or whatever, the story that they play in the adverts, right? It would be always someone who's ambiguous or white, but the male guaranteed would be like probably black or perhaps mixed race. So what is the narrative that you're pushing there? You know who you selling majority to, whose eyes are going to be more on you? Black people, trainers, black men. What are you pushing there? Like, if we're talking about, like, for example, obviously, I'll always take it back to business. So shut me up, yeah? My last one, yeah? But, like, you've got people like, I forgot who it was. It was like Gucci. So not upper, not to like the 1%, but people who can afford it, right? And they were asking, why don't you advertise? It's like, we don't need to advertise. You get me? You don't necessarily see a Gucci all the time on an advert or something like that. Unless it's Christmas or it's Tiffany or something like that, you don't necessarily see it. Because their whole marketing is, they're not even trying to market to the rich people. They're marketing to the people who are of working standards. Because their whole notion is this notion of the aspiration, like these are stuff I want. So that's how they market it to. So that was my spanner in the works on the question that she said. Don't tell me I've like bored you off of a bit of business already, sis.
No, I'm here. Look, listen, I'm over here. Nine Ethan knows the struggles. I just washed my locks, so you know how it is when you gotta dry these things, man. I'm underneath the dryer right now.
I got a weave down to my bottom, man.
I forgot, Nine. I forgot you got the weave. I'm sorry.
But why do you think that's a spanner in the works, though, Kush?
Because someone said, I can't remember if it was you or sis, but they were saying, why would the white man want to see his woman with a black male? Right? Someone said that. But I'm saying in regards to what I was saying is I don't think it's every advert. I think it's certain adverts tailored to certain people where you see that. Now in society, like there's always like a middle ground, right? For advertising now. I know obviously if Black Lives Matter, it's going to be different. Like, the influx of mixed race couples, black couples randomly showing up. What happens with Sainsbury's when they try to do a whole black family for Christmas? So this is just not the norm, right? This is because of what happens socially. So they have to respond to that. But if you look back in the day, right? So on that thing that was, it might have been Melanated or yourself that said that why would the white man want to see that? There's different levels to that. There's different energies to that. There's different representation, right? You need to see that our Eurocentric view of beauty is beauty. We're going to market that hard and program that into you until you get it, right? Especially what? JD and trainers. Who's that going to? Who's watching that? You might be, if I say to you, show me an advert of the black woman who's the lead, yeah, and a type of JD, that kind of level, sports, you might be able to give me one, but I guarantee you I could give you 500. That's not.
So you want to hear something that's messed up? Over here, if you go to the department, so Walmart or Target, whatever, and you go to the baby section, right? And they will have what they call the baby carrier. When you put the baby on top of your chest to hold it, and it'll be the man, a white man holding the baby, or whatever in the picture, the baby's on his chest, all strapped up on the baby carrier. And then they have a picture of a black woman with her baby on her chest.
I knew it. You see what I'm saying?
Oh my God. Did they really just not get a black man to hold his baby? That's so fucked up, right? That's so.
This is what I'm saying. It's not just this. People act like it's in our heads. This stuff is shown to us consistently. That's what programming is. Marketing has been like that since we arrived. They already mastered this. Well, how many years in?
But then we're supposed to be okay with it. Oh, okay, and then
not get affected by it, not question it.
Or then if they want to show a family, right, a black woman with her white man, she's mixed race, or maybe even a mixed race woman with a black man. It's still perpetuating this is the preference. So you black women from two black parents, with your full lips and your wide nose or your bushy hair, you're not desirable because your hair grows up to the sky, it doesn't fall down to the ground, right? You're not the preference. The preference is the what you call an ambiguous woman, or a person of non-African ancestry altogether, right? And she's the preference from black men and all the other men. That is bananas. That is bananas. And any fully black man, any black man who has a black mother and black father that doesn't hear that and feel yo, that's fucked up. Something wrong with him. Something wrong with him. Something wrong.
This is what I'm saying. So when you go to that question of representation, it's so important. And when you see how we're just bombarded with how many images every day, and some of them we don't even consciously take in. That's us as adults, not our little sweet little pitneys.
But you want to know what? I have she's definitely a mixed race person. She's mixed a whole lot of mixture. She ain't even just her mother is white, her mother is black. It's I think both of her parents are mixed race. So she just a combination. You know what I'm saying? She legit, a lot of black Americans be joking, because I'm talking about, I got native ancestry, and it's kind of recent, a grandparent or something like that is from the reservation or something. It's very recent ancestry. And then somebody, it's because some black people be trying to act they not.
That's why I was laughing, because
some of them she legit got native claims where she could, if she wanted to, which I'm gonna get there, right? So her husband, right? Dude look a little suspect too. Like something mixed up there too. He ain't 100%. Like he's not he ain't, his DNA is not gonna come back 90% sub-Saharan West African. I'm just saying, like when I saw a picture of her husband, you know what he looked like? He looked like a Somali or Ethiopian. Like something is like it ain't. It's a little watered down there, right? So her kids, they look like a little Pocahontas, and like they don't look like black kids. Like they don't look. No, if her son grows up and says, "Hey, I'm from Pakistan," people would believe him. You know what I'm saying? People would be like, "Oh, he just got a tan," or maybe he's like one of the dark skinned, or he look Indian, or it's not. I'm trying to say it's not. He definitely doesn't look. Barack Obama looked blacker than these kids. You understand what I'm trying to say? Like they look like a Mariah Carey. See how Mariah Carey is very
we get you.
ambiguous? There you go. Like they're like a Mariah Carey-ish. Like they got a tan, the hair is dark color, but something ain't there. Okay. But the mom, that's the person I work with, her parents appear to identify as black, right? Maybe the community they grew up in. I think I saw her dad. Like, I think her dad is like the blackest person, and then her mom is probably a little more mixed. I met her dad, but she identifies as a black woman. You hear me? Like her demeanor, her culture, the way she speaks, everything. But she does have a tattoo of like the Native American, some feathers and like a dream catcher, which is like part of their thing, right? And certain times, depending on the conversation, she will speak about like the difficulties of being mixed, right? So she does identify sometimes as mixed. And I think this needs to be pointed out is that people of mixed heritage, they may say I'm black, 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 but they have the luxury of choosing when to recognize or acknowledge their mixed culture or their mixed heritage. And they will acknowledge it when it's appropriate, right? I can't speak about being mixed. I'm mixed with black and blacker. That's it. You feel me? Like, that's my mixture. Black and blacker. Um, so what I'm saying is that one time we were having a conversation about what's that chick name? Cardi B. And I said Cardi B is not black. And she was like, Cardi B is so black. And I was like, no. Have you seen Cardi B's parents? Oh, people in Dominican Republic is black or whatever, right? And I was like, have you seen her parents? Oh, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, so it's hard to do an interrupt.
Oh, yeah, I would say, have you seen her? Have you seen her parents? And she seemed to be a little frustrated with me that I didn't embrace Cardi B as being black because she has like a mixture in her background. And I'm like, people in Dominican Republic, yeah, they might have some African ancestry way up on the line. Like the slave trade is, a lot of years. But have you seen Cardi B's parents? She got, so I went on Google and I said, this is her dad. He look black to you? This is her mom. She look white black to you? Then she got quiet. I'm like, you can't do that. You can't say somebody's Dominican, that means they black. That's ridiculous. Everybody in America ain't black. So how could everybody in Dominican Republic be black?
Yeah, but sis, I think sometimes a lot of us in our community view things from their very narrowed own experience.
But then she said, people, the way that they handle mixed people, it's not right. Like she started interpreting how she was treated and maybe rejected by black people. And she was like, fuck that. I'm black. Cardi B black. All of us motherfucking mixed race people, we black. She feels like, no. And I'm like, look, I will tell you, this woman is in service. She intentionally works in a very impoverished black school. Everybody's black. She conducts herself as a black woman.
Would you do you classify as black, sis?
I see her as a mixed race person in black culture.
Okay.
I don't. If she says I'm black, I wouldn't just be like, come on now, you ain't black. Because I mean, I don't know her like that, like to know her parents and stuff like that. I don't. But I think I met her dad because we were handing out turkeys to one of the families, and I think her dad was there, and he looked like a black dude. I don't know about her mom, but nothing about her appearance screams black woman. It doesn't scream white woman. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Her physical appearance is if she would have told me I am a Brazilian, I would believe her. If she would tell me that I'm Spanish from Dominican Republic, I would believe her. If she would have told me that my dad is Ethiopian, I would believe her, which Ethiopia is in Africa, but that everybody in Africa isn't black. But you see what I'm saying? Like if she would have told me my dad is Yoruba and my mom is Igbo, I'd be like, get the fuck out of here. I wouldn't believe her. You know what I'm saying? I'd been like, nah, you wildin'. Both of your parents are from Nigeria? I would be like, you're joking. Because she does not have any sort of I am sub-Saharan. No, she's not from Cameroon. She ain't Congo. No, none of that. None of that. It's something else is present. But how she identifies, even if let's say she's 30% sub-Saharan African, this particular woman, to her, that's 90%. Like, she's just, I'm blackity black. Like, what you talking about? What?
But both her parents are quite mixed, right?
I think her mom is more mixed than her father.
Okay. And if she identifies as black, I wouldn't have a problem, for example, of her being on the show as a representation.
And I'm gonna tell you, she's the type of black woman for Black History Month. She's like, if we have an event at our school, are y'all getting the food from a black-owned restaurant? Are y'all doing this? Like, she's all about the black community, blackity black. She's not like, well, are we doing something for the Native Americans because I'm 20% Native? Like, she ain't, you know what I'm saying? Personally, that's not her thing. Like, she ain't rocking for the Native Americans like that. But when the mixed race issues come up, I can hear her, you know, like that rejection that she might have felt, you know, being a light-skinned black woman and having issues with dark-skinned black women, like, or, you know, like, oh yeah, you think you all that, you know, that kind of thing. Because their issues are real. Like, I know that light-skinned or mixed race people, they got their own little sphere. And I put that in the chat that I think that we, as fully black people, we should have our spaces. But I do think that they should have their space as well. They should, you know, I brought up South Africa, not to like make fun of, but I want to say on this show called Pan-Africanism Strikes Back, he has a YouTube channel. You know, you guys should subscribe to Brandon's channel. It's lit, right? Brandon had 2 guests from South Africa, and they were a married couple. They were both colored people, right? So they're both people who are mixed race in South Africa, and they just happened to find refuge with one another, and they married, right? And they were speaking about being part of this. It's like a class system, or what, not a caste system, but basically like classifications there in South Africa. There are black people there, there are white people there, and then there's color. And what is the experience for colored people? They don't have to have this pressure of just being black. They're not black. their experience is different. They may have certain privileges, they may be looked upon a different way. And instead of ignoring it, they actually recognize it. They say, we're colored, we're not you. And we're not you either. We're different. We are our own class. And they can talk about issues that affect them as mixed race people. I think that's healthy. I think that's extremely healthy.
And the thing is, not to thingy Bobby here, but there's well, I would argue at least that there's a place in England where it's quite similar to what you're describing in South Africa, right? And just you know, for the more, let me not say more ignorant, but in South Africa, obviously they call coloured people mixed race people, right? Because right now in England, the word coloured is quite offensive. You know what I'm saying to you? So just to reiterate that. But in Liverpool, melanated, there's definitely a mixed race or community where that is what they are. They're mixed race, and that is their identity, mixed race. Yeah, so I would actually liken them.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Liverpool? That's a team, or is that an area in?
Yeah, it's a place in England
Okay.
Yeah, up north. Yeah, and it's one of
up north.
Yeah, but it was one of the slave ports, right? So it's got actually quite a long slave history. It's got a slave museum, etc., etc., etc. But I'm just making the point that just in regard of what you're saying there about the quote unquote colours in South Africa, where they basically got their own kind of vibe and culture, this, that, and the other. Yeah, I would say it's a similar thing in Liverpool. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because they're very much of the thing where they're not black or white, they are mixed race. That's their thing, and don't fuck about with it. Yeah. For real,
yeah, I mean, you know what?
I think that it's gonna. I think it's already started, but I think that that notion is just gonna get stronger and stronger. I foresee that happening anyway, because even when the Chung Lee girl was speaking, she said something that was so dumb to me, but I think I understood what she meant. But she was just saying that mixed race is relatively new. We only got our census in 2014 or something like that. Yeah, and there's a lot to say in that. Like,
She said we only got our what?
Just to cut in again, and I'm gonna go on mute. In the live before, I was speaking about my first boyfriend who was mixed race, right? And I went through, but he said that himself, like one day we're gonna be somebody, basically. I'm laughing now, but trust me, how much years later, it's not even a joke thing. And the next argument then has to be, especially amongst black people, is should we not even give them that, but you know what I'm saying to you, because seemingly it's mostly black people that are, you know, and then there's the sort of political value of it. It gets messy, man. But let me go on mute still. There's many layers to the thing, man. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem. Like what I was saying before was that there is like, when I say a census, like when you have to tick a box if you're black, white, or whatever, there was an option they were saying for them, which speaks volumes in itself, right? So you don't feel that black represents you, and this goes back to the notion of being able to switch from one to the other, right? But so they said there wasn't a box for them. So what she's saying, it's only recent that there was a box to tick that represented her. And I just think that, you know, this whole identity of being of mixed heritage is already here. Whether people want to believe it or not, it's already here. It's been here, especially in Britain. Come on. Look what, like, you know what I mean? Look what, like, the black Americans say about us here. Like, obviously, there's and like what Nine said, there's a growing community. There's already been a growing community in Liverpool, and there's in London, it's just the same. So I do think that they're going to have to carve out their own space for themselves. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, because like you said, they have their own individual struggles and things like that. And also the crap that they get from the white side, that's a lot.
You know what? I can tell you, I have a family member who I think, I don't want to say she was in denial, but I would say that because she identified with the black side of her, right? mainly because I don't know choice. Like, so my aunt, who was a black woman, 100% black woman, had two black parents, had had a child with a, I would say, okay, so my family is from a Spanish speaking country, right? So
Sorry,
when you're in this,
no, sorry, Melanie. Can I just quickly interrupt because I can't even be on
Mhm.
it for too long? Okay,
Go
I just
ahead.
got a message on Discord. I just want to be clear earlier on, right? I'm not anti mixed race, okay? I'm not anti
You
white.
have mixed race child. What the hell are you talking about?
Well,
People
I
are
mean,
getting
let's
at
say,
you.
okay. I just want to be clear. I was being very clear. I think that at this stage we can distinguish between a black family and a mixed race family. That was all that I was saying. I
Tosh,
wasn't
why they
being
always trying to
anti-white.
silence you, sis? Why they trying to silence you?
Yeah, the thing is, I wasn't being anti-white, and I definitely wasn't being anti-mixed race. So I just wanted to be clear, that I'm not against mixed race.
In what way
Mixed
was?
race
What
community.
way did they? What did you say that made
Do you
someone?
know what? I suppose I've got to have that discussion, but I just got this
Sis, you need to,
message
that
to
thing where they
say,
say don't feed the trolls. That one
disappointed.
person name, his name, don't feed the trolls. I think you be giving too much energy to these trolls, yo. You do, because people, but for whatever reason, they try to control your voice. They try to silence Tosh Jeffs, and she got a whole husband for that. Everybody, like for real, for real. You don't
Right.
try to take the place of her man. She got a man in her life. Leave her the fuck alone. Whatever she want to say, let her say it. Like, stop. Oh my gosh. Like, I don't. If you want to say about talk about Caribbean, they got an issue. You want to talk about the
Yeah.
black, they got an issue. You want to talk about oh my god, I'm tired of it for you, sis. Like, I'm tired of it for
Oh, I
you.
know. I mean, it's fine. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, right? But I just want to be clear that the reason why I mentioned this earlier on is because I think it's unfair to completely just ignore the non-black parent and say that the child is black, right? Because the cultures are very different. This is all I was saying. I wasn't trying to completely X out the mixed race community. We do align with them at times. I'm not going to say we don't, and they are seen as black by number of white people. I've been clear on that earlier
Tell
on.
them to jump on, Tash.
I don't know if that's gonna happen, but yeah,
No, they should jump on because right now we are echo chamber. We all agree right now, so they should jump on and tell us how mixed race people are actually black.
And
Where
in
they
fact,
at?
no one's been anti-white or anti-mixed race on this panel at all. From what I've heard, nobody. So I don't know where that person's getting that from, but I just wanted to make
Listen,
myself clear. But I got to jump off.
everybody
I'm
who want
listening now.
raisins and they potato salad.
And people will
Go
hear what they
on.
hear. They
So
didn't hear.
hold on, Tasha.
Yeah.
Exactly what is their argument? Just so I get it clear.
I just said they're disappointed in my. I've heard this before from this particular person. Disappointed in my. I'm not going to use the words, but the reality is, I understand the position that they're in, right? So, if I offended anybody, I didn't. That's not what I was intending to do. I don't believe that
Well,
I'm.
tell them. Oh well, just be
I'm an act to
offended.
offend anyone. I
Do
don't
they
think any of
consider
us.
themselves black and British?
Sorry, say that again.
Do they consider themselves as black and
No.
British?
No.
So
no.
what?
Then tell them Figwe. Tell them Figwe.
So what's the argument? What's the argument with you then?
No, I think they felt that I was kind of, pulling away and not really giving their plight, the right
Their plight. Oh, they're the mixed race person. They're
the
mixed
right
race.
type of plight. But we have to, unfortunately, I'm sorry to say,
Is the individual mixed racist, Tash?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
really cutting it down a little
So
bit.
they need a mixed race platform. You cannot be mixed race,
Are
right?
they black and white mixed race?
Oh, you guys stop it now. Sorry.
No, seriously. Like, listen. If I was
Okay.
if I was what you call it, what they call those people? If I was transgender, right, and I'm on this platform, and I'll be like, I don't like how y'all talking about men, but I got a whole vagina, right? I really can't be mad at how y'all talking about men because y'all are actual women talking shit about men, and I'm a woman who thinks I'm a man having issues with y'all, right? So I gotta just shut the hell up, and maybe I can go into a trans environment, and we could all have our understanding about men. That's more appropriate. But why would I get mad at you guys for how you see men when I'm not actually like you? That doesn't make any sense. See what I'm saying? So somebody who is mixed race, their experience or how they see blackness is going to be different from our experience of how we see blackness coming from two black parents. And I think Ty said it, Nine said it, Cushy said it, I said it. Like, it's a different experience. I'm not saying that that makes you completely white or that makes you completely Asian or whatever your other mix is, but it's a different experience, and you can't undermine the difference. It's present. It is. Just it's no shade. Just would you upset though? So if Tosh is a black woman, she's speaking about it. One, her children, her child, and her children to come, she has to she has to first understand the experience in order to be there for them. But she's not going to sugarcoat it and say, you know what, you came out of a black womb, you're a black child. Like, no, 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 she's not going to do that. You see what I'm saying? Because that would be undermining their father. So she's speaking from wisdom. She's speaking from her maternal understanding of how she's going to educate and guide her children. Like, why would someone have a negative? Hear what you said, which to me, I didn't hear anything you said negative. How could someone hear that and hear you siding with one side or the other?
Can I just quickly say something because I've got to go? So I just want to ask you a few questions. Don't leave though, Tash, because I do want to hear your answer back to Melanated. But did they say they were disappointed with what you said, or that you was on a panel of what?
Yeah, it was personal to me, but I think no, they weren't. They didn't talk about the panel.
Okay.
It was personal to me, I think. So I just wanted to be. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Okay, so it's something that you had said, and not something that you never spoke on behalf of. Like, there's nothing that you should have said to back them up or nothing like that.
No, it was something that they felt they haven't redirected. I've said I'll give them a call later on to clarify what I actually said. I'm going to listen back to it. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I didn't say anything that would put them in a position, the mixed race community in a position of oppressing them or anything along those lines. So it's a strange.
Tell them I'm dropping the link, Tash.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I mean,
I'm dropping the link for them, man, because
I think
the more interesting thing to myself is why are they coming to you?
There's probably easy access, isn't it? Or they know her, or it's easy.
Yeah, but are you a representation of mixed race people? Like, jump on, man. Whoever you are, jump on, man.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I just want to say, because I do have to go. Like, I just want to say that.
Big up, Kushti.
Yeah, big up, man. And it was a good discussion. Like, please, sis, like, keep it on this like level. Yeah, this vibration. I'll come back, man.
All right, man. I know you've had enough of your bangers and mash, man. Keep talking.
Trust me. Trust me.
Christy is the energy police.
It's only because I love you and I want you to stay on a high energy, man. It's nice to hear. Anyway, I got to go. So, what I was gonna say is that it's like, I don't think that you said anything wrong, Tash. But for myself, to wrap things up, I do want to say on my stance that, you know, we did say a lot of points that were just reality, and I think we need to start speaking of reality and not things that have been pushed to our narrative. If we are around as women as well, we are going to be around more mixed race women, right? We're going to be around women general, and if I'm around and they're my friends, and they've said that they don't identify as black, and that's a common thread, then that's a common thread. And everyone can say that's a common thread. Like in London, in our reality, in our age group, that's just what it is. It's nothing unusual. To say that you are factually mixed race because you have two heritage parents, there's nothing wrong in that. But saying that if you identify with us, then we're with you, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I also want to say that we did mention that how I feel that Black and British did mixed race people a disservice. the ones that do identify as black, because I don't see them really represented there. Because I don't class Andrew as that, sis, because of his mix. But if I come back, I can explain that. And I do want to say as well, just because we're saying that they need their own space, because like I said, they do have their own individual issues that they go through, including from the outside race. Like what one of them said is, you know, they Chung Lee was saying that basically black people think that we don't have our issues, or all we've got is privilege, but we do have our issues. Imagine coming home, you don't get to go home and you're in a community and you're safe, you're loved. We go home and I'm feeling racism, direct racism as a kid from my white family, right? So they have their own issues. I can't relate to that. I cannot. Yeah. So I do believe that they, and the reason why I say they need to, I don't mind them having a group. I'm not forcing it on them, because I hate that people always do it to us, especially as black women. I'm saying that I understand if they wanted their own space to iron it out, just as black women have asked for their own space to build up their own confidence, to talk about their hair. The list goes on, right? We like our own space in that. You can see that in YouTube, you can see that in communities. We like to build ourselves up. So it's understandable if you'd want to do that. Does that mean that you should separate? No. So when I go to my events, and I've said this several times, and I go there are Pan-Africans, Muslims, everything under the sun, and we're all there for the same purposes. We love black people. We want to commit and build and move forward. We want to shop with black people. So just because I'm saying you should build yourself up in your community or whatever, does not mean that I do not feel that we are still as one, especially if you identify as us. Now, if you still got a problem and you can't comprehend that, I don't believe that it should be put on us as well. I'm going to leave this to my sisters, that should be our problem anymore.
Yeah, no, 100%.
I don't think we should take on that burden. But yeah. I'm definitely on the chat for a bit, yeah. And if the vibes are saying, I'll come back, man, and I love you all. And bless up Solsa, EIE. There was loads of other people in the chats as well. And bless up, Nine. Yeah.
Yeah, big up yourself, sis, man.
Yeah, bless up, Kushti, man. Give thanks, man. Give thanks. A lot of talking points. And I'm sure we will continue the conversation even after tonight still, because seemingly, even within this small conversation, as per normal, it throws up some controversies, whether on the front end or back end, right? But yeah, I mean, Tash, you're done now. Yeah. But
oh boy,
it's interesting still. It's interesting still.
Yeah. It is very interesting. The triggers of, I don't know what could have triggered them that I said earlier on, but you know, we'll have that discussion, and then hopefully that person might decide one day to jump on. You know.
But are they in terms of their mixed heritage? Are they black and white or?
Oh, knife. You know, I can't tell you that because you know you're gonna know.
All right, cool.
But yeah, I mean, you know, it's no, they, like Christy was saying, you know, it's important that they're able to discuss their issues and what they go through, you know, and I've got them in my family, so I know that they have different issues to what, you know, the black woman and the black man has, and we should stop pretending, you know, or we're never going to be able to sort out the issues. They, at times, obviously, they're going to align, and I wanted to speak to Kushti about black beauty branding, and mixed race people at times, you know, replacing some of the, you know, black women, which I don't necessarily have an issue with, because sometimes they have that tight curl and what have you. So these kind of things we can align with, but in regards to
I definitely do.
Okay, go on.
One of my fears, yeah, especially with other propaganda like, you know, anything that's fathered by a black man is a black child. You get me? Wherever this, wherever that. So, like I'm saying, in it, if we're not careful, black women could be robbed out. Simply put.
Yeah. I mean, like, there's a newspaper article in the Independent saying that the Caribbean community is going to be extinct in the next 30 years in the UK. So yeah, it is on the cards for us, and this is the reality. You know, this is the reality. We are going down in numbers, and it's going to be interesting to see what takes place. Whether people are going to take this on, or I don't know. But yeah, it's a tricky subject. I don't know what to say now after I've received that message, to be honest with you. And I myself have got to jump off soon.
But that's really quite interesting still, because it could be argued that that's part of the propaganda, right? because one, whoever this person is, they don't want to come, although obviously they're more than welcome to come and to give their argument. But two, it kind of shows how it could be argued that, and this has been a bit extreme, it could be argued, but where black women are being not pressured, but in a position where, but going back, like I said, everything's historical, right? Because historically, you get me, that from it had a drop of, then it was, and that we claimed it, whatever, until today, right? Our thing already. And that's why I said sometimes our righteousness, what I'm saying to you, is part of our downfall. I truly believe. Because not everyone is like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And they'll tell you with chest.
I mean, we are a very hospitable community, the Caribbean community in particular. Very, very hospitable. And it could be seen as, it's been at our detriment. But I've watched a part of this show that you guys are discussing, and I'm waiting for the mixed race girls to turn and say, okay, we're no longer a part of this community. And I think people should, take note of this and kind of, it's going to be a controversial comment, but kind of respect their decision in that as well. They have their own issues. They have their own issues, and it should be taken as that. I found a lot of black men in the Discord server that have that are interracial dating or have children that are mixed race. Saying to me that their children are black. There's no ifs and buts about it.
Tell them to jump on, man. Tell any man that's saying that to jump on.
Well, their children are black.
Man, because any man, listen. Them days are over. Yeah, we're not doing a whole white woman having a mixed race child and calling it black. We're not doing that. We are not doing that. We're not doing it. So whoever it is, or who, jump on.
Loads of them.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say about the sickness is real. And that's why we have to bun them out, man. And this is my need for saying this. We have to bun you. Any man that's out there still trying to propagate that you having a child with a black woman, a white woman, a Chinese woman, an Indian woman, whatever, and then you're trying to say that child is black on the move and a blood clot. No, seriously, man, them days are over. Because what they'll do is rub us out. That means that you can have a child with a Chinese woman and call it black.
Yeah.
So then why do you need a black woman? You lot of foolishness. Listen, you lot.
Yeah, what is
have made family? Your decisions. Your decisions is yours, cool. But don't be thinking that anyone out here is going to get fooled by that. Like, your child, respectively, is mixed race.
Right.
Yeah. Like, because how can you logically, let's just deal with logic. You're going to look at, all right then, let's use an example, a working example. Excuse me. How are you going to look at Gummy, aka Jupiter?
Yeah?
Okay. How are you going to look at Jupiter and say that Jupiter has had a black child? You're not, you lot are, anyone that's doing that, you lot are
delusional.
Dumb.
Yeah.
You're delusional, exactly.
Yeah.
Dumb and delusional.
It's embarrassing to even, that's why I laugh when I see her running around here and I hear that narrative of, my child's black, and I'm like, yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, you lot are with the Jupiters of this world. Okay. No. Nah. Sorry. Like you said, those days are well and truly over. Yeah, we're going to take into consideration that one of the parents is white or Asian or Chinese. Because the reality is, what is the black family? If we're saying the black family is the white mother, what happens to like you said, what happens to the black woman? It's a mixed race family. Sorry. I think there's a lot of guilt as well, and these kind of weird feelings. Well, tough. Love who you love. Be happy in it. Be happy in what you're doing, and get on with it.
1 second. Yo, EIE, absolutely, they have the right to choose. No problem with that. No problem with that. Yeah, because at the end of the day, and I don't want to sound harsh, but this is an occupational hazard of that union. You see what I'm saying to you? Cool. You can decide to be whatever. But don't you ever think that me, as a black woman that produces black children, is going to look at a white woman that's produced a mixed race child and call that child black? You're an idiot, Bedrin. You're a fool if you think that. You're a madman. Remember, I tell you that.
Look at, you look at Thandie Newton, and she's complaining about the African American woman, saying, "Oh, I'm not being treated, and I know we're taking your men and all this kind." And I'm like, she considers herself to be different. She's saying it's due to the black woman, but she is, she's got a white father. Why should we pretend like the father is black? It's crazy. It's complete madness. We don't have to.
EIE, come and tell me about these other factors. You come and tell me about these other factors, EIE. I beg you. Bring it, come, man.
Oh, Jupiter's black child has the right to choose. Okay, EIE. EIE, you're going down the wrong road, brother. I'm telling you,
no, I ain't got a problem with no. I agree with that. Yeah, they can choose. It could be argued. Yeah, this is an occupational hazard of the union. I ain't got no problem with that. You get me? But I want to hear about and child, but there are other factors. That's what.
But yeah, he's saying there's nuances. I'm telling you by first-hand experience, right? The person, like my husband, he's dark-skinned, right? So to everybody, he looks black. But knowing that person and having a family with that person, it doesn't matter about their complexion. He has been brought up by a parent that is non-black, non-African, non-Caribbean, right? So the culture that is instilled in him, this foundation that he's had, he is going to, we're going to have to compromise as a black family. We're not going to be doing every single thing that is sturdy for the betterment of black people. We are going to, at times, support the Asian community. This is a fact. Now, I know Natty came on and maybe I was a little bit hard on Natty, and maybe it's different for a man to a certain extent. But there's going to be times where the mother of his child is going to entertain her culture, and rightly so. She should be able to do that. She should be able to do that. And we should stop saying that all of a sudden this woman has become black. She's a Pakistani woman. She's brought a child into the world and she matters. And that child is going to be clear that his mother matters. And she's not a black woman. She might have the culture. It doesn't matter how much music, how much songs she listens to, how much food she puts on the plate for the man. It doesn't matter. You can't erase her whole childhood, how she's been brought up. You can't erase that. That's going to be embedded in her child's upbringing, her culture. It's a fact. Sorry, guys. It's a difficult pill to swallow for some of you, I know. But one thing I will say, and I do want to be clear on this, politically, I do think there's an argument that they will align with the black community and they will be a part of that, of our plight to a certain extent, because the way that white people or the way that non-black, non-mixed race people are seeing them, they will see them as black. And I think that's why it's very conflicting for the mixed race person. So yeah. Where's Mel gone?
Yeah, she had to. She said she had to go still, but yeah, definitely. Listen, I understand the political argument and always accommodate that. You see what I'm saying to you, and that's why it can get political in it, because it leaves very sticky situations, right? But all I'm saying is, in 2022, yeah, we have to at least get to a point, and we are hearing many of them say it themselves, whereby trying to force a child who is of mixed heritage to be black, or get me, It's stupid. Like, I won't listen, man. How can you? My thing is this, Tasha. Yeah, regardless of this, that, and the other, how can you look at a Jupiter and say that she has a black child?
Oh boy,
put that under post-traumatic.
Disturbing. It's a disturbing thought, man. The woman can't even stand. She can't even take on the black woman if we even express ourselves, or how, you know, if we show ourselves as she just. There's always this wall for Jupiter.
Yeah, but I'm just using her. Obviously, I'm being slightly facetious, right? But I'm just saying, to look at a whole white woman and say that she's got a black child is stupid on how.
Yeah, I know what you mean by the look, but even just what comes out of her mouth, like she's.
Because you will never hear a white person say, "Oh, a black woman that's got a child with a white guy is a black child." They just won't do that.
But no, but they have their own brands. You go into the hair shop, you know that there's a brand called Mixed Chicks, right? There might be a few people that are, you know, more melanated on the brands, right? On the advertisements, on the marketing, right? But the reality is they have their own space in these shops. They have their own brands. They are their own brands. They are being sold to due to being mixed race, right? We can't suddenly say, okay, you know, we're mixed race, you know, we're this, and this is what I'm finding sometimes. They're going to start to say, well, no, you're not.
Well, that's why I'm saying we got to be careful of the propaganda, and we've got to be careful of the future buffer class. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah, because if you can have a person like Chung Li, or whatever the fuck her name is, who actually has no Chinese in her to show you how, yo, you can be anything you want to be. I know I can. You see what I'm saying to you? So, and then on that program, the two least, it could be argued, black people, at least in color and in vibration, it could be argued, were the ones that were really sort of trying to say, oh, you know what I mean? Racism doesn't matter, because the two of those girls, yeah, I know that they could wake up tomorrow with a completely different look that could basically take them out of the black race. Definitely Chung-Li. Yeah. And the other girl, you see, she was kind of trying it. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
And then the one that you could never,
she might not get away with it, but
the one that you could never deny, like I said, they just had her in there like a clown, man. That's why I want to know who made that program and what was the remit. Because if I was making that program, that dark, she could never be my program. Ever. And I would take her to the side and ask her, do you understand what we're doing out here? Like, are you like, she would get dashed with straight away.
999.
Yeah. This is the girl that said, and this is what I'm trying to say about the mockery. She's the one, she of all said, I want a footballer or a millionaire or whatever. This is when I knew this thing was just a comedy thing, man. Yeah. Again, this is where we've got to be careful, man, because it's like our what would you call it? Our struggles become entertainment, man.
Yeah. 100%. If you put it in the hands of the wrong people, you're finished. And let's be clear. We, like you said, this black woman, it's not even a case of even mixed race. We have to be very careful who's representing us on these kind of media platforms where they're going and doing these kind of shows. You know,
I don't even blame her though, because she's obviously been approached.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We need to know who are the actual makers behind this comedy show.
Yeah, we have to build awareness. We have to knowledge up the people, because she doesn't know what she's doing. You know, she's just a pawn.
Does. No. Of course
she's
does.
just a pawn. She don't know anything. She's
she
just
may
there.
be a pawn, but she knows exactly what she's doing.
Well, when I say she doesn't know the implications or the response that she's going to receive after this. I think she would have thought twice about jumping on. You know. Mind you, anyone will do anything for 5 minutes of fame these days, so I don't even know.
I don't know, man, because I think that's the next thing we've got to be careful about, whereby we just seem to like negate people's accountability, man.
Yeah.
And make excuses for people. We've got to stop all of that, man.
Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. That's definitely missing. That's definitely an issue in our community, accountability. 100%. 100%. This is where Dominique, she can really, if you haven't got your blinkers on, she's somebody that can really fool your head up. She's very, very clever. I was listening to her on a podcast a few weeks ago, but she's very, very sneaky, and she's got this way of kind of, because she's all about the accountability. She's very anti. She's even about the racelessness theory. Does race even exist? She was about that kind of space, and she's big on, we have to be accountable for what we say. Not everything's based on race, and we should really think about, what we're doing. And she was going for the women, I think, a little bit as well, which was interesting. Black women, and how we're bringing up our children. I'm thinking, yeah, okay. But there is another side to it. We do have the systematic issues. We do have issues of being a bit of a divided community at times. But so yes, we do have to be careful with that whole accountability argument. There has to be a balance to a certain extent, but yeah, I hear you.
What do you mean we got to be careful? Sorry, what do you mean?
Because it becomes what I've noticed, right? This is just from actually being on the Discord, right? There's two camps, right? So there's one camp where it's constant complaints about white supremacy, and then there's that other camp that's complaining about, we don't take accountability. We need to behave differently. We need to do this, and there's no racism. So she's on that side, and I think sometimes if you're too far gone on that side, you forget the other side, the institutional racism and what have you. But in regards to, like, for example, what you were saying about this black woman taking accountability, and she's a grown woman, she should know better. I would agree with that. I would definitely agree with that. But yeah, and I like to have those kind of arguments privately, not around different groups. But
no, I hear that still, man. I hear that, man. But and I agree with you, that. But seemingly within this sort of show, the BBC want to put that on Front Street because like I missed the first part of the first show. I came in at the second part where they were talking about this youth called Mr. Strange. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Is that the drill artist?
Well, I don't know what he is. Yeah, yeah. I didn't know who he was. He gave his testimony. I quickly went and Googled him. I went to one of his tunes, and I'm like, nah, man.
Oh boy.
Nah. Because nah, man, nah. And this is what I'm saying. Like,
let me go and see him.
The problem is that they've got the team patterned in such a way in that if you complain about certain things, you know what's popping off. And this is what I'm trying to say about the whole propaganda of the thing, the whole, where we are in this whole matrix thing. Like, it's oh my Lord, have mercy. It's just mad. It is just mad. It's just mad. You know what I'm saying to you? But all I'm saying is that, all right, then cool. You went and gave your testimony. You gave your arguments, this, that, and the other, cool. Then I went and checked out your content. And I'm like, nah, allow it, man.
I need to have a look.
Allow it, man. Allow it, man. Allow it. Allow it. Allow it. Allow it. Like, you're trying to be the British little Nas X.
Oh, no. Oh, gosh.
Allow it. Allow it. Allow it. Allow it.
No way. And you know what? It's all, that's what I'm telling you. It's all, they've put him in the spotlight now. His following's going to go up. It's a direct attack on the black man. This is.
And that's why I keep saying the propaganda is real. You know what I'm saying to you? And at this point, with all that being said now, then we got to really
we've got to really take a good, not even a good look, but be on top of what our youths are looking at, man. Because
100%.
If this can, if he can reach the mainstream in terms of this program, because obviously they know upon watching it, people are gonna go, you know what I mean, go and check it out. Get me? I'm like, nah, man. You're trying to find man's G spot and all that. Love it, man. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, nah.
Love it, man.
Gosh.
We're already fighting against just normal heterosexual sexualization, right? So
yeah, that's an attack direct on the family, on the black family.
Yeah, man. And yeah, well, I should say it to you because, but he tried to use the Bible, and I was like, oh my god, man, what the hell?
Yeah, the Reggie, jump on, Reggie. If you can hear us, jump on.
Nah, Reginald can't back that, man. Reginald can't back that, man. It'll be interesting to hear a Christian even try to back what he was saying, because he was actually trying to use the Bible to defend the thing, and boy,
gosh, yikes.
And even that I thought was disrespectful, man.
Of course.
But apparently, I didn't see the first bit, man. But apparently, before they showed that boy there, apparently Forever Family was on it.
I saw a little on the thumbnail. I did see them, but I haven't seen them come up on it, so I don't know. Must have been very very quick. I must have missed it.
Yeah, I don't know. I did.
Yeah. No, I haven't seen them at all, to be honest.
I did miss the. Sorry.
It's a shame we can't play it on here. You know, even if you stop and start it for a little bit, you can't play it here.
What are you talking about? The actual show?
Yeah. Don't chance it then. Don't chance it if you feel. Because I'm watching it on YouTube. That's why I was thinking, well, maybe you can. I don't know.
But apparently, this is one of the Forever Family representatives that was on the show.
What? Say that again.
I'm saying apparently this is one of the Forever Family representatives that was on the show.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Maybe. Are you joking?
Apparently not. I asked my own self. I said, I did ask the question, why are you not editing out the thing, wherever this, wherever that? And I was assured that there's no editing, and that was a screenshot from the actual show.
Hold on, I haven't seen them.
Huh?
Hold on. Let me have a look. Oh my goodness. The plot thickens. Facts over everything. If you jump on it, I'm jumping off. I just want to be clear. I can't take your nonsense today, this evening. Just to be clear with you. All right, hold on. So somebody actually came onto the show and spoke on behalf of Forever Family, or there? You're talking about one of those people being a part of it.
No, I don't know the exact story, but like I'm saying, how I've understood it, on the same show, there was a segment where Forever Family was involved, whereby this picture was taken.
Right.
Afterwards, they put in the young man, Mr. Strange. What's his name? I don't even want to be disrespectful.
No.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm trying to say about the propaganda, Tash. So imagine, first you have Forever Family and whatever else associated with that. Cool. You get me? And then straight after that,
my God,
Mr. Strange, and then he gives his testimony about liking to find man's G spot.
Oh man. So he can. Oh gosh. I must send our friend a little message then, just to find out what that's about. Oh my goodness. You can't write this stuff. It gets worse. It gets worse. It gets worse. So where's the timestamp for that? Have you got a timestamp for that one? Send it to me, please.
I ain't got no timestamp, bab.
I must have blinked and missed that one.
But like I said, this is from the first show.
Yeah, I'm past the first show, so I blinked and missed that. I'm on. They've put it's 2 30-minute slots, so I've got a 60-minute full show here. So I think they put the two. Actually, it says season 1, episode 1. So what is this? Is this going to be? And there's going to be another episode?
Nah, man, that's it, man. It's done, man. 2 episodes. That's it.
Oh, okay. They're saying it's season 1, episode 1, and I've got a 59-minute show. I'll have to have a look. Go back. I don't remember seeing that. But yeah, that's why people need to be careful. They need to be careful, you know, who they're signing up to and what they're saying yes to. I'm pretty sure they probably weren't going to agree to that. But yeah.
Well, it's not even that, man. It's just like I said in it. When you see these sort of programs, I know, man. You got to take it with the Yeah, he says mixed kids up like by definition. But yeah, EIE though, this self-different and that's a bit dangerous though, EIE. Even in America, and this is what I'm trying to say, like, so if we go to America with this thing, then yeah, I promote people defining themselves simple, like cool. So I'm not sure. I don't think EIE is ADOS, yeah. But even if we were to use the ADOS example there, does that mean that if someone identifies as being of African was it African descendant of slavery, whatever? Does that mean that they then can put themselves in the mix then EIE? That don't make no sense, man. This self-definition thing, that's madness, man. Although I know that at the moment that is one of the agendas to define yourself as whatever you want to do, but in what world is Jupiter? What? EIE? Nah, this can't even be the proper EIE. In what world is Jupiter white? Huh?
What is she?
Okay, now. So what is she then, EIE?
I don't even know if that's EIE, to be honest.
I'm hoping not, to be honest, man. I'm hoping not, man. I'm hoping not.
Boy, there's something in the water. Something in the water. Something. Where's Natty? Is he coming? Is he gonna jump back on? Wow. Read some of these comments here.
Nah, big up Natty in that still, but I think some of the comments show that as women, boy, sometimes a man must be an island man for blood cleat.
Yeah, definitely. But I think don't know, hopefully this is a wake-up call to a few people, man, watching that show.
This ain't no wake-up call, man. Wake-up call to who?
Well, you know, the reality is if the two girls said, well, okay, we're putting our hands up, we're not black, we have our own, you know, people can't keep on going on with this whole one-drop rule. It's old, it's tired, and like you said, we're in 2022, so times have changed, and that's it.
Well, I just think as women, what I'm saying to you, first and foremost, we got to be very, like steadfast in what we're saying in terms of our position, and the part that we play. Because like I said, like there's a man that I was surprised that he's even holding that, like, do you remember what's his name? What's his name? Do you remember the black Shia?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. He was of that opinion. Me and him had many an argument.
What he's saying? That a mixed race child is black.
Yeah.
The thing is, no, this is going to be controversial, but personally, I think a lot of these black men are saying this because they feel like they've got to kind of defend their blackness to a certain extent, right? But the reality is, you've got to stand firm on your square. If you've decided to lay down with a white woman and you've had a family, for me personally, date who you want, be with who you want, but don't start having these issues and starting to, I've got to say that the child's black, and all this kind of stuff. When you start thinking about yourself as a black man and you start questioning, your plight, that's your issue. You've got to deal with that. There's no point in these constant no, my child is black. That's not going to work anymore, unfortunately. And a lot of people hold on to the fact that in multicultural London, for example, mixed race children are looked at as black, but no, they're not. You go into schools, there's a clear distinction between the black and the mixed race child, even in terms of when they get into college and they're trying to date, and their outlook on who they want to date and what have you. Some are very clear that they do not want to be with this particular person, or they want to be with this particular person. So let's not pretend that mixed race and black are the same thing, right? Because I could go very deep into it if needed be. We're not going to pretend, oh, they're from they're black. They're not. They're mixed race. Yeah.
So you mentioned the educational system there. Do you want to expand a little bit on that in terms
Well,
of...
do you know what? I'll be honest with you, right? From my experience, there is a response that the school will give a black family, and there's a different response to what they'll give the white mother that comes in with the mixed race child, right? There'll always be a different response. But in terms of young people and the way that they see each other, they see each other as, yes, you can even have the Asian boy or the white boy in the group of black boys where they assimilate with what they consider to be black culture, but they are still Asian, they are still mixed race, they are aware of that. This whole pretense, oh yeah, nah, because when they go to each other's houses and they see the white mother, it's a different experience that they're having, right? But the system, even though some say, oh, that child is another black child, if push comes to shove, when you get to that meeting where the child's on its way to exclusion, right, and the white mother comes in for the managed moves, which is what you do before they exclude you, they give you an option of different schools that the child can go to before they exclude. When I have experienced this, when I do join the white parent with the mixed race child, there is a change. There is a different feel to the way that they see the child, right? And they say, oh, well, maybe we could think about this school, and but yeah.
So you're saying that in your educational, professional experience, then, that mixed race children even may gain or get more chances, then? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because it's about identifying, adults identifying with each other as well as children, right? So
absolutely,
if you do have that white woman and she's across there and you're up against the head, the Senko, the deputy head, and they're all white, there's going to be a space for identifying with each other from the bat, right? Now, it's sad in 2022 that this still exists, but I have seen decisions change at that late stage, and I'm not saying that it's always a white parent. You will find black parents that are really pushing and they know the law, because that's what it's all about, knowing your rights and what have you. They do make the change as well, but there are times where, unfortunately, that is something that I've noticed on many occasions. And not only that, right, let's even go a bit further on this. If the child is excluded, right, and they do so happen to be excluded, that white family who may have a lot of opportunities will always be around making sure that child, even though they're mixed race, gets those opportunities, right? Whereas as a black child, right, in a black family, in an area where it's poverty stricken and what have you, right, they may not be able to get the same opportunities without the education backing behind them, and this is a fact, unfortunately. So yeah, sorry, some real reality gems here today, folks. I wasn't even supposed to be here for this long, Where's the people then? Come on, jump on, EIE. You got too much to say in the chat there. Come on, folks.
No, man. Yeah, man. Big up Tasha, man, because I agree with what you're saying there still. And the thing is, certain people, they're not going to jump on in it. You know what I mean? That's already. But don't worry about that. If you got something to do, you know what I mean? Don't watch that. But I think, again, you make a really interesting point, because what you were just saying there is primarily where the female is the main, parental, you know what I mean? The main person in charge, right?
Yeah.
And regardless, they're going to want the best for their child. You see what I'm saying to you? So, and again, I know it to be the facts, man, because I've seen it, lived it, know about it. Oh boy, I tell you, I'm telling you, man. But again, even this that last statement that you made, Tash, raises even more points again. Woo! Yeah, because yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Facts over feelings. You're asking what is the solution in regards to what you're just talking about, because we're talking about the mixed race and black, differentiating between the two groups. So I don't know what you're asking about. Are you talking about the issues of that black children face in education? I'm not sure what you're implying, what you want us to answer. Okay. Facts over feelings. If it's regarding the black child, the black family, and what have you, we have to see what every other community does, what the Pakistani community does, what the white community does, what the Jewish community does, and we have to build our own, kind of spaces. And it's not segregation, but it's making sure that we have ownership over what we deal with, like our hair products. We've spoken about this on several occasions. Making sure that we make sure that our children are aware of their rights, working on the family home, so many things that we can be doing. What's EIE?
I'm reading some of like EIE. Jump on, man, because I do not want to misunderstand your comment.
Oh, here we go. Facts over. I knew you were gonna come.
But
do their women behave like our women? Yes or no? What do you mean by that? Facts. You know what? I'm not even gonna entertain you this evening. You and your hate for black women is unbelievable.
Well, EIE, you come on and give a more balanced opinion. Then, if you believe that we are doing a disservice or we're in danger of coming across incorrectly, then come and make us know, innit? That's what I'm saying to you. Come and let us know, man. Continental Africans could say we not Africans because of the rape that happened to us. EIE, you see this? This is a very EIE, brethren. Come on, man. Come on, man. EIE, man.
They don't want to jump on.
Are you now trying to equate continental Africans, Caribbeans, and black and white? EIE, is that what you're doing? I don't know, man. I might need to play a little bit more of the show, fam, because...
Are you sure this is EIE? I don't know if this is him.
That's what I'm trying. I'm hoping it's not, man.
I love the lovely ladies from our community, but you're killing the young G. Oh, here we go. Yeah,
do you know who this person is?
Sorry?
Do you know who this person is?
Yes, I do, unfortunately.
Cool.
He's been on your panel before.
I have a feeling. What is he? What is he? A Muslim Somalian?
No. He's a black Caribbean, Jamaican, in fact.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He has an issue with the way that we conduct ourselves.
Is he Muslim?
He considers himself to be Muslim, I believe. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
But yeah, he has an issue with us and the way that we behave, the way that we conduct ourselves. And we've gone at it a few times on different panels. You're more careful with your words these days, though. Oh, boy. Yeah, it's mum's fault. It's never the men. That's the issue. It's never the men. It's always the women. Women are always the issue in our community. No other community blame their women for every single wrongdoing or every issue in regards to their children, because men are supposed to lead homes. Facts over feelings. So if you're considering the woman to be at fault, there's something that's gone horribly wrong there. Oh boy. Come on, Facts, jump on then. And when I'm ready, I'll jump off.
But for example, is this Facts actually addressing the issue or just personalizing it, man?
He just goes around. He thinks he's addressing it, but he's got these internal issues with black women that he just won't, he's not budging on. So
But he'll never jump on, right?
Some of the women that are on panels with me, they've really gone at him. Yeah, boomers passed down thoughthood and single mother culture. I forget. Oh yeah. So is that just a black issue then, Facts, or is that an issue for other groups? This thoughthood that you talk about. Jupiter's mixed Jewish heritage makes her not white. Okay. But you've really got them today, Naifa.
Yeah, but EIE, you asked for the link. So jump on, man. Stop the typing thing and jump on, man.
Yeah, let's have it out, EIE. Come on.
Man, them out here trying to talk to people about their bloodline and all this, but don't want to jump on panel. Allow it, man.
fact, I'm quite happy to say that women also need to make a few changes, right? I'm not gonna I'm not against that, right? But at the same time, unfortunately, men have got to make changes as well within our community. You know, you can't hold women fully responsible for what's taking place. The difference with, anyway, I'm not even going to go into that. You're working my back foot. EIE, jump on. You got too much to type, but you're working. Facts over feeling, jump on. Come on, I know you. And let us respond to you. Don't do monologues. Come on, Born, jump on. I've missed my bro, Born. Come on, I haven't spoken to you in ages. Actually, facts and Born at the same time might be. That could be a nightmare. Yeah, I agree. EIE is a very sensitive topic. Interracial dating, the mixed race family, as I see it, I think it is very sensitive, and there's a lot of different opinions. So yeah. Born Rich, come on, jump on. So what do you guys think to black women that date white then, EIE, facts over feelings? Have you guys got an issue with that? Born Rich, basically there's a show called We Are Black and British, and there was 5 people that, I've only watched half of it, 5 people that, was it 5, sorry, 6 people that started basically discussing black issues. 2 of them were what you would probably consider at this time to be biracial. They had one kind of pro black. Anyway, you know what, I'm gonna have to send it to you. You can watch it rather than, I can't even summarize it at this point. There's so much that's gone on, but yeah. 2 words, Tandy Newton. Why are you laughing about Tandy Newton? Thanks. Oh man, let me mute up.
All right, family, not the BM responsibility. You can't blame us, baby. Mother's truck. You are tipped in these labels. Like, EIE. EIE, jump on, man. Because I don't want to get you wrong, but at the moment, I'm not quite understanding what you're saying. I'm sure I'm doing something. I should have known once you have to you in the name was freaky. Chill. Oh no. Oh boy. Alright, well, you know what I'm gonna do? Let me let this play a little bit more still, because I don't even remember how it goes myself, but let me let this play go. and come back again. All right. Let's hear what else goes on in this, because I actually can't even remember what I got, but I definitely remember the title. And EIE's here too. So let's see if it corresponds even with what man's saying right about now still. So let's see what's popping.
Are similar. They have similar traits, but they're not the same. What I'm speaking about is the same
one was
thing.
first, sister. If one fruit came first, fell to the ground, the seed, the fruit was eaten by an animal, the seed ended up in the soil, and then a different fruit grew, yeah, then that would be like likening to what you're saying. But that doesn't happen in fruit family. Yeah. So they are different.
Okay. For instance, like a plantain is part of a banana, right? It's a hybrid of a banana.
Yeah.
It changed. It's not the same. Even when you have a ripe plantain, you have a ripe banana, they're different, right? When it's in the green, when it's green, it's different. When it's yellow, it's different.
All right,
They just different. They're not the same.
What happens when you peel it, sister? What does it look like?
They look similar.
There you
they
go.
Don't look the same. But it's
from the same
similar,
family.
but no.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let's take
Does a white person have two eyes?
No, wait, 1 second, sis. 1 second. Forget about those people. Let's stick with plantains and bananas. Yeah. So which are you saying came first? The banana, right?
Yep.
So the plantain is a hybrid, is a product of the banana, right?
Yes.
So the plantain is in the banana family, right?
Yes.
It's just a variation. Yeah. That's
a big variation.
There ain't nothing different. Ain't nothing.
Boil a banana and boil a plantain and see what was going to happen.
I hear what you're saying, sis. Yeah, but we got green banana as well.
They're in the same category, just like animals, right? Like dogs, there's same different categories of dogs, but they're still dogs at the end of the day. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the similarities between two different people. Yeah, you were talking. I haven't talked, bro. So I just want to just chime into what you were saying still. Do you get me? Like you can take any species or a group of people or even a group of animals. There's still like a horse. There's different variations of horse, and all of them do different things. But there's at the end of the day, they're still horses. If you mix one horse species with a different horse species, you get a new horse species that may be better than two of them separate. No one's seen that. Like there's still a difference.
Guess what happens when you mix a horse with a donkey?
Because they're not from the same family.
Exactly. So this is what I'm saying here. So clearly, people are from the same family. Humans are from the same family. Now we try to establish: do we all believe that the black family, we're first? And if so,
well, maybe in a million years, a horse and a donkey would be able to have a baby.
But even with your thing about the black family being first, let's say the black family was first, it does not explain other people. Because first of all, if you break down, if you were to say that the black family was the one that everyone came around, yes, you would see the similarities, and you do see the similarities in everyone else, but there's still a part of them that is very, very different and distinct from black people. Whether you're talking about genetics, bone structure, DNA compilation, all of it, there's still like they have the basics. They have a mouth, they have a head, they have a brain, they have legs that they can think, they have all of that black people have. But if you break it down to the root core, they have different DNA strains.
Bro, let me tell you something. Yeah,
completely different. Right. We're not the same.
Can I continue talking now?
No, go on.
So hear what I'm saying to you. Name me one trait, that white people have that Africans do not possess.
What a trait that white people have that black straight hair.
So you're telling me that there are no African people with straight hair?
That's not what I said.
So
you told me because hold on, bro. I'm gonna ask you a question. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on 1 minute. I'm not making it complicated yet because the question you're asking. Hold on. No one's making.
Hello. No.
Bloody hell, man.
No, Pastor.
Yo, I haven't even talked to me.
This is the
Raz,
dinner table. Yeah.
One
So
minute.
let's keep it respectful. Yeah. Guys, the dinner table. Dinner table settings. Seeing? Not compatible. Dinner table.
Anyway,
Well, no one's combating nothing, man. We're having.
Man, them.
Yeah, man. No one's combating. We're just talking, man.
All right. Cool.
Raz hasn't spoken yet, so Raz, I'm just opening up the floor. I've got a Sister Naive, I've got a little piece of the little for your piece of the argument still that I just remembered still that might give some perspective on why you lot hold so fast to your thing. I don't know if people, a lot of people already know about it. It's Muhammad Ali. It's Muhammad Ali speaking on integration. So a lot of people have heard it already, but it might give some good perspective to the crowd out there to what you lot are trying to say.
No, wait. No, hold on a minute.
Raz, did you just get cut off, Raz?
No one hasn't cut off anybody.
Yeah, I thought you were
saying. You kind of did cut off him off,
I was talking. I let him talk. I said, you know what?
You're talking to aspect, obviously, then.
No,
because he's coming talking about the Leo.
Sorry, I'm talking to both of you. So because like Raz.
Oh, you know what? Jedi and Raz, please finish your discourse. We will come.
Raz was just making a point. I just never got to hear his point. That's all I'm saying.
Go on, Raz.
Well, all I was saying is, I think I even forgot, but yeah, but basically what I was saying is, yeah, that in human beings, yeah, we are from the same family. That's why we can breed with each other. The same way certain fishes can breed with other fishes and create new fishes. Certain birds can breed with other birds and create new birds. That's not the issue. The issue is, yes, they may have came from us, but even for that to occur, there had to be a very strong difference in variation in genetics to allow that to happen. For example, if you take a family and you have someone with the same genetics in the family, a brother and a sister having a relationship together and producing a child, that child is going to have defect. Why? Because they're exactly the same genetically. For there to be an offspring, there needs to have genetic variation, or the offspring will not survive. So if you relate that to human beings, right? Human beings are all related in the generic sense that we are all part of the human family. But in that human family, we have variations that are distinct from one another. For example, white people have lower bone density than black people. The skull size is different. All of these different variants that add to why certain people live in certain places and why their genetics have a specific amount of DNA from another species that is quote unquote unknown, that plays a factor. They're not 100% us and we're not 100% them. So let's not get it twisted and get it confused and now say that because they came from us, they're exactly the same. So therefore, we should continue having this relationship and similarities between them. Nah, you will never see a Doberman breeding with a pit bull because yes, they will still create a baby, but would that baby survive? Would that baby be all of that? No, come on, man. You know what I mean?
Who is this brother? Sorry.
Yeah, there's that is possible. You can breed a Doberman with a pit bull. Now the question is that combination of dog species still conducive to making sure that the Doberman and the pit bull survive as a separate race, and also having their variation and their ability for them to survive in their specific environment.
Kick. You just went to dogs. The one thing you should never do when we talk about humans and interracial and that is start talking about dogs and breeding. Because let me tell you something, yeah, a Doberman is not made out of one breed.
I'm not saying that. Look, listen, no, hold on. You might be getting it twisted.
I'm amused because you just got triggered.
No, go on.
Said 5 words and you're back at it again.
No, sorry, go on.
All right.
Go on.
So what I'm saying is, yeah.
And tell me when you're finished, yeah?
When it comes to breeding, bro, when it comes to breeding and breeding programs, yeah, they breed, crossbreed, they take out lineages, and it's a period of time where you deliberately are trying to create an effect. So, for instance, say the Doberman was becoming extinct, they would take several other dogs, yeah, and breed them until they got something that resembled a Doberman. This is why it don't work with using dogs. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, can I reply to that?
They bring species back from extinction, or they bring species back from near extinction by breeding similar dogs and rare because.
And why did they do that, bro?
But listen, but not one. You see how they say a dog is pedigree?
Yeah.
But when you check it out, a dog is pedigree, but it's made from all different dogs.
Okay, why did they do that? Okay, hold on, bro. You're going too fast, yeah. Why did they breed those dogs and get them the way they want? What was the purpose of doing that?
Depends.
Because you said that, yeah, go on.
Depends on what the dog is and what the purpose is, isn't it? They're trying to breed it for certain. They breed the dogs for certain traits.
And what happened on the plantations?
Say that again.
And what happened on the plantations?
What happened on the plantations?
What's up, Scattered?
The breeding of black people on the continent and also in the diaspora for the purpose of doing a job to get them stronger. This is what I'm saying. You can never get. Let's say. Hold on. What's that dog? That is still in the dog category, but it's also in the cat category. There's a specific animal, right, that is in borderline between the dog category and the cat category, right? That dog slash cat cannot produce any offspring if it breeded with a Doberman or a pit bull or any breed of dog that is intermingled. It can't do that. So what I'm saying is, no, but what I'm saying, but hold on. What I'm saying is, that you can still see the similarities in human beings. Yes, we are human. We're under this a branch of human family. Yeah, but at the same time, we still got our differences. But what I'm saying, because you brought up the first point, that black people and white people, black people come from white people come from black people, and I said that may be so, but that doesn't mean we are exactly the same.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying. We're not the same.
Bro, until you can bring me what is this third party, or what the black woman mated with.
Yeah.
You can show me what the black woman mated with, bred with, for want of a better word, in order to create something totally different. And I don't believe that.
This is the last thing I'm saying. This last after what Jedi is gonna say. This last thing I'm saying. Go on, Jedi.
Yeah. I'm just saying, innit, fam. Yeah. With what you're saying is basically the black woman at some point bred with something other than herself.
I'm not saying that's just this is the last thing I'm gonna say on this issue. I'm not saying that it's just the black woman that did it. It could have been the black man with the other. It could have been that. But what I'm saying is what I'm saying is that even if we don't know exactly what that other is, it's in their genetic. So even you can say it's a Neanderthal, you can say it's Bigfoot, you can say it's the aliens from Mars. We don't know, but the fact that their DNA, that part of their DNA, is distinctively different from our. Hold on. Let me finish. This is the last thing I'm going to say on it. Last thing I'm saying, so we can move on to a different point. Yeah, like the fact that there's part of their DNA that does not resemble anything in our DNA on the holistic level, on a broad level, means that they are made of something else that we are not made of. So therefore, we are not the same. And that's all I have to say on that point.
But on that premise, you're saying black people do not have RH negative blood.
I'm not saying that, but let's that has nothing to do because white people that have Neanderthal white people that have Neanderthal DNA don't have RH. So what's your point? Let's move on because that's a nonsensical point in the first place. I don't want to go back and forth because we're going to take off the show, man.
White people that don't have what Neanderthal DNA.
White people, that come up with the DNA marker of Neanderthal don't necessarily have RH blood. What's your point?
So, God, that is the reasons. That is the point.
No, it's not. It's not. That's biologically wrong, bro. That's biologically wrong, bro.
This is not necessarily where we're because, like I'm saying, when a man looks at a woman and a woman looks at a man, they're not thinking all of that thing there that you lot are talking about. You understand me? When a white man says, I only date black women, he ain't thinking all of what you're saying. You understand me? So let's just keep it basic, you with me, to what we know and use on a day-to-day basis. You understand me? Like the statement says, I'm white, my daughter's black. This is where we're at. Do you understand me? Now, to what Jedi say now, I mean, I don't fully understand. You with me? I kind of do, but then at some point, doesn't that become? But it should be.
You're cutting out, sis. Or is it just me? I can't hear.
Oh, am I cutting out, family?
Can hear you now.
No, I was just saying, I don't know how much of that you caught, man. I mean, really, what I was just saying is that, you know, we don't need to go out into this RH negative and all these things with me. Because when a man looks at a woman and a woman looks at a man, that's not what they're thinking, innit? Yeah. If a white, like I said before, if a white man looks at and says, I only date black women, yeah, he knows what he's looking at, innit? He knows the features, whatever he determines or whatever. And that's what we're working with, yeah? Just like if a black man looks at, you know what I mean, says he only dates white women, you understand me? We know that he's going for a particular whatever, innit? So for the sake of this conversation, Jedi, can we just use, you know what I mean, that kind of basis? You with me? I'm hearing what you're saying going down the line and all that. Yeah, I hear that because obviously I am Eve in it, so I fully understand that. But just for the purpose of this discussion, you understand me? Let's just
Do you understand what genetic Eve means?
Jedi.
Do you understand who?
Jedi. When a man
hold on. When you come on my platform, you don't tell me how to form my argument. I don't tell you how to form your argument, you know. I'm just saying, do you know how genetic? Do you know? Hold on, I'm just saying, do you know who genetic Eve is? That's all I said.
Mitochondrial Eve, yes, we do, bro.
Yeah, I know.
And what does that indicate to you? What does that mean?
It doesn't indicate that all. Actually, it does not indicate that every.
Bro, you talk too much. Yo, what does that indicate to you? Melanated goddess. What does that mean to you? I'm not listening to this guy.
I agree. I agree that all of the races come from us, and I feel like they change and are no longer us. Just like a plantain and a banana are different now. At one point, they were the same. They came.
That's actually not true, man. That's actually not true, you know. Like.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, just for the sake of the argument, even if it's not true, that's a popular.
No, I mean like the whole interpretation of the mitochondrial Eve is not true. It's actually that everyone can trace the ancestors back to one person, but there was also people before that person. That woman was not the first woman. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's just that's like all people can trace that lineage, but even before her, there was others. Now this is where the whole thing comes in. Do you get me? She wasn't the first woman on earth. You get me?
Okay, well. But he just asked if we knew what it was. So just for the sake of answering if we knew what it was, I just stated, so the official terminology is that all of our mitochondrial DNA, which is an aspect, one portion of our DNA that's in our cells, can be traced back to this person that has the name that anthropologists have given the name Eve. Brother, red filter, brother, Triminali, whatever Triminali.
But all the whooping and that this guy's gonna give you, yeah. My man, man's telling you about like unknown DNA strands. I told man that we've only mapped out 2% of the DNA. He didn't want to go and look that up. Now
I did explain that, but man, you're talking absolute rubbish.
Go ahead, brother Red Pill.
Oh, you've actually done this every single time I've opened my mouth, bro. So is there something you want to say and then let me chat, bro? I'm not even trying to have a challenge with you, bro. All I'm saying to you is you're introducing like all kinds of evolutionary, like all kinds of talk about this and that and new things in the DNA. I'm saying, look, your scientists tell us that we can trace our DNA back to one common ancestor, yeah, who is a female. And I'm asking you, what color is that female? All right.
We know she's black, Jedi.
Right. So at the end of the day, however man wants to play with the figures and jiggle with the details, yeah, the truth is the truth. If my sisters say that the black woman and the black man is God, or that they are the original people of the earth, we have to know that there's nothing new under the sun, and everything came from us, yeah, everything. So there's man in the comments that want to rubbish what I'm saying, but want to say that we made white people in the lab. But he ain't gonna bring an ounce of evidence.
Ay, Dios mío.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, 1 minute. I feel like the only danger that the people them are seeing, yeah, cause I hear the argument that majority people identified as black. I'm with that one, But I definitely wouldn't have a white boy tell me, because we all come from thing, yeah, I'm black and I can say nigga. So I feel like there's still boundaries and there's still differences.
No one can say nigga, man. No one can say nigga.
I'm just looking at. I'm just looking at where someone can try and take them sort of arguments, and I feel like that's what that's where the alarm signals are coming up in some of the sisters' heads. Nanifa, can I play this Muhammad Ali thing?
Yeah, man. Can you ask me the question you was gonna ask me?
To do? Yeah?
Can you ask me the question you was gonna ask me?
Racial separation.
It's to do with integration.
What about that just right now?
Nine, what was you gonna ask me, Nine?
Well, actually, maybe in a bit, because I'm trying to understand. Because I understand what you're saying. Basically, we're all coming from the one.
Like, it will give it definitely a good understanding of what we're talking about here and articulate some things that haven't been articulated.
I think Muhammad Ali definitely has some good views on that kind of stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like it will definitely enlighten, especially where people from your generation are coming from, Nanipa.
Listen, it just depends, because listen, I don't want this argument to become skewed. Yeah, like, you get me? Because I'm a little bit. You understand what I'm saying to you? I want to, as long as it stays on the point of, you know what I mean, the statements that are made. I don't want this to go in different ways. You understand? Yeah.
No, right on the point.
That's not what we're just. Yeah. All right. Cool.
Yeah. All right.
And another thing, when you say integration, it comes on the intermarriage too, right? All right, then together. And I'm sure no intelligent white person watching this show, no intelligent white man.
Can you turn it up, brother?
Yeah. Black boys and black girls marrying their white sons and daughters, and in return.
I think I'll get some background. Let me just pull out the speakers. Yeah, but all right, cool. All right, this is it.
Integration, it comes on the intermarriage too, right? All been together. And I'm sure no intelligent person watching this show, white man in his or her right mind, want black boys and black girls marrying their white sons and daughters, and in return introduce people to children as having pinky-haired black people. And I'm sure you wouldn't, but a lot of you would. What I'm trying to say is this. You don't have it. You say you know, but you don't have it. You really ain't gonna have it. You don't show, you gotta say it. That's not true. Why do you want to do that? Because I don't want any different from you, see. I think society's made us different. We all together. Society's made us different. No, not society. God made it different. No, we're just human beings. We all listen. Bluebirds fly with bluebirds. Red birds gonna be with red birds. Listen. Tell me when I'm wrong. Pigeons gonna be with pigeons. Tell me when I'm wrong. When we should have more. If they don't have intelligence, but yet they stay together. We should have more intelligence than them, right? Buzzards with buzzards. Buzzards with buzzards. Bluebirds with bluebirds. They all are birds, but they've got different cultures. The eagles like to hang out in the mountains. The buzzard like to fly around the desert. The bluebird like to fly around the trees and the grass.
A buzzard mating the sparrow.
What?
There was certain.
And we have. I don't see no black and white couples in England or America walking around proud holding their children.
That's because
and going out.
That's society's fault. I mean, we've got to educate people around.
Well, life is too short for me to be catching hell for something like that. I'd rather go and do my own. I have a beautiful daughter, beautiful wife. They look like me. We're all happy. And I don't have no trouble. I ain't that much in love with no woman to go through all that hell. Ain't no one woman that good. America walking around proud holding their children.
That's because
society, and going out.
That's society's fault. I mean, we've got to educate people around.
Well, life is too short for me to be catching hell or something like that. I'd rather go and be my own. I have a beautiful daughter, beautiful wife. They look like me. We're all happy, and I don't have no trouble. I have no trouble. And I ain't that much in love with no woman to go through all that hell. Ain't no one woman that good. You understand?
I understand. Yeah, I do understand. I understand. I think it's sad that
it ain't sad because I want my child to look like me. Every intelligent person wants his child to look like him. I'm sad because I want to blot out my race and lose my beautiful identity. Chinese love Chinese. They love the little slanted out, pretty brown-skinned babies. Pakistanis love their culture. Jewish people love their culture. A lot of Catholics, they want to marry another Catholic. They want the religion to stay the same. Who want to spot up yourself and kill your race? You a hater of your people if you don't want to stay who you are. You shame what God made you. God didn't make no mistake. He made us all like we were.
I think that's a philosophy of despair.
Despair. There ain't no despair. Number one, there ain't no woman. I'll tell you. Listen, no woman on this whole earth, not even a black woman in Muslim countries, can please me and cook for me and socialize and talk to me like my American black woman. No woman, at last, is a white woman, can really identify with me and my feelings and the way I act and the way I talk. And you can't take no Chinese man and give him no Puerto Rican woman and holler about we're in love and you emotionally in love and physically, but really they're not happy because she's gonna hear some Puerto Rican music, he's gonna hear some Chinese music, and they're gonna be clashing all the time. It's just nature. You can do what you want, but it's nature to want to be with your own. I want to be with my own. I love my people. That's all. I don't hate nobody.
Yeah, finish it saying I love my people, I don't hate nobody. But like the interview goes on more. But I feel like there was definitely different points highlighted in what he said. And there's definitely certain similarities to the society we live in over here in the UK, but there's some differences. So it's not as taboo as it was back then to see, mixed heritage families. That they're definitely much more the part of the community now. And I definitely still see mixed heritage people as black, but I definitely still see the differences amongst the races. And I think Muhammad Ali highlights that decision comes from a place of love and comes from a place of wanting to nation build, rather than a place of hating anyone else. But then again, I think Muhammad Ali might still argue on the point that I don't know. I think in the nation, they still go with the thing that whether you're mixed heritage or not, it's still, when you identify as black, you're black. So,
Russ, can a white woman that's had a mixed race child call the child black?
I personally, if I'm honest, I personally think that they should, because I feel like they're educating the child on their history, and I'd say I'll probably go with the one drop rule where that's concerned. But I think politically, like I think white people are still white, black people are still black, and you know what I'm saying, so on and so on. But
so you don't think that the mum should teach them that they're mixed race, but obviously also emphasize the black side with the father because of everything else? You just think that they should tell them that they're just straight black?
I just think they know their mixed heritage. I think that's just something that is, it goes.
But okay, so we had an example before. Did you hear what was before?
So I think what it is about the education. Can she tell them they're white? No. Can she tell them they're black? Yes.
Oh, can I ask you a question, Russ?
Yeah, go on, brother.
That's Sister Nani for you. So Muhammad Ali has got a white grandfather. Is he mixed race? Is he mixed heritage? Or is he black?
I say he's black, that's what I'm saying. I definitely say he's black.
Does he really have a black grandfather? Oh, that's the first time I've heard that.
First time I've heard it as well still.
In Ireland.
Yeah, but he's in America and you're in UK.
No, I said in Ireland, fam. I said he travelled to Ireland in September 2009 to visit the homeland of his white great-grandfather, Yeah?
His great-father or grandfather?
Great-grandfather, yeah? Abbey Grady. Yeah?
That's what I was saying. It's a lot of Black Americans, that actually definitely have black admixture. I mean, you know, there was a period of time where, you know, after segregation, where black people were so happy to integrate and they started relationships. And before that, during slavery, we already know what went down. So
let me just read this real quick here, Carl. I'm learning as well, yeah. I'm just gonna read this to you real quick. I hope my microphone's suitable to hear, yeah. But it says subdued Muhammad Ali traveled to Ireland in September 2009 to visit the reputed hometown of his white great-grandfather. Ali learned about his great-grandfather, Abbey Grady, in 2002, when genealogists reported that in the 1860s, Grady had lived in Kentucky, married a free slave, and raised a mixed-race family that eventually resulted in the birth of a granddaughter named Odessa Lee Grady, which is Ali's mother. Yeah. So I'm just saying, yeah, to me, I wanna say that Muhammad Ali is not black. I wanna say he's mixed race now. I wanna say he's mixed heritage.
And that would be correct, because heritage refers to someone's lineage.
Yeah.
It doesn't refer to someone's mum and dad specifically.
We all know, we just heard him speaking about a black woman, black women. So we all know he considers himself to be black. Yeah? Especially at that point in time. Obviously, he didn't have that information, but he sees himself as black. Yeah, and he's got mixed heritage, but he doesn't even waste any time talking about his mixed heritage. He mentions every other race, doesn't mention that, well, some of my family might be that, or blah blah blah. He just gets to the point. I'm black and I'm repping for black people, and this is what this conversation is about. So yeah, I think that a white woman can definitely have a child, and at the very least, yeah, if you don't want to go all the way to call him black, at the very least, let him know that he's black politically, and hopefully that will arm him for society. But yeah, he's still mixed race, and I don't think he should turn his back or ignore the fact that he has white heritage.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Jeds. Okay. So just to confirm, she can say that the child's black, but also tell him that he's mixed race no, tell him that he's mixed race, but tell him that he's white, black politically. Is that correct?
Yeah, definitely.
Did I get that right? Yeah.
I'm just saying. What I said was tell him he's black, especially in a political context. However, to ignore the fact that he does have a mixed heritage would be a fallacy, and like some of you have pointed out, would be detrimental to the child. So,
okay.
So for me, like if he was raised without, if the child was raised without ever seeing his white mum and ever been told his mum was white, I would say that would be detrimental. But the sheer fact that his white mum is raising him and telling him he's black obviously shows him he's mixed, isn't it? Yeah. But there's an aspect of this black that I feel like.
Well, you say, hold on, Jed. You say obviously, but how can that be the case?
Like the brother said about Namibia, like the brother said about, like we said about people in the Caribbean and in the Americas and whatever. Like we've said all day, yeah. All of these people are gonna class themselves as black or be classed as black, yeah. If they choose otherwise, then that's up to them. But for me personally, if I see this guy on the road, I'm gonna see a black man. I'm gonna see a black man. Yeah, you're mixed.
Remember, this isn't about how we.
Yeah. How she calls her son black.
It's about what is one a fact, yeah. And like I've already said from the beginning, as a mixed race person, they can identify with whomever. Do you understand? Yeah. Like if you heard what Buddha said when he was coming up, until he was a certain age, people were telling him what he is. You understand me? It's only when he got to a certain age and probably a certain strength where he then himself said that he looked at his other side and acknowledged that no, I am not just black, I'm actually mixed. And that's this is all the only thing that I'm saying. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, I hear you.
This is all I am saying. You understand me?
I hear you.
The child of the mixed race child could obviously identify with whatever he or she wants. You understand me? Because obviously, just like they can assign themselves to black people politically, they can do the other side.
Yeah.
Like, You with me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's all I'm.
Yeah. So like, basically, like, we should take it from a racial categorization and make it more be about a political and social awareness about their roots and their history and whatnot. So I agree with you. But if you ask me if a white woman can call her child black, I would say yes. As long as they obviously provide a fair and balanced information about all forms of where they come from. But I would say to call your child black and for your child to consider them black, consider themselves black based off what their mother has taught them, I would say wouldn't be a detrimental thing at all.
It wouldn't be a detrimental thing. Okay, fair enough. Well, thank you for that, man. And yeah, okay, cool. We made some ground. Spicy, was you gonna say something, sis? No.
Hold on. What did you say?
Oh no, so I thought you was gonna say something, but
no,
you were not. No problem.
Sis, I just want to say thanks for the dinner. I just put down my plate on the side. I know you were expecting me to wash up, were you?
Thank you. Well, I did ask you to scrape it out, but thank you. I know you are the one. Get me, hosted for the most. There's no joking. You know what I mean? So, did you like it, sis? Was it okay?
Yeah, it was nice. Can't lie. And the motives are to die for.
Was it falling off the bone?
Everything. I bought my Tupperware. I've hid that under the table. So yeah, don't let no one leave it.
Your family when you bring the Tupperware, you don't know. Yeah, man, there's enough for Tupperware, man. 100%.
I think you put too much Scotch bonnet in the food. I'm just gonna say it.
Oh, sugar. You should
You'll get
Are
used
we
to it,
really talking
Melody.
about food?
Huh?
Excuse me?
This is the rice and peas show. Well, go on for you. Raz, you're not feeling the rice and peas?
No, I'm just... Oh boy.
Who said that? Raz.
Yo.
I think so.
Okay. All right, let's get back to something. So Black Spice wasn't going to say anything. All right, so Jedi's, acknowledged that, whatever. So that's all good stuff. I mean, is there anyone else that wants to say anything else on it? Because, I mean, again, I didn't necessarily want it to go down certain other avenues. You understand me? I just want to stay with, that statement. You understand? And like I said, relaying it back to myself, my own personal self, with my own personal mixed race boyfriend, where I was definitely doing what Jedi is describing and what Vass is describing, you know what I mean? Just taking him and looking at him as black and all the rest of that good stuff. You understand? Until one day the youth looked at me and said, you must forget that my mum's white. You understand? So that made me have to kind of break a little bit. You with me? And check the situation a little bit differently. You with me? Because at the end of the day, yeah, no matter how much as some want to claim and this, that, and the other, they are mixed race. Now, I'm sure that maybe there's some mixed race children that can just really, identify with being black, and that's all good. I have no problem with that. All I'm saying, let us just be mindful. You with me? You understand that? Because sometimes what if you have a mixed race person, for example, and they might be in an environment where the topic is very anti. You understand me? Anti. How must they feel? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what kind of. Do you understand what I'm saying to you, family? I don't know if that makes sense to you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're in a place where they're just anti in it, you get me? But that's fine, whatever, however the anti is coming. But you understand what I'm saying when I say anti? You with me? And that mixed race person is probably there. Do you know what I mean? Being black and being looked upon as black. You with me? Because maybe I was gonna say, yeah. You know what I'm saying to you? How do they internalize that? And that's actually a question that I'm asking. You with me? And is that a fair question to ask, family?
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. I think Buddha's probably the best person to go to with that question first than anyone of mixed heritage.
Why aren't you coming on, babe?
One, come on and tell us if it's 1-1 or 1-1. Cause now I'm confused. Is it? I always thought it was 1-1.
It's 1-1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so yeah, that's and that's what I'm saying. Mixed culture people must learn their condition. Life is not
So
fair.
his name was 1-1? I thought it was 1-1.
1-1, eh?
I thought it was 1-1.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 1-1.
1-1. No, he's saying it's 1-1, like the number 1.
Franklin said my cousin is mixed. He would switch if you called him black. And this is what I'm saying. I just think that we just need to be, just very careful, man. That's all it is, man.
Well, do you know what? Let me try and chime in there. And
yeah, at that point, let me take a pause and big up 1-1 still, wherever you are. Yeah, long time we ain't heard from the big W still. But yeah, man, most importantly, like I said, I hope he's safe and well. You know what I'm saying? And his family too, man. But yeah, man, one of the real ones still. And my cousin is mixed. He would switch if you called him black, Rich Franklin. So hopefully you can see that, boy. I'm not even saying that this that this stream was purely solution based, man, but it does again bring up a lot of talking points, of which we'll definitely go through again, man. Yeah, but I know it's them time there still. I've got 1 or 2 to do, man. I'm not gonna lie. You don't know the settings, man. But Nanifa just said what I said, so what's the issue? Alright. I haven't even been reading the chat still. But we're gonna come back and touch on this subject again still. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. See, time is the master, man. Seriously, time is the master. But I'm gonna leave it there, family, for tonight still. Oh yeah, you know. But thanks for everyone that came through tonight still. It's definitely been an interesting discourse, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Like I said, it may leave more questions than answers, but yeah, this is where we are, 2022 still. But we'll get on to talk a little bit more about the Black Britain thing, because I believe that a lot of people hadn't actually seen it still. Yeah. But family, let me just leave it there still. Yeah, let me just leave it there. Let me just leave it there. All right. So listen, we wish everyone a good one still. Trust me. Trust me, one of them ones, man. But yeah, listen, one love, hit the notification bell. You don't know the rest. You never know when I'm gonna pop up. And yeah, man. EIE, next time we're gonna talk, man. We're gonna talk. But big up, big up, big up, big up, big up. You're a birthday. Oh my god. Yeah. Tasha, thanks for rolling true. Kushti, thanks for rolling true. Cotton, thanks for rolling true. Yeah. Hopefully I've not missed anyone. But if I have, thank you for rolling true. And yeah, man. Have a nice Friday night, man. You know, go already. Do something useful with yourself and with your time. Alright, then one love, family. I'm out still, man. Yeah. We're gonna catch up, man. Like, big up, big up, big up. One love.